11 p.m.
You said 10 p.m. What the heck?
I didn't set
You go ahead.
that.
Go ahead and
You
just
can
click on live.
you
Go
can
live.
click
It's
go
ready to
live
It
anytime
should be
you get
live
ready.
right now.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's going live now.
Yeah, I didn't set 11 p.m. Unless it was preset to that because I didn't change anything.
We're live.
I keep getting these ticks. Unless it was preset to
it's
that
live.
because I didn't change anything.
We're live.
Yep,
Okay.
I hear myself.
Yeah, it was coming over my phone.
Just quit.
Oh goodness.
Oh my gosh. Man, I've been trying to buy something off Facebook Marketplace all weekend long. And it is just not working out for me.
What are
The
you trying
guy,
to get?
what's up, Troy? I'm gonna go ahead and buy. I decided I ain't getting no younger, and I can't take the money with me. And I'm not a rich man, so don't get me wrong. But I'm buying a little Pelican Bass Raider with electric motor, 2-man boat, 600-pound capacity, and going to hit. I like freshwater fishing. I'm a pond, stream, or pond and lake guy. Found two of them. One of them I really wanted. It's a 2022, and I've been sending them. The guy accepted my offer, and then that was Saturday morning, and he hasn't responded yet. As soon as I get him live, he responded, said apologize, said his phone's been messing up. I was trying to reply back to him, and he's gone again. So I don't know what happened. But then I found a lady that's actually closer to me that has another one that's older, but it has more that goes with it.
Yeah.
And I set it up, and she said, okay. Of course, she says today, and I can't only get but so much money out of the ATM machine in one day. So now she's Army. She's a staff sergeant. She's getting ready to leave tomorrow morning for whatever her assignment is. She'll be back next Saturday. So now I can't get that one. And the first guy's calling me back now. Now I can't reach back out to him now. So
That's
all I
weird.
want to do is make a simple little purchase here, people.
Yeah.
I went out Friday after I had some errands to run. I stopped off a little place Friday and got skunked. I was there for 2 hours. Got skunked.
Yeah.
Chuck. Sorry.
Chuck. Russ, welcome back.
Derek got his little boat, that little bass tracker. He said that thing on the water, it'll do like 50 miles an hour. It's just
Is that
fast
right?
enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have anything like that. I used to have a little aluminum flat bottom. I'll never forget that. I had an uncle, loved fishing, didn't mind being in a boat, but can't swim a lick. He's passed away now. And I was just thinking about this the other day when I started talking about this boat. 'Cause my wife came in here and said, "You sure you ain't buying another one of them things you had before?" I said, "No, I did a little more research on this one. These Pelicans, they're really hard to flip over. I've seen videos of people actually standing on the sidewell
Yeah.
and trying to flip them over, but they're just full of these foam blocks inside. And I don't need nothing big. I don't need nothing to go fast.
Well, you can't even sink them even if you did flip it over, probably, if it's got all that
Right.
foam. It's more like a Boston whaler type thing,
Yep.
you know?
Yep. So I remember my uncle, I had this little flat bottom aluminum boat. And the mistake I made is I put pedestal seats in there on platforms. So you were so far up in the air that it really made that boat do this side to side thing real bad. I remember Uncle Jimmy had his vest on. He was just holding on for dear life. I never got him back on that boat again. He never got back on that boat.
I don't know if you ever seen that video I did. It was a 10-foot free lure kayak that I bought. I was wanting a 13-foot, but they were out of stock, so I settled for the 10. But I bought them outriggers, so that I could
Yeah.
stand up and fish if I wanted to or whatever. But it did pretty good, even with my weight. I kind of miss that thing, but Derek's
That's
got
what
a
I
decent
did.
boat
I had
now.
I went to that. I went to a Go Fast boat, and that was just, you got to have a credit card just for the boat.
Yeah.
Every time you go out, it's 460 Ford, inboard, outboard, sounded beautiful, cracking down the road.
I got to go get some smoke.
Going down the river, it was just beautiful. I had the interior redone. I did the boat was repainted in a 67 Corvette white with a purple pearl over top of it, bunch of clear coat. Beautiful boat. But damn, that thing would just suck money out of me left and right.
Hmm.
Man, it was a King Cobra. Matter of fact, that's one of the first things I ever asked you, Russ. Because I knew you worked in like a shipping yard or something, and I was trying to find King Cobra exhaust manifolds for that thing. I ended up having the old one sandblasted. And
Yeah.
we used them when I had the motor rebuilt.
King Cobra exhaust manifold?
A Ford 460. It was a King Cobra outdrive.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not much of a boat person, as far as knowledgeable.
I just had so when I sold that one, I bought a 16-foot center console that just sold last summer before last. I couldn't get no one to go out with me, and it was just a little too much for me to be launching
Yeah.
and bring it back in by myself, especially because it's a waterfront community. I've got like 3 ramps in this neighborhood, but all of them are open or like vulnerable to heavy waves, boat traffic and stuff.
Yeah.
Trying to get that boat on a trailer by yourself was just a job.
A job.
I
I know
yeah.
it.
I said, no, I ain't messing with this no more. I'm tired of it. Can't get the boat on the trailer right. I just said, what a waste.
Yeah. It's best to have somebody with you anyway.
Right. For safety reasons.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a guy in this neighborhood that last summer they found his boat, but they never found him. And they found his body. I don't know how many miles, how to figure out the nautical miles on it, but if I was to make the drive by road, it would take me an easy 30, 40 minutes to drive to where they found him.
Wow. Yeah. We had a pipe superintendent. He was a black guy. George Sims was his name, and he wasn't that old back then. He looked like he might have been 50 tops, but he went fishing one day and died of a massive heart attack in his boat, but he didn't fall out of the boat. They found him in the boat, but how long did it take him? You know what I'm saying? Him just laying there, and
Yeah.
if he would have had somebody else, they might have could have called in a airlift medic and saved him. But it's always good, especially if you're up in age, to have somebody with you.
It really is. Plus, it's fun just to have someone to talk to. I mean,
Sure.
I just, although the laws are so strict now, even like state parks, you forget about having a cold beer with you
Yeah.
around here in Maryland anyway. I mean, it's not like I got to have a beer everywhere I go. I'm fine with that. But,
Sure.
you want to enjoy, some company and have a couple beers, and
Yeah.
maybe eat a sandwich or, bring some cold chicken along with you and
Yeah.
chum the
Yeah.
fish, Huh?
Shoot up
Yeah,
some
no
guns.
guns. No guns.
Yeah, we used to go fishing. I'd go with my buddy Ricky. Man, he's a shrimp boat captain. He owns 2 of these big still hulls, but he's got Carolina skiff center console, and like I'll back the trailer in the water, and he'll tell me how far to come back, and he'll be back there ready, and he'll just drive that boat all the way up to where it hits, and it's on the trailer. I'll pull out, then we'll strap it down or whatever.
Yeah.
But,
Part of my problem and I thought it was the coolest thing to own. It was a float-on trailer. So when you're in a heavy wave area, that trailer would come up to the surface or close to the surface so you could see it,
yeah,
but it would move. It would still move when you're trying to get the boat. It's hitting the same waves, and I just got frustrated with it. I do miss that center console boat. I put
they
some
ought to
money.
have a slow zone, a wake for wherever the ramp's at, just for that reason.
Yeah, well, the problem was it was open to the river, and the boats that were just going by the wake waves and then busting down the river would just come right into that little creek.
Yeah,
It wasn't even a creek. It was just a
I got you.
little area, and all them waves would come in there and hit them seawalls, and
Yeah, screw
it was
you up.
yeah.
Yeah, I was going to buy some kind of boat like that when I bought that sailboat and picked the sailboat over that. In hindsight, I wish I'd went with some. I'd still have it the way I could go fishing. Which Derek's got a boat now. Me and
Yeah.
him do a lot of fishing together, and Chad, my other son, once he gets down here. But I love to fish.
Yeah, I want to get back into it. I gotta excuse me for 1 minute so I can get Chris wants the link. I just said, I'm not getting any younger. I'm just going to say, damn it.
Yeah, enjoy your life, man.
Exactly
Yes, sir.
right.
Enjoy it.
Exactly right. So I've really been getting into a lot of fishing channels. There's a couple guys, I think I've talked about them before. I've shared their links on my Facebook page. One of them is Natural State Fishing. This guy ties lures, lures for hours in front of a camera. This blows me away the way this guy does it. And another one he's called Ugly Dog Lures, Goose. But he does the airbrushing of lures.
Yeah.
And he'll start coming on. He's had some stuff going on. I don't know what it was. It's not my business. So he hadn't done a Tuesday live in probably a couple months, but he did a live last night.
Derek went fishing yesterday. Those are speckled trout that they caught right there in
Oh,
Mobile
nice.
Bay.
Yeah.
3 of them, man. They're like 18, 19 inches. Nice ones.
But he did another lure last night, airbrushing, and he's going to start doing his lives again. But I'm just getting into it. I just want to get back into it. And
Yeah.
I'm still fighting with Google with this bullshit, and I'm just like,
Well, your deadline's over with, ain't it? Didn't they give you the May the 6th?
I got someone else that's taking over the file now,
Oh, okay.
and she's not talking about deadlines. I even asked her about a deadline,
Yeah.
and the process that she's given me to do, it could take up to a month. And I brought that to her attention. I said,
Why can't they just go in there and make the changes? They're capable.
yep.
That or say, take that one down completely, and then, I'll start to know and just transfer the money in there. They got your funds,
Yeah.
I don't understand it. But talking about fishing videos, that's about all Derek watches. We shot a video here a couple weeks ago, and you might have caught. I was trying to zoom up to where I wouldn't get pinged for copyright, but you can catch a boat and you can see the water. He had one running, but he had the volume all the way off. He watches that stuff all day long out there on that back porch. When he's home.
Yeah, I love it. I'm really getting into it big time. Another one is Thumper. I watch Thumper a lot. Let me answer this question. Matt Vermillion. Man, I know some Vermillions in St. Mary's County, Maryland. Ask away. Unfortunately, the guy that is part of Goodfellas, he just went out sick, so I took over the live so he would have be able to better answer a question about Mexican food. But we have Simon here. Yes, I can barbecue. I'm sure he's be able to help me out because I'm the gringo. I can make some stuff, but only after I failed once or twice.
I'm the unofficial Mexican.
What's
Yeah.
the question? I love
Yeah.
eating Mexican food. I made
Yeah,
a little
that's
bit, but
true.
mine's more Tex-Mex, I reckon you'd say.
I'm pretty sure we all
So
can
Matt,
answer that question. You know,
yeah,
or
Matt,
help
go ahead,
answer.
buddy. Ask your question. You're more than welcome to.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sound as authentic as they get. Ask away. Yeah, please do. I know a Roy Vermillion. My neighbor is Roy's sister. There's a lot of Vermillions around here where I live. Legit question. I eat authentic Mexican food. Well, you know what? I don't know why I'm not doing my job.
I get mild gout flares. What
Flares.
spice is causing it? What spice in the Mexican food is causing
Gout
Gout.
flares.
gout flare up? It could
Wow.
be the meat, the
What
beef.
what
Beef
protein are you eating? Yeah, what protein are you eating though?
beans can also cause it if you eat like a lot of beans. I'm saying that because I have bouts of gout too. I keep
Yeah.
colchicine on hand for flare ups.
Yeah, me also, but mine didn't trigger. Mine's seafood.
Yeah, seafood would trigger mine. And beer, if you drink a lot of beer with those kind of foods, that can spark it with me.
Yeah.
I can eat
I guess I'm
even
never gonna get it
crawfish.
because I drink plenty of beer, plenty of Mexican food.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, it's that acidic. It's that
my
acidic acid, uric
my
acid.
uric
one of
acid.
my
Yeah.
cousins got it real bad, man. His knuckles are already all deformed and everything. You know, it's like
Yeah,
Oh yeah. Some people get it in their, like you said, their hands, their knees. I've only had it in my feet,
yeah. I
and
did. I did
that's pretty painful.
a job, and her husband gets it in both of his kneecaps. He
Yeah.
is bedridden. He can't. When it gets bad flare ups, he's done.
But like Mexican food, and I'm talking about what we have here in America. I've never had authentic Mexican, but if you go to a Mexican restaurant around here, you're gonna have refried beans, some sort of Spanish rice usually,
yeah,
and
usually that's what
I know
Mexican beef.
the beans can bring it on, and beef, or if you get something with shrimp, almost all Mexican restaurants use some sort of shrimp, seafood.
Spe- Especially if it's not like a quality, like a good pink shrimp.
Hmm.
Those tiger shrimp are high in iodine.
I
They're
hate
going to
them
tear you
things.
up. They're going to tear you up.
Yeah, I can't
Um,
eat tiger shrimp. That's some nasty shrimp. They're not
yeah,
even native of here. They're invasive.
yeah. So definitely the mat or the meat, Matt. Beans I haven't heard of, but
Yeah,
Russ is exactly right. The
yeah,
shrimp, if it's a poor quality shrimp, they're going to be higher in the iodine, and the iodine's going to trigger all that stuff in it.
yeah. You can Google it. The kind of foods that will trigger gout, and
Yeah,
just don't eat as much of it, or do like I do. Go to the doctor, and you might already have you some colchicine on hand. You might crap your brains out once it gets in your system, but it'll be short lived. Usually in a day or two, mine is gone.
yeah. The other one you can do is one I take, and I stopped taking it as a daily thing because I don't like medications.
I quit
Is
taking mine too.
Yeah,
Allo-
allopurinol.
Yeah,
Allopurinol is one that I will take, and I just take it when I know I'm going to eat seafood. So I sort of, unfortunately, at 64 years old, I got a plan when I eat seafood. I can't just
Enjoy,
indulge in
right?
it spur of the moment.
the doctor put me on that a couple of years ago, and when I left my job, I lost my insurance. So once that ran out, I paid for another prescription of that, my blood pressure medicine. And then when that run out, I just said, "Oh well, it's time to lose some weight." But anyway, this colchicine right here, that's like for attacks, and I've got a bunch of that because while I could get it, I mean, I got like three of these,
Tart
and
cherry.
I take it just long enough to knock it out, and I save them. They have
Yeah.
an expiration date, but that shit still works.
Yeah. The tart cherry, I've used it. I wouldn't swear by it. Some say apple cider vinegar
Yeah,
too.
I've tried all that stuff, but
But the cherry, the only thing I ever found to work was the really heavily concentrated stuff.
yeah,
Uh, Chris with Tennessee Bushcrafter, love
Celery
screenshotted.
Celery seed can help.
Celery seed is what he said. I'm trying to find it now. Here it is.
You know, I haven't had a bout of that in probably a year. Knock on wood. It's been a while.
Yeah.
But used to be, man, when I worked, every time I looked up, I was getting that crap. I remember one time I couldn't even walk, man. I had my ankle, it got my ankle on the inside ankle, and it looked like a baseball. Man, I was in pain. You talk about hurt. I missed about 2 weeks of work over that one. It took a while. I didn't have no colchicine. I was using all them home remedies trying to knock it out. And finally, I overdosed on ibuprofen, just anything to help that inflammation. And it finally eased off. It took it 2 weeks. So I eventually just got me a good supply of that colchicine.
I had it so bad one time, and this is no shit. Just the weight of a bed sheet on my toes.
Yes.
I thought my wife would have to peel me off the ceiling. I'm not shitting you. I'm not exaggerating.
No, the wind blowing from the ceiling fan would hurt. I'd hang my leg off and just, and train myself to sleep in that position.
I was afraid to move. I was just so much pain.
Yeah.
I didn't know what to do. I was like, I had to get my foot from underneath that sheet. Of course, she's got it tucked, in folded corners at the foot of the bed, so it's like I couldn't get no room with my other foot. So
the big toe and ankle, especially if you have to put in weight. I remember having to go to the doctor one time. I got another flare up and I had to get myself in my truck and drive myself. It was in my left foot, so I was driving with my right foot, which I normally do, and getting out of my truck into that doctor's office, man, it took me 30 minutes just to make my way in there. It hurt so freaking bad.
Matt's comment there. I know that organ meats will trigger gout in people.
Yeah. I don't do liver, so I'm good to go there. But just also keep in mind that you got to keep it under control because that's bone deterioration.
Yeah, and if you already got arthritis like I do, I got it. I can't even make a fist. That's how I make a fist. I can't bring these fingers down no more. And this one I can do a little bit better. So I've already decided if I get in a fight, I'm going to be hitting them with the palm of my hand,
This is the last hand I had worked on last year. But that's how I would make a fist with it. I had my knuckle out like that,
Yeah, that's it. I can't bring this one down no further. It don't hurt. It just, when I used to work every day, it hurt. But I got it in my neck real bad. I know it's arthritis. I started taking these Cosamine. That you get that from where you get vitamins at, but you get that in your system, and that kind of makes a lubricant for your joints to where it eases up. So I've been doing that mainly for neck pain.
Okay, I need
it's
to do that
old
myself.
stuff stinks, man. I tell you, all the stuff we took for granted.
I missed Buzz's earlier comment. Apparently, I'm picking up part 2 of it.
Where is Buzz?
Yeah, red meat is bad on gout, and I don't know about pork. I guess it would any meat really. I guess
I thought it was any meat.
Well, they call it the King's disease or something like that because it's real rich foods that we all love that can bring it on. That's the reason. Like, I don't know, man. The older I get, the less. I don't know if it's because I've been doing this channel for so long and barbecuing all this stuff every week. I just get tired of it, and I find myself I can't hardly eat it like I used to unless I cook it in with something. Kind of like that last video I dropped was brisket enchiladas. Now that was good, but I had a sauce. I had the flour tortillas, just everything about it. I could do that, but if I just ate that brisket by itself, I'd probably eat about that much, and I'm done. It's just too damn rich.
Have you had a video recently, Russ?
Yeah, I dropped one Thursday. It's been out a few days, 3 days.
I must have missed that one because they were saying something earlier about the lit beard product.
Yeah,
has a little short in there, and
that's at the very beginning. I just said this video is sponsored by Lit Beard Company, and then it goes into the video. And I also released it on Facebook. I released it on Facebook today, matter of fact.
So
and it's shortened down on
smoky
Facebook.
brisket enchiladas, right?
Yeah, smoked brisket enchiladas.
Okay.
I think on YouTube I put it smoky brisket
Smoky.
enchiladas. Yeah,
Yeah, I did not get a notification for that, but
yeah. I made a homemade enchilada gravy. Really, it starts with a roux, flour, and oil, and
my
then builds up from
notifications,
there.
my notification bell was off on your channel. It should have been on.
Yeah, YouTube screwing with me, man.
Yeah. Yeah, your buddy and I had that conversation the other night, Russ.
Yeah. No, I can't get a video to stick. Well, the crawfish video I did a few weeks ago is doing all
Hold
right.
up, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
All right, go ahead, Chris. Now he froze up.
Yeah, I think he froze. Yeah, just give him a minute.
Hey, Chris. I think he's froze. Yeah, he's not because he was petting his dog.
Yeah.
Going meatless.
I-
5 meals per week if I feel it coming on.
We stopped in Slidell yesterday going into New Orleans and stopped at a little Mexican restaurant there. What was the name of it? Tres something amigos. But anyway, I ordered enchiladas, just beef enchiladas, and there was 4 enchiladas. I could only eat 3 of them, and I was stuffed. And my son, we used to call him Jethro. He can eat so much, and he's not fat. He's built. And anyway, he goes, "You ain't gonna eat that?" I said, "Nope." He just had a big burrito. I said, "Take it," and he ate that other enchilada also.
I guess that's what he wanted me to do.
Storming bad there. Yeah, I finally got this darn fiber optics. It's all underground. Rain don't affect it. So
Yeah, you were saying that the other day. I was like, man, that's nice.
man, I uploaded that video today to Facebook, and I swear I'm sitting there watching it. Uploaded. I mean, it still has process on their end, but it's there. Like, man, that is just freaking unreal. My upload speeds are incredible.
Yeah, no, I wish we can get something like that.
We just got it.
Like I say, my internet comes across the river, and they shoot it from one satellite to another satellite, and somehow or another, it gets distributed to a cable line at that point,
Yeah.
and cable to my house. But so if there's any interference between 2 satellites, you're messed up.
I just bought a little ham radio to play around with.
Oh yeah.
And I ordered a new antenna for it, longer, like a whip.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been playing with this thing for a week now, trying to figure out how to tie into these repeaters around here. We got one 5 miles from here, one 12 miles, one 13 miles. So I connected all 3 of them repeaters, but I'm not finding no traffic on there. But I'm inside the house. I got this little antenna it came with, so I'm going to wait for that other antenna. I caught one conversation the other day, 2 guys talking, and they were coming in good, and they were coming off this Cable One tower here, repeater. If all else goes to shit, when cell phones don't work or nothing else, you can always talk on these.
Yeah, I used to. Well, that was another topic we had the other day. I still got people sending me messages. I used to have big old antenna in my backyard on a Laroon 25 tower.
Yeah.
I love that thing. Shooting stars antenna on top of it with a remote.
Yeah.
And I had wires tied on the back side of it so I wouldn't get interference, like bleed over. Someone running a lot of power. So if I had the front antenna sitting on top of somebody, I've dialed in. I just watch all the meters, in the basement, start jumping around. And when I knew I was on top of them, when I was at peak.
Yeah.
But anybody running a lot of power at their base stations, it would still come in the opposite side of that antenna. So an old radio guy told me to take and run wire around all of the leads, the rods that came off the backside of it.
Mm-hmm.
and it virtually would just close that backyard up. Anybody know a barbecue 07? I see no picture.
No,
trying
this
to get
is the Yasu. It's an old. I mean, it's a brand new radio, but that radio has been out for 20 years. The Yasu, what is it? FT60. I've seen some good reviews on it. It's heavy. I mean, it's little, but I'll probably put a antenna in the backyard. They got one. I can't remember the name of it, but it looks almost like a satellite dish, but it's not solid, and it kind of curves up and shoots that up, to where it hits like the not the stratosphere, but whatever they call it, and then comes back down. But I mainly got it for hurricanes or something. If you can't get out on anything else, you can at least listen in to what's going on. They're cheap too. I think I paid $154 for that.
I keep an eye out. I got too much stuff going on. So I guess only homemade plain Mexican food for me. Extra jalapenos, I guess. I hope we were able to help you, Matt. That was a sort of tricky one. I thought you were going to say verde sauce versus
Red
uh,
sauce.
red sauce or something. I was
Well, I like them both, man.
Yeah.
I like
Grab
them
both of
both.
them, just put on one taco.
There's a place in Gaucher. There's one here too, but this one here isn't as good. But the one in Gaucher, it's called Burrito Zone, and it's set up like Subway, where you go in there and you got your menu against the wall, and you tell them what you want. And they make it right in front of you. And I used to love getting their shrimp quesadillas. And they had all these different sauces, and they would pour it in these little plastic cups, and the salsa verde was always on there, and they're really, really hot, spicy sauce I always wanted. But that's some good stuff. This whole family of Mexicans that run it.
Did you
But
see that, Russ? From
I
Chris?
paid 40. Then
No,
they went through the roof when the
no,
shit hit the fan. Yeah,
the
yeah.
the
I,
buffet thing.
oh yeah, the buffet. Where's that at? I seen one earlier.
It's on the screen, highlight it.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the one I read. No, that's not
Then
that
he's
one.
saying it was outlawed or something by the FCC.
I have a buffet that is no outlaw. Huh. I'll be darned. They still sell them.
No picture, not coming on. What's he saying?
I didn't realize you had to know so much about. I mean, it's like, golly, man, I'm having a. Plus, you got to be licensed to transmit, which that don't seem like that's gonna be a big deal. I bought the study guides and everything for it.
Yeah,
Free.
for certain channels. Yeah, once you can get
Yeah, it only allows you to do certain frequencies
yeah
and all that.
that
And
same radio guy told me the trick about running a lead on the backside to close it up so it
yeah,
wouldn't get anybody. He also could tune your base station where you can get in between channels. Like if you were a 37 and a 38, you can get like a 37 and a half, and
okay,
you would be crystal clear. You
yeah.
wouldn't have all those people talking over you. NBL, was that you? Barbecue 007 was trying to get in earlier?
Was that
No
a ham
picture.
radio, Lance, or CB, or what?
Yeah, it was a ham.
Ham. Okay. Did you
Oh,
get your technician
WNO 128. I never got my Morse
license?
code. I never got my license for all that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Derek wants to do it with me. I hadn't even cracked the book yet, but I got to learn how to really get this radio and get it to where I can get out before I do all that. I might eventually get like a base station with something big in the backyard.
Lance, what was the name of that channel they were asking about?
Barbecue 007.
Oh,
BBQ 007.
no, I don't know.
There
Okay,
was
I
no
see what
picture.
you're
I was getting ready to click them in. I said, I haven't heard of them, and I don't see no picture.
Hold on, no, BBQ 007.
Oh, Terry too. That's what Chris is saying. Tornadoes even.
I've been wanting to get it. Maybe Tennessee Bushcrafter knows, but I've been wanting to get a good scanner, like police scanner, but everything's going to digital encrypted. I mean, how do you? There's got to be somebody that's got a workaround where if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Am
I
that
just
far
I
behind?
don't want to buy a scanner and then it not work. I want one that can pick up digital signals.
I'm still
Jackson
trying to
County Sheriff's
catch up.
Department, Biloxi Police Department, Fire Department, any kind of first responders I'd like to be able to pick up, you know.
I'm trying to give everybody their fame. What's up, Josh? Oh, I lost something here. Tree drop your. George, come back in.
It's you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Am
I just I
What in the world?
Yeah, the Max. They have what is it? It's called Technician, then Extra, and then Max. I think it's it. My stupid cat in there hollering.
I hear it.
Is that
She
what that
hear,
was?
Yeah.
she hears me talking. She wants some attention. She don't get
Okay.
it from me. She has to wait
Hey,
on mama to go home.
BBQ
NBL.
one.
I'm sorry.
BBQ. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
BBQ 007 has one short up. And it's not barbecue. It's playing with some Play-Doh type of thing.
I tried them scanner apps last night, Quinn. I couldn't get anything to work. Of course, you got to pay for it. I guess if you pay for it, it might work.
Did that work for NBL by typing 805? I thought we put up NBLs. So that's not George's link.
The incepted. They do the incepted. I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Encrypted it?
Encrypted. Yeah, they are encrypted.
Yeah,
But
okay.
that's what I'm saying. I wonder if they make an actual scanner like you used to be able to get that would scan. You know, the old ones scan analog and anybody could pick it up. But
Oh shit!
you know how somebody always finds a way around something, kind of like radar.
Keep forgetting your balls, dude.
They come up with radar to tell you. You're blinding me, Randy.
I'm telling you, dude. When I saw the white head in the basement, I said, "Okay, this one's okay."
You need to
We
get
just had a bar.
You need to get some of that spray on tan.
That motherfucker be tan tomorrow.
I hear you.
Yeah, Chuck.
Encrypted. Yeah.
Hey, Chuck.
Oh shit! I thought I was looking at myself for a minute. I was like, "How in the hell did I get on this twice?"
Put on some glasses, and y'all look like brothers.
Chuck, say something.
Hello.
Okay, you're good. I wouldn't hear
You
nothing
messed
from
up,
you.
man. You didn't say
Rush.
your catchphrase.
Yeah.
Rush.
Yeah. What you got? What is it?
Hold up. Hand radio.
Put it in
No.
the middle. Put it in front of you. I can't see it. It looks
Right there.
blurred.
It's a Whistler
Oh, Whistler. Yeah. Is that a scanner?
Fire Police Digital.
Oh. Does it pick it up? Pick up
Oh
everything?
yeah.
Okay. Whistler.
I mean, some of my videos out in the kitchen, you'll hear mine in the background, but that's a different one. That's a Bearcat.
Hang on a minute. Let me write that down.
See
Whistler.
this?
Is there a model number on that?
You see the highlighted screen, Russ?
It's a digital trunking. It's got a number on it, but
Take a picture of it.
try
Why are you so blurry?
WS 1040.
I was talking over you. I was asking a question. Why are you so damn blurry? Can you repeat that, Chuck?
All right. Yeah. Repeat that. Whistler.
Whistler, and then try WS 1040.
WS.
The reason I have the background on blur.
Okay.
Okay. Whistler.
You can
WS.
either do it unblurred or blurred.
Whistler WS 1040. Got it.
I mean,
Okay.
try that, but you should be able to go to whistler.com and
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
check them out. But
Yeah.
it's a digital
What's
trunking.
here? You can run it through the computer, the digital line, or what? Bounce from antenna through your PC, yeah.
I guess I don't know, man. All this digital crap, the analog stuff, kind of like this. If all hell breaks loose and nothing else works, cell phones and all that, this will still work.
Yeah.
Analog, you know. And I think police even have analog backups in case there was like a EMP or something like that that knocked out a bunch of crap. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm still learning a lot of this crap. I just got interested in it. You can ask my wife. I get on something, man, and next thing you know, I got to know everything about it.
Well,
I hear that police scanner in Chuck's videos sometimes in the background.
yeah. I mean, you know, I was in the fire department for several years, and then with me being emergency patrol with the state, you know, kind of hard to get it out of your blood.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, like I said, we're in Hurricane Alley right here, and it would be good to be able to listen in on some of that stuff. But if it's all digital, I don't know.
Right now, I go and do Howard, Carroll, and Frederick. I don't do Baltimore, and
Shut up!
that sounds like my dang cat there.
I'm gonna mute myself.
That was the whole point, Clint.
I can
I'll
throw
tell
that
you,
dagger you have hanging around your neck at it.
Yeah, there you go. Pull and release.
I think I got one shell left in the 22, and she's about to eat it.
I like your fire cups banner back there, Chuck.
Yep, I did that I showed that on my barbecue live.
Yeah.
I got my team fire cups down here, my T-shirts. I got them in. Oh, where you at? This is the black one.
Fucking bugs, man.
Oh wow. Straighten it out. There you go. Straight up.
That's awful. That ain't going. That's too big for you, isn't it? Or did you get it for your boys?
No, that's a 2X. That fits me perfect.
Oh, is that right? I
Yeah.
didn't think I thought you were smaller than that.
No.
Yeah, they look pretty good. All I've seen is the digital version of that logo, so it's like I didn't think how it look on the shirt.
I got 5 from him, I think. So I got Skittles, you know, taste the rainbow.
Yeah.
I got a white, a pink, a green, an orange, and a black. And of course, you know, I got my breast cancer awareness Tiger Fire Cup shirt.
So you got that blurred. Are you purposely? I hear echo. Are
Not
you
me.
purposely taking out the leaving the fire cups unblurred?
No,
had
to
that-
be honest with you, I think it's because it's around me.
Oh, okay.
And see how it showed up more when I put my
Yeah.
hand up.
Yeah, I see that.
It's like my background. I just blurred mine. So
Yeah. Simon's got his blurred. Yeah, the place is a mess, so you don't want to look at that.
yeah, well, I got a big mess behind me. That's why I blur out my background too. So.
And then, like I say, when I put one of the virtual backgrounds up, you know, no matter what I do, I mean, I move out of the picture and I disappear.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
They were saying that was not enough light, right?
I
Yeah.
heard that, and I've got all kind of light around me, as you can see. I mean, I'm not lacking on light.
What's up, Chris?
I guess you gotta be MM now,
I
Randy.
think that echoes me.
Yeah, I like you as a Monopoly man more, Randy, because he had a mustache. Mr. Clean didn't.
Yeah.
And you have to walk around in all white if you're gonna be Mr. Clean.
You know, give me a big gold hoop earring.
Boom.
We definitely got to get some sun on it, man. This motherfucker's white as hell, ain't it?
Well, that'll be. Well, I don't know. Chrissy was talking on the other live about a lot of rain you all were about ready to get. So,
Well, Chris was talking about tornado warnings. Don't you hate that, Buzz? You know you got something, you just can't put your hand on it.
I remember my grandma used to have a police scanner back in the day, and she used to sit there and listen to that damn thing all the time, man. It was always going on next to her.
Yeah.
yeah, every time I went to Grandmom and Grandpop's on my dad's side, go in there and Grandmom, she always be cooking, and then Grandpop, they had like a little kitchenette area, I guess you would call it. And he'd be in the corner with the scanner blaring right behind him, drinking coffee and smoking cigarettes.
Yeah. My first wife, her grandparents lived up in Bay Springs, Mississippi, which is probably about 3 or 4 hours inland from here. And they had this huge CB antenna. And then inside they had police scanners, just passing time, listening to all that stuff.
That's
you know?
nice, Chris. I bet it tastes good.
There you go, Simon.
I use the mortar and pestle and grind cilantro, lime, cumin, peppercorns,
My
onions.
boardwalk is 4 digits. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
telling you, I'm gonna
brisket
give
medic.
me a monocle and a top hat. I'll be on here.
Bristic Medic come out with a video today to where he seasoned his.
Yeah.
He got a brand new mortar and pestle.
Yep.
Who
I
did?
remember,
Okay,
Brisket
okay.
Medic.
Who did?
Brisket Medic.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I too loud or something?
I didn't
No.
know you had to get them damn things.
Two people talking the same thing at the same time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got another friend request from Zach. I'm just ignoring that one. I am friend to him, to one of them, but then now there's another one coming around.
Who's that?
Zach.
Well, that's like you. That's like you, Lance.
Right.
I mean, I'm friends with you on Facebook, and I got another one.
Yep.
That shit was weird. I
Exactly.
deleted it, but
Yeah.
shit was weird, man.
Yeah. I put a thing up. Made a post on Facebook saying, if you get another one from me, something's going on. Someone's too much time on their hands. I guess scan my Facebook, whatever you call it.
It said
That's why I got out of
Facebook.
Facebook.
Yeah, it said I'm doing pretty good, and I have great news to share with you. Guess what? I was like, man, that ain't the way fucking Lance talks to me. He don't ask me,
Yeah.
guess what?
I'll
Right.
tell you, I've had friends that I know I'm friends with, and I'll go in there and look, make sure it's still friends. I'll get a message, but it's a hidden message that you got to accept. They'll let you read it, but if you reply back, then you can talk back and forth, and that's always a scam,
Yeah.
And I'll usually go back to that person's page and say, "Hey,
I don't know how to-
imitating you."
Yeah. I don't know how to get rid of it because I just had an old customer. She just sent me a message today saying that she also got a request, and she moved to Maine 3 years ago. I haven't
Yeah,
done any
right.
work.
There used to be a way, I guess there still is. You can report it to Facebook, and they'll take it down.
Well, I just called Lance. I was like, hey, dude, did you send me a fucking friend request? What are you trying to tell me? And
Yeah.
that is me echoing, y'all. Shit. I knew this was going to I got my microphone and shit, dude. Like the camera picks up the speaker from the computer.
No, you fine. It ain't bad.
That's fine. I heard it when Chuck was saying something. It was
Yeah,
coming
turn the
great
volume
loud.
off your phone.
I haven't heard it since.
Well, I turned the volume down on this laptop a little bit.
Okay.
But the laptop's right here and the camera's right there, so it's picking up the speaker from.
Oh,
Yeah, I got my microphone and my headphones inside. Christy don't like it when I use those because she wants to listen too.
All I hear is the crickets singing in the background.
Definitely me. After this rain all day, now it's not raining. It's just hot and humid, man. It's perfect environment for animals. to
Kind of
come out.
miss the birds, to be
Yeah.
honest with you.
We get
I don't
those
know.
black gnats down here.
Yeah, I don't know, Digits, where they moved. They left from Colonial Beach, Virginia. And where they went to in Maine, I really don't know. I did see a picture of the house that they were looking at, but that's all I can tell you about it.
Yeah, you might have to go to the tanning bed for a few days.
My basil is like sucks. I don't know what's going on with my basil. We've had a lot of cold weather and way too much rain. All my pepper plants are potted. Probably I don't know, I'll say 6 out of 20 plants are looking pretty rough. The basil, the leaves are just dropping off from the bottom.
Really?
Yeah.
I had to redo 3 of my pepper plants. I got 3 that are growing great and 3 that didn't even sprout. So I reseeded them Friday.
My Serrano pepper plant is sprouting chilies right now. It's got like 5 or
Is
6
that
of them.
right?
Yeah, about that long. Right now.
Our weather has been nowhere near that warm. It's just, I mean, I was sitting out here. I had turned the heater on, a little portable heater. Didn't want to fire up the stove or the heat pump because it was 47 degrees in here last night. I said, man, it got that cold.
Yeah, I've been putting mine out for a little sunshine there for the past 3 days. I mean,
If we had,
they're probably about 3 inches tall now. The ones
yeah, if
that
we
are
had a
doing
garden right
good.
now, it'd be blooming. It's been hot, rainy, sunny. If
Like
Christy
a
would have,
greenhouse.
exactly, man. We got a tomato plant out there that's got about 10 fucking softball sized tomatoes on it.
Really?
Nice.
After
I
all
ain't never
that,
heard that.
after all that rain moved out, when I got home yesterday, I had to go pick my wife up. She didn't get off till 11:30. Really, she didn't get out to midnight. So I had to go pick her up since I had the car. And man, the windshield, the back glass, it was just solid wet from all that humidity. It's like,
Yeah,
dang.
man. That's the
Yeah.
way it is in the morning when I go to leave out of here, dude. My company car, dude. It's like I turn the defrosters on and the windshield wipers, but it's like actual water on the inside of the windshield. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I had to turn the defrost on the back glass, the front glass, the side glasses eventually cleared off. Just from driving. But
Did y'all see
I
this?
gotta take a rag to it, man, because my defrosters don't do nothing. They don't. It's not frost. It's actual moisture. I gotta get a rag and
Yeah.
wipe the fucking windshield off.
mine to dry them off. I mean, it don't do it fast, but it will get them.
Blackberry jam sounds pretty good actually on a ham, but you lost me at 5 spice. I just can take very little 5 spice before it's overwhelming to me.
Do 4 spice.
Five
Yeah.
Spice. It sounds like a band, like a fucking Spice Girls band or something.
That's an Asian spice.
God
Somebody was
knows.
asking me earlier about
Wow.
that spicy ass mustard. That spicy ass mustard you get from like the Chinese stores.
Oh
It's got,
God,
like,
that shit's
oil
that
in it.
stuff. I got some up here. That stuff will put you on fire, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got a
they
little-
were telling me
I got a
if I ever
little
used
tin.
that for
There
a
it is.
binder.
Hang on, I'll show it to you.
Yeah, they were asking me if I ever used that for a binder on a brisket. I was like, I don't use binders on my brisket, but they were like, yeah, you should try that Chinese mustard, man. I was like, I ain't never even tried it. So
Oh, is that right? Oh, I love that stuff. No, I'm not a fan of the duck sauce, the sweet sauce you get with like egg rolls or something. I can't handle that stuff.
I like that stuff. All right, the duck sauce. This
All right.
stuff, you mix it with water. It's a powder, and they sell it right here at the Asian markets. And my dad used to use something similar to that on seafood, but my Lord, that stuff's hot.
Yeah,
It's
steam out
you
your
ever
nose.
use it on?
it's
You ever
hard
use
to-
it as a binder, Russ?
No, I've got it to like dip things in, but it's just too hot. I didn't like it. That's the reason I still got it.
Yeah.
But talking about that duck sauce and all that, we ate Chinese last week. Man, he loaded you down with this stuff. It's now I do like their mustard in these packs. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then you got your duck sauce.
Yeah,
But
I
what I
ain't
Duck
really
sauce,
like,
duck sauce ribs.
then I like the soy sauce. You know,
Yeah.
I'll save all these.
That's just
I
one thing I
thought
never got
ordered
into.
soy
I don't like
sauce.
Chinese food.
You don't?
Oh boy, I do. Well, certain ones, like I like the lo mein, like beef lo mein, and then the General Tso's chicken or whatever. I like that sweet and sour, whatever. You know, I like all that pretty good. But what I like about it, for the money, man, we can eat 2 meals off of it. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
I can never. That lo mein's a big container. I can eat half of it, and it's like, man, I can't eat no more.
Well,
You know.
when I was working out of town a lot, I worked out of town for almost 2 years, and that's a quick and easy thing to get, at the hotel. The Chinese people, you get back to your hotel at the end of the night, and there's 4 or 5 flyers on your doorknob, and you can just call them, and
Yeah,
I
they'll
always
bring it
just
to you.
I always just ate the beef short ribs and rice. That's what I always ordered. I didn't like nothing.
Yeah.
nothing else.
When I was
Maybe
out in Virginia, they had more pizza places local that you could shake a stick at. I did not eat a chain pizza the entire time I lived there, but they also had an abundance of Chinese food places, and they would deliver. And there was one of them I ordered from, and man, they had all this tofu in it. I couldn't eat that crap, but the rest of it was pretty good. But right before I left, I found one of the best pizza places and the best Oriental place, and I would go drive to get it because it was right there by me the whole time, you know. But we get in the mood for that every now and then.
Yeah, when I was in Virginia, for a couple months. Man, we ate. There was nowhere to go to drive, so
Yeah.
most of the time order out Chinese food. Like I said, man, I never got into it. I
Yeah.
tried all different kinds of stuff.
Whereabouts in Virginia were you?
Newport News.
That's where I was at. We stayed in Hampton.
Because Tuffy Stone's got his in Virginia.
He's Richmond,
Yeah.
Virginia.
Yeah. Was you
Well,
working at
Newport
the?
ain't what about 45
Yeah.
minutes, an hour away?
I was at the shipyard.
about an
West.
hour.
Newport News? Okay.
Yeah.
Because they got a Navy yard right across that river, James River,
Right
I think.
across. You know
Yeah.
what was cool too? What was cool is we were doing coatings on these ship decks. We were doing metallizing, spraying
Yeah.
zinc on these ship decks, and so that Navy base was right across the river right there, and we all
Mhm.
walked to the front of the ship, and they had a nuclear submarine, and they had the
Yeah.
whole crew out there with their Cracker Jacks on and everything, and the news was out there, and so we walked to the front of the ship, man. That submarine passed right in front of the ship. It was above water, of course, and they had the whole crew out there with their
Yeah.
whole spiel on there waving and had big American flag coming out the top, but they were like, you
Yeah.
see that submarine, you won't see that submarine for 6 months. It'll be underwater for the next half a year. Like,
Yeah.
You know, Huntington Ingalls, they own that shipyard and they own the one that I worked at here. That's why I was up there. I got transferred up there for 8 months, and through my company, and they provided our part. Each one of us got our own apartment, and man, it was. I mean, all brand new appliances, had 2 balconies, patios on it, had a fireplace. They paid
Really?
for all that. They paid for all of our transportation. I was a van driver, and it was like a new, I guess Dodge makes that Caravan or whatever, but it was new, and they paid for all the gas, and that was a pretty good deal. I enjoyed it up there, but
I worked on a USS, the Merchant Marine ship. It was called the SS Madonka.
okay, I worked on the USS Roosevelt, which is an aircraft carrier, and it was in for overhaul after I think it'd been out 25 years. They come back in for overhaul, and they have to redo the nuclear rods or whatever, to
That's
power
one
it.
of them famous ones, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. The class of
Yeah.
aircraft carriers are totally different now.
Right.
That
Dude, I
ship
couldn't
had a
believe
lot of.
I couldn't believe how big that dry dock is out there, man.
Oh
That
yeah,
dry dock, I mean, that ship only took up a third of it, you know.
yeah, yeah. They build theirs kind of into the shipyard, and they build these things on these locks or whatever, and then they flood it and pull it out when it's
Right.
to that point. Then they bring it around to
Two
a
big old
pier. They got all
doors.
these piers. Yeah, right.
Yeah. So we were underneath the
Okay.
ship. We actually sprayed Inconel 625 on the rudders. We did and I was the inspector, of course, but
Yeah,
there's a YouTube video on it. As a matter of fact, we sprayed Inconel on these rudders because those propellers, whenever they have so much force that water hits them rudders and it causes capillation. And
yeah,
the capillation actually like the oxygen molecules go into these little cavities in the metal and they explode. When they explode, it's like it deteriorates the metal. So they put a hard facing. They put an Inconel 625 hard facing on them on the
But,
front part of the rudder.
yeah,
And they were going to drive this ship around for however long they drive it around. They were going to dry dock it again and then measure the thickness of the corrosion to see if that Inconel stopped it. It was like an experiment.
okay,
But, then I'm talking about I was on like a 160, JLG 160, and you can boom up as high as you can boom. It's still not reached the top of the ship, on the
Yeah.
bottom of the ship. You know, that's how.
yeah. That old aircraft carrier I worked on, it was all steam as far as the catapult that shoots the jets off the flight deck and everything. But the newer ones is electromagnets, and they got rid of a lot of that steam piping on all the new ones.
Someone's got
Yeah,
something
exactly.
in the background playing.
Captain Balls knows that cavitation gives off a sonar sound. They want to eliminate that.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's detectable. So the USS Merchant Marine ships, they try to keep them. They keep them like a dark gray color. You know, just keep them from being so visible on satellite imagery and shit.
Yeah.
And so we'd go and they would spray. We'd spray zinc, and then we would spray aluminum, like big chunks of aluminum, to make like a non-skid coating, and then we would paint that with gray paint.
Huh.
Yeah, it was. They say a paint job lasts 8 or 9 years. This is supposed to last fucking 40 years or something.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it's pretty
yeah.
interesting how far all that stuff came, you know. But
This
I know
guy's-
even on the DDGs and stuff we built right here at Ingalls, just the angles of the house and everything is built to like make it almost invisible to radar or whatever, you know. And even their numbers up front, they ghost all that in. You can see it, but it's like ghosted in. It's not real bright or anything, you know.
Yeah. So these
So,
ships were. This is where they would bring, if they needed to, they would bring tanks and shit overseas with these ships. You know, they're merchant marine ships.
Yeah, we build them here, this amphibious assault ships for the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. They carry Marines, you know, wherever they're headed to. But that's what blew my mind when I got to Newport News, man. That's a nuclear facility, and that thing is loaded with armed Marines, you know. And one day we had to take a detour to leave out of there because they were rolling these big nuclear rods in. And man, they got all these armed guards all everywhere. They had snipers in position, you
Yeah,
know,
for sure.
just anybody that might try to do something, you know. Like, holy crap. I wasn't used to that. We don't do that at our yard. Ours isn't a nuclear facility, you know.
So the guy that was there with us, man, this son of a bitch was a major alcoholic. So he would get to work in the morning and he would find some reason to go to Home Depot. Like, oh man, we need to get paint stirrers. I'll be to Home Depot. I'll be back. And he would come back about 1 or 2 in the afternoon. But what he would do is he would go to the bar, and they had the back of the ship drop down. It was a big ass ramp, so you could drive onto the ship.
Right.
Man, this dude come pulling up at like 2:30, dude drunk off his ass, could barely stand up, and he was doing like 50 miles an hour on the ship, like on the deck of the ship.
God.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Mario, but then we were leaving, like I'm saying, like that ramp that goes down to the ground. Well, we're in a van, like a cargo van with seats all in it. That dude hit the bottom of that ramp, dude, dug the whole front of the van into the ground, and man, it was horrible, man. That dude was.
What I remember about that aircraft carrier is my job was right up under the flight deck, and there's places on that deck is just like 6 inches thick. And once it gets hot, it stays hot. And I'm up in them compartments welding, and I'm like, holy crap, it's freaking hot. And it was almost aggravating because they don't decommission it. You still had military all on there and amongst all of us workers. And fire prevention was the number one thing. Everything was TIG welded, including hangers, something we'd normally use stick welding for here. We had to TIG weld everything because the possibility of fire. You had to use fire blanket everywhere, but bumping shoulders with all these cats, it's like, it gets aggravating after a while. But
I'd be curious to wonder if
like
if
a
we were
floating city.
I wonder if you're working on an aircraft carrier.
Yeah,
I'm curious to know if we were there at the same time, just didn't know it.
I was there 2010. Yeah, 2010, and I come back November of 2010.
Yeah, so I think I was there a little bit before that.
I was there 8 months. I could have stayed a whole year, but they didn't tell us that until after I bought a round trip ticket to come home, and they were going to send us home anyway in December. I said, well, shit, I might as well just go back to my yard and stay there. So I wasted money on a round trip. I come back and went back to my shipyard here, and those cats up there were calling me, hey, man, they're saying now we can stay to April. I'm like, son of a bitch. And
I think I was there before you. I think I was there in like 2008, 2007, something like that.
Okay. They were building the USS Gerald Ford when I was there. It was in the airlocks or whatever they call that, dry dock.
So they brought that ship in, and it was flooded, and they closed those big doors, and they pumped the water out, and as the water went down, they set the ship on railroad ties, dunnage.
Yeah, right.
They dunnaged the ship up, and
see, ours is different. The way they launch, they build.
Hey, Lance, I'm gonna drop off. My lights are flickering. So I think it's running, so I'm gonna go ahead and log off.
All right, Simon.
All right, Simon, take it easy, buddy. I'm not going to be too much longer, Lance, myself.
Okay.
I heard Russ talking about a scanner, and I had one, and I wanted to pop on.
Yeah, I looked at that. That one you
say hi to everybody and get a close up of Randy.
Hello, everybody.
And Russ, good to see you back, buddy.
Yeah, man. Well, I ain't back necessarily, but I didn't have nothing going on.
You haven't been doing much lives and stuff. I mean, I know
I waste too much time on it, but I figure I'd jump on here tonight.
You've been sneaking in and out of chats, but
yeah,
good to see you, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. You too.
And Lance, take care of yourself, bud. We'll talk. You know.
You leaving, Chuck?
Yeah, I'm going to hop out. I'll still be in the chat, but I'll be whatever the hell they call that.
They call that masturbation.
No, that's when I go to bed. All right, guys, take it easy.
All right. Yeah, our shipyard, the way we do it, we build them on the land. They're all chalked up with all these concrete blocks and everything. The ship is probably brought up to 80% complete, and they completely paint it. When you see them out there painting it, you know it's getting ready to roll. And their tracks run north, south, east, and west, and they got these little train cart things with these big hydraulic deals, and they get up under that ship and support it, and they'll roll that thing across land and roll it straight into the dry dock, which also has tracks. And then they put the walls up and they sink that dry dock, and then they float it off. They got tugboats to bring it wherever it's going, and from there it's completed. And then once it's completed, it goes on sea trials, and then eventually the Navy takes control over it, you know.
If I show a video, Lance, will that copyright you?
It might.
Like a YouTube video? I don't think it has music. There's a video of us putting that Inconel on the rudders in that shipyard. I was going to show it maybe.
Well, it might copyright it because it's not his content.
All right. Well, I'll just send you the link later.
Yeah. Send it to me too. I'd like to see that.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
got
you
us
said
in,
you got a
it's got us in the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel doing that. And, you know, as soon as I started working with that company, the company was called IMC, International Metallizing and Coatings. And
yeah,
as soon as I got on with them, they found out that I was an inspector, and they were like, "You're going to be our QC guy." So I'm over there checking blast profiles and wet mills and dry mills and thicknesses and shit. Like I didn't actually ever have to do any of the metallizing, but
yeah,
in that video though, I am the one spraying it because we were trying to get the machines dialed in. So once we get the machines dialed in, you know, the right amperage and voltage and shit, then we bring in Panamanians. These Panamanians were nuts, bro. They would do anything.
yeah.
You know, the Panamanians were the ones that did all the application of the paints and shit. But
Okay.
you know, it was crazy too. Like you're talking about painting, man. You know, they put that primer on the bottom of them ships, and they do that anti-fouling paint to keep barnacles and shit from growing on them.
Yeah,
And
right.
dude, I'd be under there watching them Panamanians, and I'd get back to the hotel, and I had a guy that worked nights, and I had myself, I worked days, and I'd show up in the afternoon, and I'd be getting off work, and he'd be like, "Damn, man, you got some sun?" Like, "Nah, dude, I ain't even seen the sun today," and I'd be just covered in red fucking primer, you know, like I was sunburned.
I used to watch them machinists when they were setting those propellers and everything up, and they're pretty cool. Like on them DDGs, the blades can actually spin around, you know,
Right.
like to go in reverse. It ain't like they put it in reverse and back up. They actually flip the you know. But
Dude, I was amazed at how big those things were, and solid brass. Those things were solid fucking brass.
there's one of
Yeah.
them.
Hell yeah.
Those look good, Lance.
Yeah, they look real good.
You gonna put them on your golf bag, Russ?
I'm gonna hang one on my side while I'm cooking. I always need a rag, and well, you got a rag around here? Now I got one. You know, I'll probably hang one up so the cameras catch it.
Yeah. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go pee.
I got to get a beer.
All right. I got a rock. I'll
Another
hold it down.
Shipyard talk.
Hey, Christy, if someone's got my Facebook account, could they mess with my messaging back and forth to a person on Marketplace? I mean, maybe even reply to a question I had, because I'm sitting there since Randy brought that up. So my question is that Randy said something earlier in the week that he thought I got hacked. I made a post about it, but I'm sitting here thinking now that I'm looking at this boat and I'm sending this guy questions, and he's not been replying to me but since Saturday morning. But then he started replying this evening, but again, nothing in between. He's not replying to anything in between. So I'm wondering if these hackers could be replying or responding for him periodically through Marketplace, and I'm thinking it's the actual owner of the boat.
Well, when they do that on YouTube, they're not really hacking your page. They're duplicating it to where it looks like you. You know what I'm saying? They're not actually into your account. They go in there and they might do screen captures of pictures and stuff to where it looks like your page, you know. But if you go to looking at the content, if you post anything at all on Facebook, you'll know real quick it's somebody just imitating you, you know. And they're hoping people will do it to where they can turn. The whole thing is for phishing efforts, you know what I'm saying? Just to try to get people's information somehow. I don't know how it works exactly, but why else would they be doing it?
So when he is replying to me, it probably actually is him.
Yeah, more likely. Yeah. Yeah. What you ought to do, well, I don't know. Will Marketplace let you leave an email address or anything like that, or even possibly a phone number to where you can, or is it all got to be handled there?
No, you can put,
I don't.
Yeah, that's the way I buy stuff off Marketplace. Whenever they do contact me, if I'm interested, I'll be like, text me.
But if you're worried about that, change your password. Go in there and change it and write it down or save it in your phone or something. I do that periodically anyway. If I'm even suspect, especially that's one reason I'm paying for that blue check mark is to where my page is monitored. And the only reason I'm doing that, it's not that I want my personal page. I could care less. I'd take it down tomorrow. But my Smokey Rez page is tied to my personal page. So that's the one I have to protect, you know.
Read Sal's comment, Lance.
I saw that. I read ahead of it because it was a big one. You jumped right on that one.
Yeah, just post it to the chat right now. We'll take a look at it.
What's up, Mr. Guy? I'll send it to Sal first. That way he'll get a head start.
I'll tell you something else to look out for, and I get them probably twice a week. I get a text, and when it shows where it's coming from, it's all these letters and numbers, and it says your PayPal has been limited because of suspicious activity, blah, blah, blah. I go in there and block that, and then I'll report it as junk, and, you know, what else you going to do?
Yeah,
I watched the guy at work. I watched the guy at work, dude, fall hook, line, and sinker for that shit, man. Somebody called him and was like, your computer's been compromised. You need to give me your IP address, and I'm going to go on there and I'm going to fix it. And the dude, we could hear him. And the dude was like, well, the thing is my laptop's at home. I'm on my company laptop right now. And the people were like, yeah, well, that one's fucked up too. Give us the number for that one. And he let him take control and hack the shit out of him, dude. Took everything.
Yeah, Derek called me about a week ago. Said, man, did you get that notification on Facebook saying they took the page down? And
I remember that one.
Yeah, and so I clicked. I looked, and I said, don't pay no attention to that, and I said, don't ever click on one of them links. You go, oh, I knew not to click. I said, just disregard it, report it. That's what I do every time. First thing I do is go in there and make sure my page is still up. And I said, no, that they got tons of links other than me. It's like they're sending it to 100 creators, you know. I've gotten that so many times. Yeah, Netflix too. Yep, 3 a.m. You know that shit's coming from overseas somewhere.
What is that when they tell you your Netflix account's been deactivated or something like that?
Yeah, they keep sending me one that my Keesler credit union account, blah blah blah. I don't even have a Keesler credit union account, you know. It's like y'all are idiots.
Yeah, that shit's ridiculous. I get those messages sometimes saying
Yeah, you got a lot of people just have an urge to click on something, worried about it. Don't ever do that.
Yeah, I just delete that shit. You know, if I go on there and my Netflix isn't working, then I'll handle it. But in the meantime, if it ain't broke, I ain't fixing it.
Exactly right. Exactly right. I think something else is a bad thing to do is, you know how on Facebook you see a lot of ads for what appears to be some pretty cool looking shit, you know, like damn. And I fell for this. Go in there and click and order it, and then next thing you know, they're clipping your card every month. And they don't tell you that up front, you know. So don't buy shit off Facebook, just unless it's Facebook Marketplace. That's local to you. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about these ads that's got all kind of things.
Yeah, I asked Christy about that. She ordered some raised gardens, and we got some sunglasses.
Can you believe that, Russ?
She
ordered raised bed vegetable gardens, and they sent her a pair of sunglasses.
Yeah, I believe it. I ordered one time. It was these old classic cookbooks, like from the old West and this. I'm like, damn, I like to have them. So I ordered it. They sent me some books, but none of them was the ones that they were supposed to send me. And they was clipping my card every month and was going to send me more books that I didn't want. And I nipped that in the bud. If you're ever in doubt, do it with PayPal, because when you pay with PayPal, you're allowing PayPal to allow them to charge you every month. Well, you can go in there and turn that shit off to where they can't, you know. And then this company kept sending me notices, we're going to run your credit, you defaulted by, like, go right ahead.
You know, even when I send super chats to PayPal.
Yeah.
You know, I don't give YouTube my credit card number. I pay with PayPal.
You can turn it off on PayPal just with a few clicks. And I can also stop anything from China. Like if China wanted to clip PayPal, I can turn all that crap off. You know, you can get as secure as you want, but you can't do that with your local banks on their apps. It just don't let you, you know.
If you click that money sign to send a super chat, it'll give you the option to pay through YouTube or pay through PayPal. And I just always use PayPal.
That's a good practice for sure.
Just because I don't know how secure YouTube is, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Obviously not much, you know, all the crap people get away with.
I'm not fixing to put my credit card number 140-216-7225.
Yeah. Yeah. Expiration date was what?
Yeah, 4/22/75. Fucking 11-teen.
These people obviously scam enough people to where they're making money with it because they don't quit doing it. You know, that's like these telemarketers, huh?
When my littlest girl, my youngest child, when she was learning how to count and everything, she had a problem with saying 11. She wanted to call it 1D1. And I thought that was the funniest shit, dude. And now today, even to this day, like somebody asked me something, I'll be reading a number and I'll be like 1D1. I mean 11.
I got a push the other day through my local news here, WLOX news, and some woman got scammed out of $3,000 by somebody local here, and he's behind bars right now. They called him. I was trying to find the article. It's been 4 or 5 days ago. It's probably buried now.
Yeah, I got a buddy that fools with he fools with the dark web, you know, and you got to use they call them torrents. You got to use torrents to unlock things.
Yeah.
And he's telling me what we see on the internet is, you know how an iceberg is underwater and you can only see the tip and everything else is underwater. He's telling me the dark web is, you know, everything underwater, but you have to go into like legit sites and use torrents to unlock the rest of it. It sounds pretty interesting and everything, but
yeah, I've done a little bit of that years ago, and I used to jailbreak my iPhones because iPhone, you know, you can only get apps through the App Store, but if you got this certain thing on your phone, it'll allow you to go in there, and I had some pretty cool apps. I had one that if you grab my phone and try to guess at my password to get in, this is before they had face recognition and all that stuff. Then if it was the wrong password, it would take a picture of you, who you are, and email it to me that I could read from my computer or my phone, you know. And I did that mainly when dating women I wasn't sure about to see if they was going to try to crack into my phone, you know. But that was an iPhone 4. I've done went through a bunch of phones since then, but I quit doing it because I figured it probably ain't really good on your phone anyway, you know.
They say once you jailbreak them phones that you void your warranty.
Yeah. I don't know. That was matter of fact, I did that when I was living in Virginia, and I had an iPhone 4. It was my first iPhone ever, and that's when I went there with 10 years ago or 11 years ago. And when I got back, that's what I started my YouTube channel with, was that same freaking iPhone 4 piece of crap. They've gotten a lot better since then.
Yeah, they say you could do all kinds of stuff. You could change the thing that shows your battery percentage to like a money sign, or like you can do all kinds of stuff.
Oh yeah, they had all kind of apps, man. It's pretty cool actually. I'm like, man, Apple needs to approve some of this stuff, you know. But obviously, it must be something that is not safe for the phone, you know.
Chris. Don't say Mr. Clean 3 times or I'll pop up in your bedroom.
It could let hackers in, possibly, you know what I'm saying? All that stuff's underground. But you talking about them torrents and all that? Yeah, we used to, you know, even them things like Morpheus and LimeWire and all them things we used to use to download and all that, that's kind of getting into that dark web thing, you know, which now if you try any of that, if they still exist, all you get is a bunch of viruses, you know.
Yeah, so you got to be careful about the viruses, but like the torrents, you'll use a torrent to unlock something, and then you use a torrent from that website to unlock something, and then that torrent changes every 15 seconds. So, you know, that dude was literally showing me you can buy dead bodies. Like, you want to buy a body, you want to buy a 17-year-old Indian girl, you can buy a body of them. Like
I'd
holy
be
shit.
scared to even venture into anything like that, not knowing who's monitoring you. You know
Oh,
Yeah.
me too. What's up, Kyle?
that. And what
What's up,
would I
buddy?
do with a
And they
cadabra?
only take Bitcoin for currency. So you
Yeah,
don't use like
I don't trust
using
that crap
Bitcoin.
either.
Yeah, that
Hey,
shit was
Kyle.
crazy. He showed me some of the things that he was into. I was like, oh, you could
Kyle,
buy
tape.
a fucking kilo of cocaine or a kilo of heroin and they ship it to your house. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't doing that.
Hell no. Heck no.
I don't think I turned it off. No, I didn't. Kyle, type 805, so your channel link would come up.
That's not a
Kyle's
rumor. That's
trying to get to 1,000 subs.
what is it?
Yankee Kyle, he's a Yankee baseball fan, but he has a channel. He's trying to break the 1,000.
Christy. Gonna
Yeah.
get Lance put on the watch list.
If Lance isn't already on a watch list, I'd be surprised. All them so-called poblano seeds he ships all over the fucking world.
I know.
He likes
think
those
that,
poblanos, don't he?
I love. I tell you what, I will take a poblano if you haven't tried them over green pepper any day of the week.
Oh yeah, yeah, I like them.
Any day of the week.
I've used them. I haven't used them in video in a long time, but I have.
I love those poblanos.
Fucking Quint.
And Anthony from Fire Cups, he sent me some California poblano seeds, srirachas, and another one.
Which pepper do they use? Like in a Mexican restaurant, you get that. Oh crap! What's it called? Where they use the egg whites on the outside and cheese on the inside.
That's
It's a
chili
pepper.
relleno.
Yeah, chili
that's chili
relleno. Yeah, those are
That's
pretty
a
good.
poblano pepper.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll order
It's
that
like
sometime
stuff with,
just for a
it's
change.
like ground beef and rice and shit stuffed in.
Yeah,
and they
some of them
bread
are
it,
just cheese, with that
Yeah.
egg
Uncle
white.
Dickie. That's Uncle Dickie. That's
Well,
got to be Uncle Dickie right there.
Now that I think about it, Kent
That's
might be
fucking-
the key master for the dark web.
That's Chris. That's
Quint
I don't
got
know
some more
where-
money. It's time to shave some balls.
Yeah. Quint's mistaken balls for Willie.
Yeah, I don't know what Kent's up to tonight. Must
Yeah,
be
chili relleno.
Someone
Must
said
be-
something earlier about he had a leak, and I think it was in his
Yeah.
camper.
Yeah, he told me that earlier on a text. He said he's been playing plumber all morning, but I think he got it fixed.
Okay.
He might be traveling back and forth from the camper.
Chili relleno. I always try to say that. I always try to make it sound like it's a Mexican. Chili relleno. Got to put that spin on it. I can't quite do it.
I'll just
Chili
say it
relleno.
like a southern redneck. Chili relleno. Give me one of them chili things. The stuff with the cheese in it.
I've ate them a bunch of times, man. They're my favorite food, though.
I made
You know,
them more.
I don't really like fucking, look at this motherfucker here. Goddamn big ass spider just dropped down on me.
I see that.
Get your ass over here. Telling you, man, it's like moist and humid and it's perfect weather for snakes and spiders and frogs and shit, dude.
Oh my.
Like spiders and snakes.
Like living in a swamp down here, dude.
She is French breed, but most of the breeders are in Russia, Ukraine, and Poland. I have like 50 Facebook friends in Russia. I had somebody from Russia or he said he was on a video the other day. Greetings from Russia.
Yeah. So sometimes I go in there and watch. He was in the chat a minute ago, James Guype, and he shares my channel out sometimes, and I get that a lot. I got people from Russia and China and all kinds of shit. Hello from China and
Oh yeah.
Okay.
it's cool. You want to watch
Chili
me?
relleno. Chili relleno. Chili Relleno.
There we go, right there. I love these accents. Cheers from Russia. Guys liable to live in Alabama, as far as I know, but there it is anyway.
What are you looking at, Russ? Is that your YouTube studio?
Yeah, that's the comments on my YouTube studio. LA Crawfish Bowl. Love these accents. He's talking about the southern accent, I reckon.
Yeah, man, I haven't looked at my shit in a long time, dude. I haven't looked at my shit in like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I know, Chris. I heard that. Less than 10 minutes from his house.
I keep that on my phone, that app, the studio app, just so I don't have to pull it up on a computer every time. But you said it says studio up top.
Right.
Yeah.
If you go down here to the bottom, if you go down here to the bottom, you can go to your dashboard to see how your video is doing, content, analytics, comments, and how much you've earned.
Jack's asking you want to break the internet?
Huh?
Oh
yeah,
Jack?
but that wasn't Jack's. That was Jack's Jinx was the name of who commented on that. Yeah. He said do an ostrich like beer can chicken, but do it with like a beer keg or something. I'm like, I was going to comment back. I haven't seen an ostrich in my neighborhood yet, but you know.
We got a place down the street that has a bunch of emus, fucking emu farm.
We used to have those around here, but that died out, and that lasted a few years and was gone.
Yeah, you don't hear it any much anymore, Buzzed. I don't hear it hardly at all, as a matter of fact. There was the thing where people were, some young kid was sneaking out of his house and going in people's cars, stealing change out of the consoles. But that's even a year old.
Shit, over here they steal your whole car.
You got crooks everywhere, man.
Man, my truck got stolen one time, man. My truck got stolen, and luckily I had just got my backpack out of my truck. I walked inside the house, and the truck was outside running because it was wintertime and it was cold. I was letting the truck warm up. As a matter of fact, truck just like Christie's behind me. And, I was inside the house, and I glanced up, and I seen the mini blinds on the window turn red, where somebody was putting their foot on the brake to put it in gear.
Oh shit!
And I reached inside my backpack and I grabbed my pistol, dude, and I fucking ran outside. And right as I was lifting that pistol up, they were pulling out the driveway, and I missed that first step and fell, and I tumbled down the stairs. I tumbled down. I live in a trailer house, so I had a porch, and you got to remember that I have cameras everywhere all over this fucking trailer, so that was nice. And so when the cops came in there to, do the police report and everything, I showed on the video, and the cops started laughing when I fell down the stairs. He was like, "You should have shot her." And I was like, "Watch this." And he was like, "Never mind." It ended up being a girl. It ended up being a girl. A female stole my truck.
Yeah, I see people leave their cars running, go into a convenience store and stuff around here. Like, man, y'all are idiots. You're asking for trouble.
It was outside of my house. I mean, like the trailers were next to each other, and you could park in between them, and it was right outside the damn trailer. And
I had a Honda Shadow back in the 80s, I guess it was. Yeah, 80s. It was an 85 Honda Shadow. I bought it brand new, and I bought this really nice helmet. It was candy apple red. And one day I've been riding, and I was going to step in the house, and I laid the helmet on the handlebars just for a minute, and come back out, and it was gone. And it was parked right by my front door. I said, "Son of a bitch!" Somebody walking down the road.
On the video. So I had a video camera on my porch, shining towards where my truck was parked, and then I had another one in the trailer facing both ways down the trailer park. And I didn't even know it, but after reviewing the video, that bitch actually stuck her head inside my door of my trailer and looked to see where I was at before she stole my truck, and I completely missed it.
Wow!
But on the camera, I seen it, and then reviewing the tape, going back hours before my truck was stolen, before I even woke up and went out there and started it, she had been walking back and forth up and down the street, just looking at everybody's trailer, and like I said, man, she stole my truck. Well, I got it back about 2 hours later. They were able to get it. Luckily, I didn't have no gas, so she had pulled over to a gas station, and they were able to recover it. But
Yeah.
She ran from the police in it. When the cops tried to chase her, she had ran through it. She drove through somebody's fence and across their property and tore the bumper up and everything. Insurance fixed it, but still, if I would have had them cameras, man, I'd have never knew. I mean, when something comes up missing, you automatically assume some dude stole it, some thug or something. But it was a female.
This is
John L.,
Here's
did
a
you
little-
get a package from me? Hey, Tarina.
howdy.
Hey, baby.
Howdy.
Okay, thank you. This is from my security camera yesterday, right before we left to go to New Orleans. Hang on a second. This is the Jeep that got stolen up there in Philadelphia, and he was lucky he got that Jeep back. But it's sitting in my driveway right now. That's my youngest son. But at any rate, my wife's parking behind it because those things, people love to steal those Jeeps,
Oh yeah.
He left me a spare key and I put it in my safe.
They say that Jeeps are the number one stolen vehicle.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
It was stolen up there and he was lucky he got it back and had a little bit of damage to it, but the insurance paid for everything. But
I was
it's
just
here, it's
wondering,
gonna stay
John,
here.
because Russ got his package, so I thought maybe you might have.
Yeah, mine came in yesterday.
Someone stole my hair. Yeah, nobody stole my hair, SJ. It was paid for. I sold my hair.
One of my favorite vehicles I ever had was what is it? A damn female broke my
You're
heart.
so damn right.
Chips.
I just thought about that. I sold my damn hair.
Made a pretty little penny out of that hair.
I had a
Yeah.
1988 Jeep Cherokee when Katrina came. I loved that Jeep, and I mean, I just loved the way it handled. And I had done a lot of work to it. I worked in a garage at the time, and I put new air conditioner in it. I put new injectors in it, and it was a real Jeep through the Jeep Corporation before Chrysler bought them out. And I'd love to have another one like that age.
Dude, so Christy's daughter had a Jeep Wrangler, and she was like, "Can you change my brakes?" I was like, "Yeah, no problem. It'll take me a couple hours." Man, I worked on that fucking car all day long. Getting the lug nuts off that fucking Jeep was a pain in the ass, dude. Because they don't
Really?
even have real lug nuts. They have like these pressed on sleeves. Like when you put a four-way on there, try to break it loose, it just spins. Man, a pain in the ass, dude.
Well, when Katrina came, we were upstairs looking out the window down at the parking lot, and the floodwaters come completely over my Jeep. And once that salt water got in there, you could see the windows letting up and down, headlights coming on, all that salt water going in there. And it just screwed that Jeep. And I left it there. And when we came back about a month later, it was just a trip down here and right back up to Illinois. But come down here and somebody had done took all four tires and left it sitting on cinder blocks. It didn't matter to me. I mean, that was the only thing left on it good anymore was the tires.
Dude, Christy has a picture of me, and I'm covered from head to toe in grease. I look like I've been working on like 20 18-wheelers, man, just to do brakes on a Jeep, just to do back brake.
Dang.
Dude, that shit was hectic.
Yeah, I bought that Jeep, and the guy let the gas sit in there. He said it'd been in there about a year, but I think it's longer than that. You ever smelt that old gas smell?
Yeah.
And man, I had to flush out that whole fuel system, and there's a couple injectors that were clogged up or whatever, and so I ended up replacing all 6 of them. It was a straight 6, and shoot, man, that thing run like a top when I got through with it. Brand new AC system.
Yeah, my buddy Mike's Jeep got flooded during one of the storms. He lives down there at River Bottoms, and his house is on stilts and everything. He left his Jeep underneath the house, and it got completely submerged. And the first thing we did when the water receded is went in there and drained everything and just poured diesel in the whole engine.
Wow.
Everything. And the oil, gas, everything. We just flooded it with diesel because he knew he wasn't going to fool with it for a couple of days, but to keep everything from locking up. And we
now,
actually
my
got
son,
that Jeep running again.
my son that you seen in that little short video there, he had I think it was a Toyota pickup truck back then, and he stayed over in Goshen, and it was high and dry. He never got the flood water, and so we did have a way to get around. You know what I'm saying? But I was only there in Pascagoula for another two weeks, and we hauled butt up to Illinois with the woman I was dating. And I stayed up there about 8 months, I reckon, till we got a FEMA trailer down here. Moved back, bought a vehicle.
Dude, I don't know if you watch that guy on YouTube. His name is Mr. Weatherman.
I
You ever
watch
see him?
some of them weather channels.
Yeah,
That
well, his
sounds
name
familiar.
is Mr. Weatherman. But dude, they're predicting we're gonna have a fucking hell of a year this year.
Yeah, that's one reason I've been kind of preparing. I told my wife, I said, you better every time you go to Walmart, pick up a few canned goods, pick up stuff like pasta, rice, whatever.
Yeah.
I said, I got this big shelf. I'm fixing to clear one of them off, and we're just gonna start putting some extra stuff in there, because them hurricanes coming here, you can't buy crap. It's all gone. Start right now.
Cue ball to a 7 ball, huh? Buzzed. You're
I
right.
got a lot of meat in the freezer, which that's the reason I wanted that solar battery I got to keep
I
all
might
that
get
kind
some
of crap running.
electrical. I might get some electrical tape tomorrow and tape on top of my head. That way, when I get a sunburn, I can remove that and I can have a big, Dale
Yeah,
Earnhardt Jr. fucking 3 or something.
yeah,
Nah, so we need to start doing the same thing, Russ, because if they're predicting it's going to be storm, I don't evacuate. That's
Well,
one thing I don't do.
I don't either, and we're overdue for it. We really are. The last
Damn.
storm, and it really wasn't nothing. That was Hurricane Zeta that came through here, and it tore up my front tree right here pretty good, but that was about it. But we haven't. Think about this: the two worst hurricanes ever recorded has hit right here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Hurricane Camilla in 1969, then Hurricane Katrina in 2005.
Yeah.
And Katrina was like Camilla's big sister. Camille was a powerhouse, but it was small and compact in size. To Katrina was way bigger.
Dude, Katrina came in the size of Texas in the Gulf.
Yeah.
That thing took up the whole.
And it was
fucking-
like a Cat 5 at one point, but before it made landfall, it was a Cat 3, but it was pushing that wall of water. And, buddy, I never thought that could happen. I was living in Pascagoula. That whole entire town went about 5.5 feet underwater. All over. I'm like, holy crap. And luckily I lived in the upstairs, and there's ants all in that water too, man. It was washing up ants.
dude.
It was terrible.
Fucking
We were
fire
all
ants.
upstairs. We were hoping that roof would stay on, and finally it blew on out of here.
Yeah, so since my house doesn't flood, even during the worst flood, my house doesn't flood. So everybody comes here. All my buddies, they live in the river bottoms and shit, and their houses flood. Their houses are
Yeah.
on stilts. Don't get me wrong, they're on stilts, but still, if you're
Sure.
on stilts, you can't do nothing. So they evacuate.
Right.
And they
Yeah.
come here, so I gotta
We've
be
got-
prepared for everybody to be here. You know what I mean?
We've got places around here close to the bayous and everything built up on stilts. But yeah, man, I'm expecting a bad one too. I don't know what. I just got that
So-
gut feeling.
Yeah. So I got 2 generators. I got 12 gas cans I could fill up.
Yeah,
And that ain't shit really, but I mean, it'll get me started.
need to get you
But I know
started.
during Ike, when everything was gone, dude. I mean, it was hard to get ice. Like stores were out of power, and
Yeah.
it was just a pain in the ass, dude.
The only thing I've never seen, now I'm not sure about Katrina because we were all electric, but the other storms we've gotten like Frederick, Elena, and ones like that, the natural gas would still work, but just in case, I've got all kind of fire starters. I bought some magnesium and stuff and fire rate rods, all that stuff. I go in the backyard and cook. That ain't no problem.
Well, that's me, man. I mean, I don't have no city municipals over here. I don't have water. I don't have gas. The only thing I have is I'm on septic and grease traps. I don't have sewer systems or nothing like that.
Yeah.
So over here we're kind of standalone. You know, we don't have none of that. The only thing we have from the city is electricity. So if I lose power, I lose water. You know, I got to run my well.
Yeah.
So I have two 5,000-watt generators that I have,
Yeah.
and I'll be
12 gauge
completely reliant
shotgun.
on.
We don't have a
Yeah.
shotgun. That's one thing I am wanting to get, but I got a pistol. My wife's got one, so
Do you have a generator, Russ?
I've got that solar generator.
Yeah, well, not like a whole house type thing.
No. It
Just
would
wired
only keep like the refrigerator and freezer going, and
Yeah.
that's and probably a light bulb or two, and that's about it. You know.
Yeah, I didn't know if you had one of those like Generacs that was wired into your.
No. I would love to have one, but I don't.
Nice.
What the thing is that I can't even get that because they run off natural gas, and they don't offer natural gas where I'm at.
I'm close enough to the interstate. I don't think I'd have to worry about floodwaters, even though the Back Bay, Biloxi, it's probably 8 to 10 minute drive from here, but it would have to do some serious flooding to get up where I'm at, you know.
I do not have one of those big Miller generators, them welding machines. I wish
Yeah,
I
there
did.
you go. Yeah.
I wish I did. And to answer Cock and Ball's question, dude, I have a 650-foot deep well. I have an artesian well.
There you go.
So yeah, so that motherfucker right there. I don't ever have to worry about running out of water. I just have to worry about running out of electricity to get the water out of the welding well. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
that's-
ours was 600 feet too.
That's the problem. Even
Yeah.
these gravity fed water tanks, they still got pumps on them to get them everywhere. All that's down, and then you got to boil all your water and stuff. So I told my wife, I said, every time you go to Walmart, at least once a week, buy the big cases of water, and we'll put it in that spare bedroom in the back. Just stock up on that crap, you know.
So my well goes past the first water table to the second water table. It doesn't even go
Okay.
to the first. Like I'm telling you, the water that comes out of my sink is like bottled water. It's perfect.
Pristine, yeah.
Yeah.
It comes out at like 68 degrees, which is horrible for the kids because they get out there and want to play in the water hose or something. And I got ice cold water fucking spraying out there.
Yeah, I drank
But-
some water at Derek's house the other day. Man, that was some good tasting water. The dang, he said, "Yeah, we got good water here."
Yeah, we got great water here.
Yeah, ours
That's
in
what,
Mississippi,
I don't
it
drink
never
city
has
water.
been that good.
Yeah, I don't drink city water and shit, but you know, over here, you go to our refrigerator and you put your cup up under that thing, you know, a little deal on the
Yeah.
refrigerator. It comes out ice cold and delicious. Like it don't have that real mineral taste to it and shit.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now we got a water filter like on our faucet in the kitchen. My wife
Yeah.
she has to buy one every now and then when the power goes out on it. But you turn the switch and all the water is coming out of there is filtered. But that's
Right.
pet water, you know, like coffee and pets and stuff. You know, we just drinking water. We buy bottled water.
Yeah, that was one of the things about me buying this house is they were like that was one of the like 4-bedroom house, this many 2 acres, whatever, artesian well. And I was like, what in the fuck are they advertising that for? You know, like what the hell's an
Yeah.
artesian well? And I was explaining like it's to the second water table.
Right.
I was like, yeah, cool.
Ours is coming out of some aquifer in Baltimore, Maryland.
There used to be places on the side of the road that was artesian, naturally coming like out of the rocks and stuff. You know.
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah.
place up the road from me. Every day you go by there, and you'd be surprised that the cars are parked on the shoulder, and there'll actually be 2 or 3 people waiting in line
Yeah.
to fill their jugs of that water come up out of the ground.
Yeah.
Take it back home. Natural
Mom-
spring.
My mother used to have big fish tanks, and she would go to them artesian wells in our area. You know, you had to go inland to go to them, but she had a place she'd go, and she would replenish the water. You know, with that water. Sometimes she'd
So-
catch rainwater. You know, but you can't trust rainwater nowadays.
I have a RODI system for my salt water for our reef aquarium. You know, we got all that special coral and shit.
Yeah.
So if you go in there where my washer and dryer is, I got 2 of those big gray brute trash cans, and the water comes into the house and it goes to a 5-stage RODI filtration system, and it fills one of them up with fresh water, and then from there it pumps into another one, and Christy mixes salt in that, and that's what we keep pre-mixed salt water for our tank.
Okay.
I mean, it's an elaborate system. Trust me.
No, I always wanted a saltwater aquarium, especially back when I used to scuba dive and everything, but I just
Yeah.
never did. I love them. They're nice, but I just never did it. I'm gonna
Chris,
get a
you gotta-
beer.
Okay.
Total
Chris, did you
dissolve
check out
solvent.
those? Chris, did you check out those that channel I was telling you about? Those guys that were saving all the tropical fish in Florida. Man, I stumbled across this site, Randy. It was so cool. These guys, except for one of them, one of the guys is a little annoying to listen to him. But there's this guy that had a big ass piece of property in Florida, and he had this huge, like an
Shit.
in-ground
I still had a
swimming
half
pool,
a beer.
in-ground swimming pool, and he had these ponds dug around on his property, and for whatever reason, he stocked these huge ponds with tropical fish. Well, the guy lost the property. Something happened to him where he lost the property, and apparently Florida's having a lot of bad flooding going on, and these ponds are like overflowing into what was a demolition in-ground swimming pool, which create like water pockets, and these guys are going in there and netting up just 50 tropical fish, cichlids. I mean, the cichlids are spitting out their babies when they catch them. I mean, they're just all kinds of fish that these guys are catching, and they're taking them back home, and they built these ponds at their houses trying to save these fish because they're going to come in there and they're going to fill in all these ponds and
So
stuff.
that's definitely fresh water then.
Yeah.
I tell you what happened here in Biloxi or Gulfport when Katrina came. They had a marine life right there on the water, the beach area, a marine life with porpoises and sharks, what I'm talking about. And that completely destroyed all that, and all those trained dolphins, porpoises, whatever you want to call them, seals, all that stuff, man. And they were just gone. They found a lot of the porpoises offshore, but like, that's crazy, man.
These
Yeah,
guys are coming out.
This tank. Go ahead, Lance.
These guys are coming out with Plecos. They're just look prehistoric. I mean, spikes on them and shit. Really wild looking.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find a.
Yeah, so our fish tank, man, we have all different kinds of corals and anemones, and we have some fish, but it ain't really for fish. We grow a lot of corals, so I mean the tolerance for these things is like it's on a minute scale. Like the nitrate can be within 10 points of each other, and like the total dissolved solvents and all these like tests we have to do on the water and shit. So if you don't have that, reverse osmosis deionizing water process, you start off with bad water, you're not gonna be able to grow none of that shit.
Yeah.
So, it's just
There used to be a place called Cleavers, and she was an old lady. She ran these pet stores until she was probably well into her 80s. But none of her children ever wanted to pick it up. But she was huge into saltwater tanks. I mean,
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah, that was a picture from back when Marine Life, that was right there in Gulfport. But all that's gone now. And all of them dolphins and everything got released into the Gulf. The water just went completely over it, so they swim out.
yeah, having your regular fish tank like what you would have in a house, to have the shit you see in like Petco and stuff to what we raise is apples and oranges. I mean, this shit is.
Oh yeah, no, there's definitely a big difference. I couldn't get over the population of these tropical fish. These guys are going in creeks and netting out tropical cichlids and stuff, and Oscars and Jack Dempsey's out of the creeks.
People releasing them.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta pee.
Right. Well, there is some fish. I was really surprised to one of them. I think it's what's another Florida fish, Russ? Real popular. It's not tilapia. No, I'm sorry. It's not orange roughy. It is tilapia. Tilapia is very invasive.
Oh yeah, it's
to
not from here. That's all from like Africa or somewhere. A whole
Yeah, they
different
were
continent.
saying these guys were like catching all these babies, and
Yeah.
they weren't allowed to remove them. They actually had to leave them there so they would die. That and there was a certain breed of an Oscar. I can't remember what the name of that one was, but
Yep.
that was the same thing.
You might remember me talking about that not long ago. We had a place up in Escatawba called Sea Chick, and some of them got out into like a spillway that eventually connects to the Pascagoula River, and they had to go in there and deplete all the oxygen and kill them all. But I don't know how many, because we used to go in there fishing with cane poles, trying to catch them. They're pretty good when you catch them fresh like that, but something about tilapia, man, I don't know. It's just a weird fish, and I can't bring myself to eat them no more. A lot of them are raised in China is the reason, but
The orange roughy, I love orange roughy, man. I think
yeah, I
that's
like our native fish, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
some more than
I
others.
got something to show you, Russ. So some of it's starting to pan out. I haven't got a bunch of it just yet.
Those fish you are talking about are called snakehead. Those snakehead fish.
Yeah,
those
they're
walk
catching
on
them
the
up
water.
there around around
Yeah,
Maryland
them
and
things
stuff.
can use their fins and they can walk on land. They can survive out of water for so many minutes or hours or whatever, and they'll walk to another pond and overpopulate that pond.
My buddy Sam up there with Maryland Outdoors, he keeps wanting to send me a snakehead if he can get one caught good size and like use dry ice or whatever to ship it to me so I could do a video with it. But I've
I
never.
just got a piece of it.
What is that? Is that snakehead?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just got it last weekend.
Okay. Yeah, he's supposed to send me some one day and wants me to do a video with it. He
It's
said
real
it's-
white, flaky. I'm going to get some to you, Russ, but this is all I got right now.
Oh no,
I
that's
didn't
fine.
know how the guy. See, I always thought that this red vein, you had to cut that off, but I don't know.
It depends on the fish, like redfish, all that's got
Yeah,
that. But
redfish.
if you're
I
dealing
cut
with a
that off.
shark or something, or any big, like deep sea fish, you want to get rid of that bloodline. But you probably
Yeah.
okay with that. Even catfish has got a bloodline, but I don't never cut it up.
On drum, redfish and drum, any kind of drum, black drum, red drum, whatever. I cut that bloodline off.
Yeah, it's pretty strong, but it's even worse with the bigger, like the shark which I don't care for shark much anyway.
I don't like shark either.
Yeah, but any of those big fish, have a hefty bloodline, like a lean.
Yeah.
They got a bloodline. You better get it out. It don't taste good at all. Cut that
Well,
out
you know
down
what-
both sides.
Or bluefish.
You know what a good fish is? That a good fish that is in our area, Russ. That a lot of people don't really understand how good they are. Is fucking triple tail, man.
Oh, I love triple tail. I did a
Oh,
video
okay.
on that. Probably 5, 6, 7 years ago. I don't know. Yeah, that's a prehistoric looking fish, and it's very elusive. The way you got to
Yeah.
catch them and everything. But that's delicious.
So over here in Galveston Bay, what they do is the triple tail, they live underneath seaweed patches.
Mhm.
They're real lazy fish. They don't swim.
Yeah.
They don't hunt. They're like opportunistic hunters.
Right.
And so what
you
they do is
drag
they go
that shrimp bomb, and he'll come out and get it. You
Right.
know.
So what they do is they take pieces of plywood and they drill holes in the corner of the plywood, all four corners, and they rope these plywood pieces together and they make artificial seaweed patches, and them triple tail
Yeah.
lay up under. And them sport fishermen, they go over there and they cast around them. They let it sit out there for the weekend or something.
They'll even get around buoys and stuff, like in the
Right,
shade and
yeah.
just be hanging out.
They're lazy.
And you
They're
can-
lazy fish.
You can throw beyond that buoy, like on the other side of him if you can see him, and just retrieve it back in. He'll usually come over there and grab it. But
Yeah.
I think
Triple
another
tail.
good eating fish is trigger. They're hard to clean because they're like leather, but trigger fish, those are really good.
Yeah.
they're saying this is something weird. I just learned this over the weekend. So we've been having so many conversations about snakefish here around my area and how they're so invasive, and they do walk on land. They don't know how they got here. Someone brought them in and released them.
That, or a lot of times it's ships that come from other countries and they get sucked into the ballast tanks when they're small. Then they pump
Right.
them tanks out, and that's how a lot of that
There they
tiger
go.
shrimp,
Right.
all that's getting over here through ships.
So tell me if this makes sense. As a matter of fact,
You're not supposed to be able to release them. If you do catch a snakehead, you're supposed to kill it.
you're supposed to kill it. So I just got my current freshwater license, and there's an article in here, and I just had a conversation at my local sports shop Saturday.
Is that a freshwater species?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know how those got in there then, because most of your ships are coming across the sea. My God, it's an ugly fish.
They're saying that our DNR, now this is what, so it's against the law, okay? So they're in here, they're actually going to open a tournament up for snakeheads. But our DNR, what's up, Ron? Check out Ron Wayne. You want to see some badass guns, like BB guns and shit. You'd never know they were BB guns. But so our DNR are going to catch the snakehead, tag them. So if you catch them later, you can turn it in for $10, $15, something like that.
A bounty, huh?
So, but you caught the fish. So why are you going to tag it and release it to maybe it has babies and offsprings?
Yeah, go ahead and
Why
kill
don't
it.
you just kill that son of a bitch? Then it just don't make sense to me. But
Nah,
you know,
you're right.
I'm not in charge of the DNR.
Catch one, Lance, and give it to me. I want to throw it in my pond back here.
Oh, it won't live that by that time it got there.
Yeah, that's an
I'll
ugly
show you
looking
another
fish.
picture.
They got them walking catfish too that walk over land.
So I got my pool, my in-ground pool that I have in the backyard. You know, me and Chrissy's turned into a pond now, and I got catfish in there. I got koi fish. I got all kinds of shit. I want more fish in there. I want a snakehead.
The snakeheads are supposed to be related to a dogfish, which I'm not familiar with. But
I've heard of dogfish.
We have dogfish in the saltwater. You know, they're like
Yeah.
toadfish, dogfish. They have little hands on the bottom of them. You ever caught one, Russ? They got little fucking crawlers, man.
Yeah. I don't know if
Well,
I've ever
that's why
caught
they-
one, but I've caught plenty of them oyster fish, man. Them things
Yeah.
scare me. They say they can bite your finger off, but
You
I don't
goddamn
know.
right.
That's why they say they're related to the dogfish, because the snakehead can walk.
I didn't know they got that big though, man.
good gracious.
That's one right there.
Yeah. Yeah, Sam up there out Maryland's Outdoors channel. He goes
Yeah, I
snake
started
head
following
fishing
him.
a lot. Yeah.
They just posted a video last week where she got her crabs first of the season.
Yeah, that's mainly what I watch from him. He does other stuff, but I watch all his crabbing. That just intrigues me the way they crab up there in Maryland.
What
with
is
those
that?
trot lines.
What is that carp? You know that they got a carp that gets spooked by boat motors. They say they fucking knock people out of their boats and shit, dude.
That's
You seen that before?
what Buzz is talking about, the Asian carp. That's what he's talking about right there.
Do they got people that wear helmets when they're driving their boats? Because some bitches get spooked by the boat motor. They
Oh,
jump above-
yeah. I've seen it knock you out. Yeah.
Yeah, knock you out.
I've
They got
had
people that
mullet.
drive down the river with nets and they try to catch them out of the air and shit. You know?
I've had Popeye mullet jump in the boats before, you know.
Yeah, I have to. That's one thing I still can't get over, Russ. You're gonna have to convince me, man. Eating
What's
fucking
that?
smoked mullet.
Oh,
Smoked
man.
mullet.
I would convince you. I guarantee you. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure you would like
I'm
it.
gonna need convincing. I'm gonna need convincing because I promise you, man, I've caught several mullet. We use them for cut bait and shit, dude. They're black inside. Ugh.
Well, yeah, they're good for bait, but these big ones, man, they're fine smoked.
Yeah.
What was
I seen that shit when I was in Miami for the first time. They had on the menu they had smoked mullet, and I was laughing.
Yeah,
my
it's
ass
big
off.
in Florida. It's big in Florida. I
They
do
say
a
it's
Florida
different.
style with it's 60% like Louisiana hot sauce and 40% yellow mustard. Mix them together real good and baste that. But when you put it on a smoker, man, that's some good stuff right there.
They
I got
say
a
the
video.
mother
Matter of fact, I did them on my Kamado Joe, and my granddaughter at the end of it's in it. But I wish I could have captured it while she was eating it. So I go, oh my god, this is good. You know, she loved it. But
Yeah, they say though on our side of the Mississippi River, it's different kind of mullet over here.
dogfish, that does look a lot like a shark.
Yeah, that's what Chris is saying. I mean, Cock and Balls is saying.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, that looks nothing like a snakehead.
no.
Yeah, ballyhoo.
Oh,
Ballyhoo's one of those. A lot of people use ballyhoo for bait, but ballyhoo, I mean, if you get off far enough offshore and you start catching them, they're good for.
Buzz,
Make
if you
us-
get a chance to try that snakehead, eat that. Try it. That's some really good fish.
You've ate it before, Lance, so that's your first time.
No, I've had it before. I just can't get it. You can't
Oh,
get
yeah?
it around here. But yeah, that at one time, it was even Maryland said, "Well, you can't even sell this stuff." So you couldn't even get it at a restaurant anymore. But they're starting to rethink things, get a little bit more sensible about it. It's like this thing I just over the weekend. I just don't get my head around that. You're going to catch something that's against the law for me to catch and release, but you're going to catch it, tag it, and release it for me to catch later when it's already right there. You know, it just don't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's crazy because you're allowing it to reproduce.
Right?
There you go, Randy. The Wet Net Mullet Fishing Society. I'm a member of that on Facebook, and all these guys post all these pictures using their cast nets and just bringing in these massive mullet, and that's what they all do with it.
Invite me.
They
Hit that
smoke 'em.
invite button. Hit that invite button, Russ, and invite me to it. I'll go check it out.
Yeah. Let's see here.
What's up, WAP?
Invite.
Watch a video of this guy catching crabs.
Ramdy
Ramdy.
Shifter.
Ramsey Shifter.
Just
So I got a lot of. I'm on Facebook. I'm in a lot of like Galveston fishing and Texas City fishing, the dike, the Texas City fishing dike. I'm in a lot of those groups. I like to watch and see what everybody's catching.
You'll see posts from my brother Barry Jones on that forum. He's the one who sent me an invite 3 or 4 years ago. But he makes cast nets, mullet nets, we call them, with the bags and all that. He's been doing it for years. I got a brand new one he built me, and it's over at Derek's place.
Those are against the law in Texas. Seine nets, bag seine nets. You know,
No,
like
these
a
ain't
seine
saying
net.
this is a cast net made just for mullet.
Huh.
I mean, you can use a braille net like you catch bait with and everything. You know, it'll catch them too. But these are specifically designed for mullet when they're schooling.
Yeah.
Derek got into something so thick one day. There was a man over there watching him. The man had to come help him pick that net up. There were so many mullet in there, and he didn't have no fishing license at the time. He's like, "Hey man, you want these mullet?" He gave him every one of them. Thank God, man, you could have brought a few back to smoke. You know.
I've been there with shad. You know, when shad get big, they're considered menhaden. That's what they call them. And, you know,
Yeah,
they're
man.
palm-sized menhaden. And I've thrown my cast net off the bow of the boat before and start pulling it up and think I got, like, oh shit, I got a rock or something. Pull that son bitch up, it's just full of menhaden. I just I unlock it. Fuck it. I don't need all these fish.
Yeah.
My live well on the boat. Yeah.
In the fall of the year, the mullet will come in shore up in these bayous, kind of like speckled trout and everything else does, and redfish. And you can just throw off the bank, man, and load up on them when they're in here. They don't stay long. They turn around and you'll go back a couple weeks later, they're gone. But the best tasting ones come off there by Horn Island, Pettit Boy Island. They got the sand bottoms. Once they get in this mud and stuff, they don't taste as good.
Yeah.
There's a place in Virginia, not too far from where Russ and Randy were, Northern Neck, Virginia. I mean, it's like you got to go a little further down there. Reedville, Russ and Randy. You remember a place called Reedville, Virginia? While you were
I
down there?
Virginia's on the Atlantic coast.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it's Reedville. It's Northern Neck, Virginia. It's right before. It's probably, I would say, I guess you would call that east of like Williamsburg, where Trina's family's from.
Yeah,
Um,
I've been to Williamsburg.
they had a place. I'm seeing what this Manhattan. They have a Manhattan museum down there in Reedville. Small ass little museum, but I tell you what, it's the coolest damn thing. It's old videos, old movies, how these flyovers, and they would see these schools and Manhattans, and these ships would just like be deployed to go chase these Manhattans,
Huh.
catch them, and all that. A lot of old pictures, artifacts, but it was the coolest damn thing. But so I saw Manhattan. I said, damn, I ain't seen that word in a long ass time. But they were used for the oils. Yeah, they used them for the oils.
I tell you what, that Virginia was pretty interesting. There was a lot of history there. Was it Yorktown, Jamestown, all them places? We went and visited all that. You could see the cliffs and everything, like where we took care of all the British when they were coming in here to invade and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of history there. But Williamsburg, we were just trying to use up the gas one day because they were sending me more money on gas than what we were using. And I didn't want to have to pay all that back. So finally, I told them just quit paying me the gas money. At the end of it, y'all can reimburse me. I'll save all the receipts. But anyway, we were just driving one day and we drove into Williamsburg. I didn't even know where I was at. I was just driving. All of a sudden, we come into this historical looking place and there was a place to park. You get out and you walk. And I'm like, dang, man, this is cool as shit. They even had the places like the stages where they used to sell slaves and stuff. I'm like, dang,
the governor's mansion. So you did the governor's mansions tours and all that.
Yeah, all that. And all
And they
these
have
women
the-
and men dressed up like they did back then. And
Yep.
it
They still do that.
It was pretty cool. Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
they
only 10, 11 years ago.
Y'all do the Christmas walk. The Christmas walk, there's thousands and thousands of candles that are lit and stuck into these like socks or containers of some type. And they light trails. And all the Christmas decorations in Old Town are old shut. It's not electric, Christmas lights and stuff.
Yeah.
It's old handmade decorations, candles that are burning, that kind of stuff. Really cool tour.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff is functional, like women in there cooking and making candies, and I mean,
yeah.
it was an operational city. It's like, man, this is really cool.
Yeah, they do that down here in Galveston. They have Dickens on the Strand where everybody's dressed up, and they have all the Strand. They do that shit year round over here. But during Christmas, it's all done up and Dickens on the Strand. And
yeah,
they got all the people dressed up in old clothes, the old garb.
Got all these actors that work there, I reckon.
But you're right. They got all the old kitchens going and everything.
I've got pictures of all that somewhere. From my stay there. I don't know where they're at, but yeah, pretty cool.
Williamsburg's a neat little place.
Yeah, it is. But even
Like
at Yorktown and all that was really cool.
Yorktown, all that's really neat.
A lot of it's still there, I mean, they preserved it well,
Yeah.
And when you're driving through there, you can't help but think about what it was really like. And you're actually there where all this war and stuff is happening, battlefields and stuff.
Yeah. You can go into Yorktown and get on a ferry ship. And it's actually one of the only other ways to get into there, but and get over to Smithfield, Virginia. Well, the Smithfield hams and all that, bacon and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy that area.
I like it right here in Channelview where I'm at, dude. I can walk out right here in the front yard. Usually, I can see the San Jacinto Monument from here. That's a cool place to go visit. The San Jacinto Monument. We lost the battleship. The battleship's in Farmer's Copper right now in a dry dock getting refurbished, but it'll never come back here again.
The only thing we have around here that I can think of, and I don't know if it's even still there. I'm sure it is, and I've been to it. Well, there's a couple of things in Biloxi. You got the Jefferson Davis, not shrine, but whatever the word is. It's his home. He was a Confederate president, and we used to take field trips when I was in school there, and you could buy souvenirs, and it had a basement or a cellar. You know, they even had locks of hair from him and stuff like inside plastic. And but in Pascagoula, the town I was raised, they had what they called a Spanish fort, and it's right on the off the Pascagoula River, and it's a little small building, you know, but a lot of artifacts here, arrowheads from the Pascagoula Indians, and all that was war driven, you know. But
If you went a little west of where the area that we were talking about in Williamsburg, Russ, there's, for whatever reason, a lot of our generals and presidents and stuff came out of like Fredericksburg area. You got George Washington's birth home. You have, and it's still all open for tours.
yeah,
Childhood home, his mansions, James Madison,
wow,
same thing. There's several of them around here. They're still open for tours, restored.
yeah,
There's several. I think I can't remember the third one right off the top of my head, but there's 3 of them. That's all within hours from where I'm at, but from where you were working at, maybe an
Yeah.
hour and a half west.
yeah. That Jefferson Davis home, I'm sure it got its share fair of damage, you know, in Katrina, but it was still standing, unlike everything else. And in Pasco, they got a place called the Longfellow House where Longfellow lived. It was still standing. I'm like, I want a house built like those.
Yeah,
You know?
you got that right. Fucking hand sawn planks and shit.
Freaking beams in there for 2x4s
Yeah.
and stuff, you know.
Yeah, that's the thing about Galveston. I mean, the Great Storm of 1900 and all them churches and all that shit were built out of sandstone. So you know, the erosion just took away from it. It didn't knock it down. It just eroded it. You know.
Yeah.
We do. I'm sorry, Randy. Go ahead.
No, that's all. I was done.
We did a lot of work for a place called Rose Hill. Rose Hill was they called it a mansion back then, but I don't know if you ever heard the story of Dr. Mudd. Dr. Mudd was later found out that his sister was a traitor for the Confederate Army. But Dr. Mudd was actually one of George Washington's personal physicians. And the room in the house and stuff is still dedicated to George Washington. It's cool as shit.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
I
But
gotta
Randy
take a
was
leak,
talking
guys.
about those beams. I'm sorry?
All right.
I got to take a leak. I'll be right back.
Okay. He was talking about those beams, Randy, in the basement of this place. You can see these big hand-cut, dovetailed beams and stuff. It's bad as shit when you go into this house. But
Yeah.
oh, like you're saying too, the sandstone, the bricks they're like collapsing. We were going in there and actually having to build supports. You know,
Are you working
keep.
there?
Not now. I used to. We've done work there a lot at Rose Hill Mansion.
Dude, they got a
I mean,
thing, you know, down here in Galveston. They got, you know, you go the tour and you can tour all the old churches and shit. But evidently, during the 1900 storm, you know, whenever Galveston got just completely wiped out, before the seawall was built and everything, supposedly some nun took like 19 children into this church, and you know, the church is still standing today, but everybody ended up dying. Whatever happened, but I never done it before. But supposedly you could take a tour over there, and it's a real like true to the game haunted fucking place. Like
it's all right.
supernatural shit happens there, and
Yeah.
it always sounded interesting to me. I never done it, but I mean, shit, it's an hour away. Probably shouldn't do it, but
Or like where Simon lives at San Antonio. That area's got a lot of history in San Antonio.
yeah, for sure. In San Antonio, that's one thing I've never done either, man. I can't even call myself a Texan. I guess I've never been to the Alamo. Never done none of that shit, man.
Yeah.
And it's all
It's
right
like
here.
stuff
next to
right
me.
here. We're sitting here talking about all these general homes and stuff like that, and the president's homes. You know, the only reason why I would even toward them is because I was chaperoning my children's field trips, and I
Right.
would see them. I knew they were there, but I would drive by them, but I'd never make the time. It's like one of those things that you sort of live here. It's just not as big as a big factor as if Russ came
Right.
into Virginia. He'd want to be all about that. I mean, or Randy came in here and said, I want to see all this stuff.
Yeah.
And being
Have you
from
ever
the
been to
area,
Alamo?
like, I'll do it one day.
Somewhere
Have you
on YouTube, I'm gonna see if that's still there. I actually posted videos before I started Smoky Ribs, and it was just under my name, Russell Jones. But I had a lot of video footage from up there when I was in there. I'm gonna see if that's even still up.
Have you
I
ever
might-
been to the Alamo, Russ?
Huh?
Have you ever been to the Alamo in San Antonio?
No, never.
I mean, neither have I. I heard that it ain't very big. Like you see pictures of the Alamo and shit, you think it's a big place. I heard it's a little bitty small ass building.
There's
I
some
don't know if
crazy
that's still up
history
there or
around
not.
here. Fredericksburg is some of the biggest Confederate battlegrounds ever. I mean, they're huge history. Spotsylvania. I mean, all that's within an hour's drive.
All around the San Jacinto Monument. That's where the Battle of San Jacinto took place. Evidently that's where they killed Santa Anna, or I don't know exactly what, but they got all the graveyards around there, and those tombstones and shit still stand. They say that them tombstones is whenever they found a soldier dead, that's where they buried them. So that's why they're so sporadic around there, because they buried them where they laid when they died. It's a huge fucking cemetery,
Yeah.
Yeah, Buzz Barbecue. That's where Busch Gardens. Tarina worked for Busch Gardens when she lived in that area.
Yeah.
There in the kitchen and restaurant, whatever.
Well, Buzz
I've
is
never
up there
been
by
there.
you, ain't he, Prince?
No, he's in Tennessee now. No, he's in Arkansas. He's in Arkansas. He used to be up here, yes.
Yeah, I found that very, very interesting.
Gettysburg is a big ass place.
No.
Chuck, you're absolutely right.
Vicksburg, Mississippi, they do reenactments there every year of the Civil War. That's right there on the Mississippi River in the Delta.
Mhm.
I've never been to one,
that here
but
too.
I would like
Yeah.
to.
They do that here too. They got all the actors dress up, and I remember when I was a kid, man, we went over there. My mom and dad took me there, and I'm talking about I was probably Cody's age, like Chrissy's son's age, and they're shooting muskets and everything at each other, but they're
Yeah.
blanks, But
Yeah.
the gunshot scared me. Like I was like watching the reenactment of the Battle of San Jacinto, and they're out there fucking pop, 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 shooting at each other and shit. Dude, as a matter of fact, every year when they do that, I can hear that from my house. I can hear all the gunshots and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Buzz,
I want to go watch that movie
Mount
again.
Vernon, that was when he was an adult. I'm talking about all of his childhood homes and stuff like that are in the Fredericksburg, Virginia area. Dr. Mud House and Stratch Road in Clinton. Yep. He was the one that I'm sorry, I did say Mud. Mud was the one that stopped John Wilkes Booth, dressed his wounds before he went over into Virginia and was captured or killed. This was Dr. Brown. I'm sorry, not Mud. This was Brown, the one that his sister turned out she was a traitor, and he was the personal physician for George Washington. But you're right, Dr. Mud is he is the one that did John Wilkes Booth.
He said, I heard Lincoln wore a dress in Gettysburg. If that was nowadays, Bud Light would sponsor him.
Chrissy's dad retired from the Budweiser brewery here. He worked there for 30 plus years or whatever. And so he still knows everybody that works over there, and he still, talks to everybody. And apparently Budweiser's coming out with a Harley Davidson Bud Light can now to try to recoup the losses.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, they're going to come out with the Harley Davidson. So get ready to see Harley Davidson get shit on pretty good.
it's so obvious what they're doing. You know, I mean, the damage is done. I swapped and I ain't going back.
I still drink Budweiser. I can't drink Budweiser right
That's
now.
what, yeah.
They're the heavies.
Yeah, no.
I got 3 left.
Well, if
I
I'm
got to
getting-
hide it because of one of Russ's buddies
I'm
sees me
drinking.
drinking this last box I have. I'm going to get an earful, so I camouflaged it because I'm not going to throw away what I had left in that 24
I'm
pack.
drinking.
get you one of them.
I'm drinking iced tea. I'm not drinking alcohol. I haven't been drinking alcohol for a while.
Give your liver a break, man. I haven't been drinking much. Well, I think I was still on my first beer when I come in here. I've only had a couple more since, and normally I done killed a 12 pack. I don't know. I just haven't been wanting it much.
Yeah, so evidently they're going to come out with a Harley Davidson can, like trying to backdoor this whole fucking.
Well, they done pissed off all the blue collar workers. Now they done pissed off all the left wing nuts. Now they're going to piss off the bikers.
Yeah.
Watch, it's fixing to happen. Like that's in production now. Is the Harley Davidson can? Like,
Golly.
yeah, let's tear it up even more. Because how many bikers do you know that drive Harleys and shit? They're gonna be like, "Hey, I'm rocking a Bud Light can." After all this shit, you know?
Yeah, nobody. That's what I said.
Right.
You're not going to get back the majority of people that's done swap. I personally
Yeah, I
want to
would
support
think
my
that's
local
good.
breweries, but it costs so damn much, you know.
Man,
I
you'd
would
be
think that
surprised.
would really
though, what
piss off.
Anheuser-Busch. So Anheuser-Busch isn't even owned by an American company. It's owned by
Oh,
Enbridge.
it's freaking
Right,
Germans now.
Yeah, it's Enbridge. Enbridge owns Anheuser-Busch. It's American beer, yeah, but it's owned by an overseas company. And
Freaking bubble.
Enbridge
all
isn't
over.
stupid. They're not stupid. They like. So we drink, some of the microbreweries down here, like the Carbach Brewery and everything.
Yeah,
That's still brewed. That's still brewed right here in fucking Anheuser-Busch because they're not going to compete with them. They're just going to buy them.
yeah,
You know, why compete with the microbrewery? We just buy it. We'll produce your shit. You can put whatever label you want on it, but we'll produce it. You know.
yeah.
Right.
It's like I came home with a 6-pack of the Crawford Bach beer the other day. It's got the Astros, colors and shit on it. I gave one to Eric, and he was like, "It's pretty good beer, huh, boy? We make this down there at the brewery." I was like, "God damn it, you can't get away from Anheuser-Busch."
Well, hell, they even owned Miller Lite
Yeah.
back in 2015, but they don't now.
Say hi to everybody.
Howdy.
We go to bed.
Yeah. Ben.
Is that your favorite shirt?
Yeah.
'Cause it looks like
Oh, I bleached my hair.
it looks like
As far
shit.
as I know, Magnolia Beer Brewery here in Mississippi is still bottled by or made and bottled right here in Mississippi.
Dude, I heard that even Yingling is owned by Anheuser-Busch.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it.
I thought that was
What's so
an American-made beer from Philadelphia or something, but
well,
evidently
that's the thing. People boycotting Bud Light, but they're probably boycotting more than just Bud Light. It's kind of like I like Corona, like with Mexican meals and stuff like that, but I won't buy it now. You know, it's like give me a Miller Lite because I know they don't own that. Everything else, I'm not sure about. I seen that
Dude,
last one. Good God, that's different.
Modelo, Corona, Modelo, Corona, Bud Light, Budweiser,
Yeah.
all that. Dude, they own all of that shit, dude.
Yeah, they do, man. It's like,
So
gotta
Coors
think
is
there's
the same beer, right?
huh?
Coors,
Isn't Coors supposed to be as okay?
Coors owns Miller Lite,
yeah.
or it's called Molson Company. Molson.
Yeah.
They own Coors and Miller Lite. But like I said, Bud Light or Anheuser-Busch owned that back in 2015, but they don't
Right.
now, you know. That actually has more flavor than a Bud Light.
Yeah, go and buy a beer from the store. You know what? I got into an argument earlier. As a matter of fact, from between George's live and this is live, a buddy of mine called me and he was telling me that I'm gay for being on YouTube. And I was like, bitch, you're gay for not watching YouTube. And it got into the, and he was like, you're probably drinking Bud Light. I was like, bitch, you're drinking wine coolers. I was like, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me what beer I'm drinking. Like, you're the one putting dick in your butt.
Yeah. It's just, with me, it's just making a point, I reckon. I don't want to be associated with anything like that. Now I've got tons of videos out there, and there's usually a Bud Light can somewhere in the video. But how did I know they were going to do this crap, you know?
Yeah.
How do you know?
I got pictures of me when I was probably 4 or 5 years old with Bud Heavy sitting beside me. So I mean,
everybody knows. Everybody knows.
I just don't know what to do.
I used to drink the Bud red and white can, but man, that shit gives me a headache.
Yeah, everybody knows why I drink Budweiser, man. It's because I get free fucking. As a matter of fact, I even seen Stell Cracker attack this earlier on one of his videos. He had Old English, and he was like, you know what? I'm a coon ass. You know what kind of beer I drink? The cheapest and the free. And for me, dude, this is the way it is. I drink free beer. I mean, Eric brings me beer from the brewery. Matt across the street, he brings me beer. I'm not gonna oh no, that's gay. It's gonna make me gay.
No, it's not even about that, really. It's more about, I guess, making a stand against them. And from what I'm hearing, they done fired everybody associated with that anyway, you know, but
dude, all that, from what I heard, is all that spawned from 6 cans. They made a 6-pack with Dylan McVaney's face on it, and all this backlash is spawned from 1 6-pack of beer. You know, it ain't like they've mass-produced that can. Good, go ahead and find that can and try to sell it.
Yeah, I haven't seen one, which Tarina normally buys my beer, like, on her way home from work. She bought me a 12-pack last night, and I just opened it earlier. You might have heard me getting into it. I had a few cans left over, but we have a beat of beer over there in Louisiana. It's brewed right there. That's good beer, but dadgum, man, it's like $12 a 6-pack, you know?
Right. Yeah, I'm not allowed to drink beer right now.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah.
Because of work?
Shit, I hear we're going through some legal things, Russ. I'll let you know about it later. But
oh, okay.
I hear my fucking train coming. Let me put her on mute.
You muted your face too. Who makes those rim? Is Simon doing that?
Making what?
That
oh, I don't know.
Whatever you call it.
Yeah, I don't know. Simon may be in here unless could be elsewhere.
Simon's pretty talented in that area.
Yes, he is. I'm trying to find my sister's. She must have dropped off her damn photos because you can't pull up her photos anymore.
Yeah, I agree, SJ Cooks. I just need to drink less beer and buy it locally. And I haven't really been drinking that much. Like I said, I bought a 12-pack. It'll last me 3 days now. 3 to 4. Simon's here.
Simon, who did Randy's avatar?
Avatar, that's what I was trying to think of.
Uh-oh. So I lost the chat.
Nope, you good. Yeah, it's still all over YouTube. I can't even watch it anymore. I'm so sick of hearing it. Like I said, I swap brands and I don't care. Actually, I used to drink Miller Lite for years and years and years. And I don't know what made me swap.
You know, the reason why I swapped from Miller Lite to Budweiser is because when I'd go over to Christy's dad's house, he wouldn't let me put my Miller Lite in his refrigerator. He'd be like, "Who put that there?" Like, we're Anheuser-Busch in this house, boy. You can't. I'd be sitting out there with my 12-pack on the porch and shit. He wouldn't let me put it in the refrigerator. And so I swapped up. Was
I was
that?
gonna say, what does he think about all this crap going on with him?
And you know, he retired when Enbridge bought the company, and a lot of the guys there took early retirement because they didn't want to work for a
Yeah.
company that was on. You know, they're shit. That's a union, man. So you know, they're American made, American this, they're everything.
Sure.
And so a lot of those guys took early retirement. So, I mean, trust me, I haven't talked to Matt about it, but I guarantee there's a bunch of pissed off people in the. They said right now they're only running one line of Bud Light. Normally they're running 4 because nobody's buying it. You know what I mean?
When I was living in the St. Louis area, that was one thing I didn't get to do, and I wanted to. I wanted to tour that Anheuser-Busch refinery, I reckon you call it, for lack of better words, brewery. Who's that? Is that you?
That's me.
Really?
Drinking a Budweiser. See, we knew about you, Lance. We knew about you, Lance. We knew about you from way back then.
I can remember.
That's why I say I don't know what to drink.
I can remember being like 5 years old. My dad, he drank beer, but he wouldn't. I've never seen him drunk, but he'd buy a 6-pack when we was going to Columbia, Mississippi, to visit my grandma, my mother's mom, which is about 150 miles from here. And it was nothing back in the early 60s to drink a beer while you're driving. Nobody thought nothing of it until the world become more populated and shit started going wrong. But anyway, he would drink a beer and he'd save about that much in the bottom, the backwash, and he'd hand it to me. And I was like 5 years old. I'd kill that beer, you know. Then he'd drink another one. And every time he'd give me that last little bit, my mom never said nothing. So I wonder why I like beer so much.
I can remember being young, like probably 5 years old or something like that. I mean, this is like one of my earliest memories, and when my dad was still around and shit, and we always went to a washateria to wash our clothes. You know, we didn't have a washer and dryer. And I remember being in the back of our Malibu station wagon. We had a big ass station wagon, and I'd be in there and I'd be bitching about being thirsty, and my dad'd crack a beer and reach back there and like, take a swallow of this, boy. And I'd be drinking beer, you know. I get thirsty, drink this. He'd be sitting in the front seat listening to the radio, like giving me beer. But
yeah,
he was always a Miller Lite drinker. He always drank Miller Lite.
He gave me a swaller. He knew it wouldn't do anything to me, you know, but I damn sure adapted the taste to it. And at 14 and 15 years old, the guys I hung around with, but in this state, we could buy beer all day long, not legally, but they didn't card us. Not back then, you know.
Yeah, so I never been a big alcohol drinker. I don't like whiskey and I don't like vodka and shit like that. Me,
I do a little bit, but not much. I'm a beer drinker, always have been, you know.
Yeah, I drink beer, man. I don't really fuck with a lot of mixed drinks and all that stuff. When I go to a bar or something, people are taking shots. I don't want a shot. I'm not. This is gonna make me throw up.
That's like Derek and my youngest son. We stopped there in Slidell and got that Mexican food yesterday, and he got a double, what do you call it? A double shot of what did he get? I forget which kind of booze, but he ordered a full length Dr. Pepper, and then he brought him another glass that was slap full of whatever booze he was drinking. Them two liked the hard stuff, and I never did. They didn't get that from me. They just got a taste of it on their own, you know. Which Chad, how old are you? 41?
Just turned 41 yesterday.
You're the same age as Derek. Derek might be a little bit older, but pretty close. And then Chad is just a tad younger than you. They're 2 years apart. But yeah, he's coming back down here to work as a contractor at the shipyard.
So he's probably not going to miss Philadelphia, I imagine.
Oh, he hates up there. He said crime's gotten so bad, he just wants out of that area. Who? Which one's you?
The dude with the black shirt, that was me when I was like 14 years old.
Really?
Oh, is that right?
Dang.
Yeah, I was a youngster back then. So we had a friend of ours just die. You see it right here? See that girl with the flowers on her hair?
Yeah.
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 She
No,
does.
Tiffany. Yeah, she just died. She died Monday, and so everybody's been sharing pictures of, you know, whatever. Everybody's been sharing pictures of. They're gonna put together something for her funeral. Her funeral will be tomorrow, and like I said, I heard she died from a heart attack, but it's
I've
I've got
suspicious.
a heart attack.
Yeah, it's suspicious. They're thinking it's more like a fentanyl related drug accident.
Yeah.
All these
This
drugs are
is
cut with fentanyl now, so.
when I become an open water diver. I was certified in 1977, which would have made me, let's see, 58, 68. I was 19 years old in that picture. I look like Chico Rodriguez, man. I got all my blue pat letter shoes.
Yeah.
But that old certification card finally just come apart from sweating in my wallet and everything over the years. So I got a new one. Plus, I got a digital card.
When
So there's
you were younger, you
there's a
definitely
picture
looked a
of me.
lot more like Derek.
Oh
There's
yeah,
a picture
yeah,
of me when I was I think I was in 6th grade. Yeah,
I'll be damned.
that's a picture of me when I was like in 6th
I
grade.
don't know if I got anything that goes back that far with me in it.
Well,
I mean,
this
I
this
do
girl,
somewhere, but I don't on my phone.
yeah, this girl sent me this. This was her photo album. So out of all these people on this, we were all friends. This is my friend Valerie and Danielle and all of them. So the
Yeah.
girl above me, she just passed away too. And she sent me the photo and she was like, look, out of all these people, like we're the only 2 people living. I mean, I'm
Really?
40
That
years
whole
old.
page.
Wow,
Had that whole page?
that's
Wow.
crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. That
Shame.
was like some of my good friends,
Too young.
Some
to
of
be
them died from
dying.
car accidents. Some of them died from drug overdoses. Some of them died from a car accident. Or I said that already, but And then now, when she sent me that, I had told her that I seen on Facebook that Tiffany had died, and she was like, "What? Like, I don't believe you." I was like, "Yeah, chalk one more up."
Hmm.
Like I said, 41's a hard age to live to around here.
Yeah,
most
no
of those
doubt.
people, most of those people would have probably said back in the day, I would have been on that page, like not being alive these days. And hey, I put another calendar underneath my belt, so I'm doing pretty good, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, that's sad. I mean, especially if it's, drug related deaths, it's just something that could be.
That was me.
Boy,
I was probably 21 there, something like that. Look at all that hair on my head. Look at
Yeah.
the color of it. Not a gray. Well, I might have had a few grays, but
Yeah.
you can tell. That was my ex-wife. I cropped her out of the picture.
You can still tell that's you though, Russ.
That's
You
me
can
and
still-
Derek. That's me and Derek. That's Derek. He's crying about something. My hair is just starting to thin out a little bit right there and getting some more gray in it.
He's crying because your barbecue tastes like lighter fluid.
I cropped her out of that picture too.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one before.
Here comes another train.
I'm getting all these off Facebook. That's where all my old pictures are at. That's me and Tarina the day we got married. That was the guy that married us. He was covered in tattoos. Yep.
Who's the redheaded child?
That's Allie. She's about 12 now.
So that's not one of Trina's girls in Williamsburg.
That-
no,
yeah,
she's 12.
that's Brittany, which is Trina's daughter. That's her little girl.
Oh, so that's a granddaughter.
Yeah, look how thin I was there.
Yeah.
That was
You're a
prior to
bandana
YouTube.
wearer too, huh?
That was prior to YouTube. Yeah, I got a picture of her daughter somewhere in here.
Look, I got a picture. I got a picture of Russ too. Look, there he is.
Let's see. Alabama dude.
Yeah.
Why, lady? Why?
Randy, that's methed up.
Yeah, that's messed up for sure. Yeah,
You
it's
didn't
kind of
see-
it's kind of sad. Like we all graduated in '99. And look at the amount of people that are gone now. You know, that was just in '99. I know it was a long time ago, but don't feel like that long ago. And to see all the people that have died from my graduating class, you know, shit, a bunch of us, man. There's a bunch of us.
That was me one Halloween back while I still had my house.
Yeah, I had like several of my friends. One of them, right now, he's barely hanging in there, man. He woke up one morning and felt like a pain in his cheek, and it kept getting worse and worse. And so he went to the doctor. They diagnosed him with cancer, and he's lost his eye and like half of his fucking skull now. He has a big ass like skin graft on it, and he's barely hanging in there. So, uh-oh.
He done killed me. That
What's up,
was a
dude?
couple of years ago. That was right after I had that surgery. But that's Jax. There's
Yeah.
Booger, US 500, and that's Pavi. And y'all know them people.
That's
That was
pretty
there at her
bad,
place.
What's up, Bill?
Mr. Purvis.
Yeah, I
Drop the
know
link.
Booger. Who was the other one?
Pavi Project, Paivi. She's from Finland, I think.
I think I've heard of that one before, but
That was me doing whole hogs before they were cool.
hold on. Hody do.
Yeah, we did them Georgia style open pit. We took off the hoofs, the head.
Man, that picture right there needs to go on Uncle Dickie's page. We'll all have a great time with that. Fucking trains are going ham tonight. Yeah, I imagine you're getting these pictures off what? Facebook, Russ?
No, these right here on my phone. There's Jeff Rice when he come down here last year.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of him on here, him and his family.
Yeah, I need to make a post on Facebook, man, because that shit that Christy had posted on there about happy birthday to me, and there was some really good comments on there. I need to thank everybody.
That's her daughter, right?
That's the one. That's the mother of the redhead I showed a while ago. Yeah, it's one of her daughters.
Bill probably don't know. Bill probably don't know who the hell I am right now. He's like, "Who's that?
Who's that bald-headed guy?
With my flag
Steve.
flaming."
Yeah, I was going to say, sees his flag behind you.
Yeah, that happened.
That's the day we did the gumbo video. That's Keith. Oh shit. That's Keith Jenkins, me, and oh shit, what's his name? Can't even think of it. That was last fall.
I would say
That's when I was growing.
That was the first one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's when I was growing that beard up, full beard. Uncle Larry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Uncle Larry told me happy birthday too.
Look at Derek. Look at Derek in that picture. He dyed his hair. Oh, shit, that was a long time ago. We were up in Illinois after Katrina when I took that.
Good Lord.
Christy has a picture of me when she bleached my hair. She
Yeah.
bleached my solid white.
Remember that hat I had you send somebody not long ago, Lance?
Yeah.
That's him. That's an old buddy I used to stomp with. He used to live around here. He lives in North Carolina, I think it was. Sporting that hat. You sent him?
I swear he looks a little familiar for some reason. Yeah, everybody says everybody's got a twin.
He put on a lot of weight, man. Back when we used to run the roads and deer hunt and all that, he was skin and bones. Reuben McLean. He used to
I'll
work
show
at
you.
the shipyard. He was a boat foreman there at the shipyard.
Show you.
Oh well, enough pictures. But yeah, Randy, if you go to my Facebook and look at my photos, you can even
Show you a
see someone I
picture.
was 5 years old on there. That look like you, man. What the
That's what Guggen sent. That's what Guggen sent yesterday before my
heck? Give that man
ponytails
a
were
Bud
cut off.
Light.
Yeah, he's seen this right here, and he sent that picture.
You won't be doing that for a while.
No, not with this fucking cue ball.
My hair grows fast, man. She has to cut it at least every 3 weeks, else it just starts popping out everywhere.
Mhm. It'll be a few more days yet. I can't wait till Tuesday's live and see what people are saying. Most
What's
of
up,
the
Bill?
people have already seen it.
I just seen Bill in the chat.
Yeah.
Bill's been here for a second. So yeah, any ideas of what I should do tomorrow for fucking Roger Staubach Appreciation Day? Because I don't have no idea who the hell this guy is.
Tuesday, right?
That's tomorrow. My live's on Monday. Simon's on Tuesday.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right.
Roger Staubach? What is it? I missed something.
Well, you know, have you ever watched my live before?
Yeah,
Russ?
yeah, I have.
Yeah. So you know how I do a little race to.
Oh yeah, to see who names it, titles it.
So Belt Loop 29 won, and he named it Roger Staubach Appreciation Day. And I have no idea who the fuck this guy is.
He was a football player from back in the day.
That's
Right.
what I told him. I was like, dude, I don't know who Roger Staubach is. So, but hey, the rules are the rules.
You could play off that. You don't know who Roger Staubach is, so do an intro song, "Hail to the Redskins."
Just Google it, man. I'm on it right now. It's got some clips back in his football days. How
Maybe
did
I'll
Roger
have Christy.
Staubach get so rich?
Maybe I'll have Christy paint my head like a football helmet. I don't know.
Yeah, it was bad. Ooh, boy, that was a long time ago, man.
Yeah.
Back in
You ought
the
to see him
70s.
now. He looks older than us, Russ.
Yeah, I'm looking at him. That's him right
Yeah,
there.
Bell Loop sent me a text and he was like, "I'm sorry, dude. I never had a name." Yeah, that's the picture I got.
Yeah.
Bell Loop sent me a text and he was like, "Sorry, dude. I never named a show before. I didn't know what to do." I was like, "Well, the rules are the rules, man."
Excuse me,
man,
I
my
got a
word.
darn cough. I can't shake for nothing. I think it's bronchitis, and the only way I'm gonna be able to knock it out is go to the damn doctor. Get some antibiotics.
Yeah, right.
And
You be all right, Russ. Cough that shit up, man. Yeah, that's so like I said, I mean, even when Quint said shave my, I'm a man of my word. If I say name it whatever you want to name it, and it lands on your name and you get to name it, by all means, I'm gonna roll with it. That's how we had Mad Dog Monday, and
well,
I'm
you
just
got
trying
a
to
good
figure out-
shape. You got a good shaped head. It don't look bad shaved. Me, man, I got a big old melon head. I'd look terrible. I've had it shaved one time. I was cutting my own hair one time, and I had a gauge on it and sitting there, and then I took it off to do something. Then I went back there because I seen something I missed. I went up. I went, oh crap, no, I didn't.
yeah.
And like God bless, I had to shave all of it.
Yeah,
The only
well,
time I had a shaved head.
besides these fucking big old fucking 74 Chevy doors open, I call ears.
Oh, that ain't bad. My brother, I remember his hair fell out when he was like 17. He jumped through something and laid his head open, and they had to, I don't know what they injected him with, but they had to stitch his head up, and his hair started falling out. And all he had was that little strip down the sides, and he had ears that kind of popped out. And we were putting up a fence one time. My dad owned a fence company, and he was on the other side of this big 8-foot tall fence in between two buildings. So I thought I'd rib on him. not realizing I'd have to get in the truck with him later, you know. But I said, man, your head, I said, when I look at you, you remind me of a Volkswagen with the doors open, you know, the ears and the ball. He got
Put me
pissed.
on big screen. Put me on big screen, Lance. You see this?
Hey, man.
Yeah, my ears are small.
Can you
Yeah,
can
they
y'all
ain't
see
bad.
the?
Yeah,
y'all
you
see
Yeah.
say
the
more like that. With
I do now. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was I was hitting to have the golf club. I was
Oh,
hitting to have the
shit.
golf club when I was a kid. Fucking smashed my skull in. As a matter of fact, I couldn't even speak for a whole year. I can
Golly.
speak. I can speak, but that's the speech part of your brain right there, and it caved my skull in. And when I try to talk, I slurred real bad, so you couldn't understand me. So I didn't talk for like a whole year, and then I
Dang.
regained my speech and everything. But yeah, they had to do a bone graft. They actually cut me, and they took a piece of my skull and slid it over the hole that the golf club made.
Who hit you?
It was a crazy ass day. I got caught with the so the guy swung a golf club at another guy, and I was standing behind him, and I wasn't even paying attention, and the golf
Oh,
club caught
man.
me on the backswing because he was.
Lucky it didn't kill you.
Well, that's just it. Is I went to the hospital and shit, and they went and told my mom I probably wouldn't make it through the night. You know, they were like, "Yeah, it's pretty fucking bad," but I
Dang.
made it.
There used to be a family that lived right across the street from my oldest friend, and he was just a little boy, and he was out with his dad somewhere, and his dad was practicing golf, and I don't know how he done it. I don't remember the whole story, but he swung that ball, and it caught that kid right in the head, and it damn near killed him, but he survived.
Yeah. So if it would have been the neurologist that came in there that did the surgery and everything, they basically said that if it had been any other golf club, any other golf club you could have picked from my bag, it would have killed me. But I got
Yeah.
hit with a driver. So the driver was big and it was flat. And so when it hit me, it just smacked me. But if it had been a wedge or anything like that, it would have killed me.
Well, see, Tarina, she's got a scar up here on her forehead, and she calls it a discus. I guess some things you throw, and she got hit in the head with one of them, and it did a lot of damage to her back when she was a kid, you know. But she talks about it. If you ever meet her somewhere in the conversation, she's gonna talk about when she got hit in the head with a discus.
Then it was horrible. It was horrible because, like I said, I mean, so I was in like sixth grade, or I think I was in sixth grade, and like I had a soft spot. Whenever I went to
Yeah.
surgery, they removed the part of my skull that was damaged. They removed it. So like I'd be in gym class running a lap or running a mile or whatever, and I would stop and my head would pulse with my heartbeat.
Dang.
Like my
Did
head would
that
pulse
bone
part of the skull there. Yeah.
did the bone grow back?
Well, that's what they did. They took a piece of my skull from back here and they slid it forward and to cover up that hole. They cut a bigger hole. Dude, I used to have pictures. I think my mom still has them.
Well,
But
what
they
happened to the part back here that they slid forward?
So
Did it
your
heal
body
over?
knows, yeah, your body knows how to regenerate itself. So your skull
Okay.
actually grows in 3 layers, and they took the top layer over here, they slid it over, so my body knew to grow my skull 2 layers down and 1 layer up. So it's
Wow,
all round now.
that's crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. I mean, like I said, could have been fatal, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't die from like injuries, dude. I mean, I've had fucking several injuries. I had my legs held together by 16 pins, and the crazy thing about it is, I can get in a car accident and fucking like my chin's been busted open, and as a matter of fact, when I got in that car accident, my chin got busted open, and they had to put stitches in the bottom of my tongue from outside my face. Like that's how bad I got. Like I bit down on hit the damn dad. Whatever. But if I get stung by a bee, I die. I can live through major injuries, but venom from small insects kills me, which is crazy. Yeah, that's why I'm
Original
not.
drummer for Leonard Skinner got knocked out with a baseball at a game. that Ronnie Van Zant was playing at. It's when they did Ronnie Van Zant, which never mind. There was one of them Van Zants that wasn't on the plane that crashed, and he actually had a Facebook page here a few years ago, but I think he got cancer or something and died. I was actually following him there for a little bit. He would actually comment back, but I can't remember which one he was.
His brother is doing it like a tribute band type thing.
Yeah. I
I
don't know.
think there was a
I'll try
couple
to
of
see if
them.
my mom. I'll try to see if my mom. I'll try to see if my mom still has some pictures, man. I'm telling you, like my head's splayed open, and like you can actually see my brain. And I bet you a lot of us. I bet you a lot of us don't have no pictures of their brain. I have a picture of it.
Mm-mm, I don't. If I only had a brain.
I got a brain for sure. You can see it in the picture. Yeah, that was horrible. And, you know, like that. No, I'm not gonna call it right now, man. But I'm saying like that whole year that happened is I was really susceptible for seizures because when you have a bruise in your brain, they give you seizures.
Yeah.
So I take medication for seizures and shit, man. I was in rough shape.
Johnny
I
Van
live
Zant is still alive and the lead singer. Okay. I don't know what I'm thinking about. I just watched that not long ago on was it Netflix or maybe Prime, but it was about Leonard Skinner, the whole show. Talked about the plane crash and everything.
Yeah, I've seen that shit too.
I think that was right here in Mississippi where they crashed up kind of middle to north Mississippi. They were flying over.
I thought they hit a mountain or something. No, that was Leonard
No, I
Skinner,
think that's what the movie was saying. Somewhere right here in this state. Let's see. Where?
No, that was Stevie Ray Vaughan that died. Their plane hit a mountain, huh?
Well, yeah, that. I think even the Big Bopper and Richie Valens, all them. I think they hit a mountain. Dang. God
Troy
bless
knows.
it. I can't hit the right buttons. Here we go. We're Leonard Skinner's plane crash. After the pilot and co-pilot determined that the plane didn't have enough fuel to land at a nearby airport, they unsuccessfully attempted emergency landing and crashed a few minutes before 7 p.m. in a wooded area near Gillsburg, Mississippi. So I did remember right.
I'd be so pissed off if my pilot realized we're out of gas and air. I'd be like, "You stupid son of a bitch."
Yeah, how does that happen?
Yeah.
I mean, there's small airports everywhere.
Dude, the worst plane ride I ever been on. I was flying into Baltimore, Maryland, and we circled the airport for like 45 minutes because the winds were too rough to land. And then this pilot decided he was going to land, and I remember looking at my window. I was looking out my window, and I was seeing down the runway. So I guarantee that plane landed sideways. It was like when we hit the fucking tarmac, dude, the plane straightened up. It was horrible. Like I'm talking about the mast dropped down and everything. It was like me. It was fucking crazy, dude. Like, oh shit, like I'm gonna die landing. Never been happier to and I was on a layover flight too, so like an hour and a half later I had to get back on the plane and fly to New York. I was like, hell no, I'm not getting back on no more planes today.
Not today.
I need a drink.
Yeah, I don't remember, man. That's been a few years ago.
What's up, Chef? What's up, Chef? I keep telling Chef I'm gonna call him, man, but this is what I do all day Sunday and Monday, Tuesday. I tend to be on YouTube about 4 or 5 days a week, so.
Yeah, I was just telling George tonight. It's like our lives has sort of kind of been cut back.
Well, y'all know I go live right after Rick on Monday nights, and then Simon goes live right after Al on Tuesday nights, and then Saturdays we do Uncle Dickie. Usually on Friday, Kent does something if nobody else is live, and so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I'm on lives. So
Right.
Jared,
That freaking smoky brisket enchiladas video I did ain't doing crap, but the crawfish video I did is doing. It's steadily getting views. It's up to 45K now.
well, it's just that time of year though. It's that time of year where people are looking up that shit.
Yeah, every year, man. I don't know what it is. It's such a regional thing, but those videos do the best for me. What's up, Jerry? Freaking enchiladas just barely cracked over 3K. It's pitiful.
Hey, thank y'all for telling me happy birthday, Jared. Everybody that posted in Facebook, Russ, Lance. I haven't got a chance to.
On your birthday.
I haven't got a chance to. Yeah, I haven't got a chance to put like a thank you up, but
Yeah.
I've seen it.
I
That's
think
a
I
pain,
hide my
though.
birthday
You
because
gotta-
I hate responding to all them people.
Yeah, I know that's a pain when they say happy. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not a pain that they're saying happy birthday,
No,
but it's a
it's-
pain having to say thank you to 30
Yeah.
different people. You know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I
very
don't
much.
don't mind actually. I don't mind. So, but I want to do like a public post on and to
Yeah.
thank everybody one time because I'm pretty sure I missed some people. I haven't looked at Facebook all day, so I'm pretty
Hell,
sure
I had mine. I don't know if I still have my birthday blocked or not, but I know I did for years there because I dreaded that, But then a lot of people would start messaging me, because Tarina posts something. I'm gonna say happy birthday to my husband, blah blah blah. Next thing you know, I'm getting all these messages. I'm like, God bless. It's just another
Yeah, well,
day
that's
of
what-
the
that's what-
year, folks.
That's what Christy did. Christy did that. She put happy birthday to me, and a lot of people seen it. So.
Yesterday was yesterday was our anniversary. Wait a minute. No, Friday was our anniversary. Yesterday, Saturday was her birthday. Day apart.
Oh yeah. Well, so she had the same birthday as Simon. Then Simon was on the 4th.
No, hers is on the 5th. No, wait a
Okay.
minute. Yeah, her birthday's on the 5th, and we got married on the 6th. She's
Cool.
a big 5'8" now.
So now for the rest of your life, Russ, you'll know on your anniversary it's my birthday too.
Yeah, there you
Serena's
go.
58, you're saying?
Yeah, she just turned 58. I got her by about 6 years
So you got a young one then, or younger one.
younger, but I look better.
And you'll know she's watching if she comes to that
Yo,
door
yo,
here.
watch
Yeah,
that,
no
yo.
doubt. Come
Y'all
over
watch
here.
that door behind Russ. Y'all watch that door behind Russ before I open.
She'll grab a golf glove or something.
I'd laugh my ass off that door flung open right now.
Yeah, I don't know how loud I'm talking. I got these things on.
Yo, loud enough. Trust me. I thought Christy was asleep, but look in the chat. Christy's still wide awake.
Yep.
You play
Yeah, I'm with you, Chef. It's fun to interact with everybody, Since
Yeah, I've
I'm
done that a
big,
lot.
Since I'm like a big YouTube superstar now, it's good. It's good to interact.
Come back to your channel at least. That's what I believe.
I got 40 years in of marriage, the 25th of this month. On 25th, but we dated for 5 years. Good Lord, thing just jumped 6 comments. But we dated 5 years before we got married.
I think me and Christy been together for 3 years or 4 years or something like that. It's hard to say because it's like unofficial.
Speaking of
just showed
frying
up.
pans,
She just showed up one day and I was like, "Yeah, you're mine now."
Watch out for the iron skillet. I know a guy. He was actually really good friends with my middle brother, the one in between me and the oldest, and they were friends growing up. And later, they all got married, and his wife was a bitch, man. Let me tell you. And one night he clopped her right over the head with a cast iron skillet and killed her. And he ended up, he tried to hide it and everything, which was the worst thing he could do. And then he ended up, I forget how many years he got. He's been out for years. He might not even be alive no more. But yeah, he killed her with a cast iron skillet right over the
We were
head.
talking about
Bam!
that. We were talking about that earlier. A crime of passion. A crime of passion is what they consider it. You know,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah.
that's still not even illegal. You know, like they will.
I love you, bitch. I love you. I love you. I love you.
I love you this much. Pow!
Yeah, like if you walk in on your old lady getting fucking dogged down and you shoot the motherfucker, like that's not even illegal. You know, it's a crime of passion.
Yeah. I know some people that's happened to also.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Simon, did you get a skillet yet?
I've been married so many times I just learned to walk away, man.
How many times have you been married, Russ? 3?
4. I'm on my 4th. 4th and last.
Like legally married or common law married?
Legally married. Legally.
Oh, shit. So I guess you can consider Christy's my wife because instead of Texas, it's common law marriage.
Oh yeah.
You know, and she's on my insurance now, and she's lived here for
Yeah.
a long time, so there's no shaking it. She's my wife. I mean, even
Well,
though
I
we didn't go before the judge and shit.
I was married to the first one for 20 years when that one fell apart. And then the second one, she was just bipolar crazy. And that lasted 5 years, but most of the time we wasn't even together. It just took me that long to finally get divorced. Then I married the third one. We were married 3 or 4 years, and she pissed me off. And that was into that. And then I met Tarina.
I love Russ's honesty. He's like, she pissed me off. But
Hey, I don't care. After that first one, I said I ain't putting up with no shit out of any woman, you know, and I don't.
Yeah.
And she said the wrong thing to me. What it wasn't cheating or anything like that. I had bought a house after Katrina, and she helped me find it. She goes, "Oh, this is big enough for Derek and Anna to live in the back part. It's a big L shape. They were on my other end of the house. Didn't even know they were there. It was Derek, Destiny, and Anna. They were married. They got married up in Illinois before we come back down. And she come in from work one day, all just being a boss, you know, and said they got 30 days. I said, what? She goes, Derek and Anna, they got 30 days to get out. I said, 30 days? She goes, yeah, and you can go with them. It don't matter to me. That was a wrong thing to say, you know. And
Russ was like, peace, bitch.
And she's like, and I want this house, you know. And it was a money hole, man. I'd already put a new roof on it. I put archways all in it. Man, I put a lot of work and money into it. I was just so fired up by what she just said. I said, okay, they'll be out in 30 days. No problem. No problem. And I went with them. I went and got me an apartment, all 3 of us. Well, 4 of us. Destiny was with us. And I was living there when I went to Virginia. And so they kept the apartment and everything going. I'd send money to pay rent with and all that stuff. And I signed that house over to her. I said, you can have this money hole. I just took a beating on it. You know, now I kind of regret doing that. I should have kicked her ass out, you know, instead of coming in and making all these demands. But she begged me after that. I was just hot headed. You ain't got to leave. This is your home. You know, that was it. That's all it took. I said, you don't know me very well. I said, you don't talk to me like that and make threats. I said, I'll leave your ass in a heartbeat. And I did. And
so my ex-wife, we were just common law married too. We weren't actually married, but as soon as divorce started, her bipolar kicked in and it got real fucking ugly. It got real fucking ugly.
Well, she damn near died about a year after all that happened. She ended up getting breast cancer. And they removed. Now she's got a scar from here all the way around here and up her arm where they was removing all that. She damn near died. And I'm like, yeah, karma's a son of a bitch. But
yeah,
you know.
Well, I got lucky. I got lucky when I met Christy because a lot of things, like all of my affairs, got in line. Like she came in here and was like, you need this, you need this. You're living like this.
Yeah.
You can't be living like this. And so Christy's been a godsend to me. I mean, just like I said, I won't ever sell this house. I won't ever move into another house. I'll probably never have another girl either. I'm just gonna ride it out with her.
Yeah, I don't know what was in her crawl that day, but everything was just like it always was. They wouldn't hurt nobody. They cooked their own meals. They bought their own groceries. We were just all living under the same roof, and it was her idea. Then to come in all demanding, she wanted full reign of that house is what it was. And I'm like, you can have this damn shit. I should never bought it to start with. It was damaged. I had to do all that work and spend all that money. And I was glad to get out from under it.
Yeah,
She
so
got all
Christy,
the paperwork in order, and I signed it. Said, "There you go. Don't worry about that $30,000 roof I just put on there."
No, it was like that with my ex-wife too. It was like, like fuck you. I just want to be away from you. And then after she talked to her lawyer and she found out what she was entitled to, it was like, no, I want everything. I want half your 401k. I want the house. I had a brand new Tahoe sitting out here. She's like, I want the Tahoe and shit. And I was like, man, at first you were like, just fuck you, get the, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
And then it got to be where,
even after me and Tarina was married.
Lawyers have a lot to do with that. Lawyers, they tell them what they're entitled to.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, we didn't use a lawyer on. I've never been to a lawyer on any divorce, none.
You're lucky, man.
I got 3 sets of divorce papers in my safe, and all I do is change names on it and everything, and pay and submit it myself. And there's no kids involved or anything like that. I'm a pro at it.
I need you to be my lawyer, Russ.
But hopefully, I don't never have to go through that again. You know what I'm saying? Me and Tarina's, let's see, our anniversary, I guess, 10 years. Yep. 10 years now. Another decade done went by.
That's good. Yeah, at first it was supposed to be like that with me and my ex-wife. It was like, let's just get the fuck away from each other. And then once she got a lawyer and I got a lawyer, her lawyer started telling her, well, you can have this and you can take this and you can have that. And then she came in full force, like, I want all this. And I didn't even buck her. I didn't say nothing. I was like, here, you want that? Take it. $47,000.
That's the way I was. I just didn't care. I just wanted, you done pissed me off. I meant, I screwed myself in the long run because I would have a house that's got another decade left to pay on it. It maybe not even that much, might be like 9 years, but I would have probably done had it paid off by now anyway. Smokey Red's attorney at law. That's funny, son.
Russ, what are you charging for a retainer fee? I want to make sure I got you.
Well, you can go in this state, you can go to the courthouse and you can get a legal document of somebody else's divorce if it's a non-contestant divorce. And I think I paid $5 for a copy of it and retype it and everything with the proper names and dates and all that. Then you take it right back where you got that copy at, which, like I said, I got 3 copies now from previous divorces. And then you pay a fee to submit it. And then in 30 days, you have your little court thing and it's done. You ain't got to pay lawyers shit. I never paid a lawyer a dime. And there was kids involved with the first one because Derek and Chad were like 12 and 14, I think, when me and my first wife divorced. And she was the one screwing around on me. That was like a reason. And she wasn't, huh?
Did you get custody of the boys?
Yeah, I got custody. They were going to try to make her pay child support. So I don't want her damn money. I said, I'm going to finish what I started. I said, she can hit the highway. I don't give a crap. Just get out of my face. I'm done, Yeah. And she never paid a dime. The lawyer lied to the judge and said she was going to school is what got her out of it. I didn't care, I could have put it to her, but I didn't, Yeah,
that's the rough part. That's the rough part for me. I'm not gonna get into it, but the custody of the girls is what's the rough part right now.
Yeah, no, I got both of them, and it was a rough time too because of their age, you know. And here it is, their whole family just fell apart. Chad got
Yeah.
into drugs and ultimately ended up in prison. He's good now. He's been good for 15, 16 years, but went through a patch with him. Derek, I didn't have that problem with him, you know, but to this day, he don't have hardly crap to do with his mother because he's never forgiven her, you know.
Yeah,
Did any of them
that's
get any
the tough
retirement
part.
or
That's the
anything
tough
else?
part.
Huh?
Did any exes get any of your retirement or anything?
Nope. Nope.
Good. My uncle, when he divorced my aunt, she got half of everything. I mean, his divorce, pension, not divorce, pension, retirement,
Yeah.
everything.
Now, I divorced them. So Tarina was on my retirement, you know, when I left the shipyard. So I had to have her sign some consents to where we could just get the money. I didn't want to retire. I wanted all my money, give it to me, and that's what happened, you know. And that's the way I
Well,
handled that.
I'm gonna say this publicly on a social media platform. If anything happens to me, Christy gets 100% of whatever the fuck I have.
Yeah.
You know, that's the way I want it. You know, because she's an excellent mother. She's an excellent. You know, she's good with my girls and everything, and so that's all. That's all I need. That's all I need is somebody to take care of my.
Technically, yeah.
And you're racking up them gold stars tonight, Mr. Shifter.
Because this bald head, look at that motherfucker.
Oh, chitty wow wow.
Yeah, I guess I got off good compared to a lot of guys. A lot of guys get taken to the cleaners over that crap, you know. But
I did. I got taken to the fucking cleaners, man.
But my point being, after you go through that first one messed with me, man. 3 years in the bar rooms and acting stupid and everything. But I come out of that and it hardened me to where I knew then no other female would ever put me through that shit again. You know, that's the reason I can walk out that quick. Just give me a reason. You know, it's over. I don't blink an eye.
Yeah, I got taken to the fucking cleaners. I'm still dealing with it. It's expensive too.
Well, you know what I'm saying though. It gets you like that, you know. But
well, y'all see Bailey walking around behind me and shit. Bailey's here now. You know.
Yeah.
And you know.
Sure. Yeah. Well, and I'm gonna back up when the judge didn't give custody either way. They said, you know, legally we'd work it out between ourselves and let the kids decide. Derek obviously wanted to go with me, and Chad felt sorry for his mother at the time, so he wanted to stay with her. And that lasted for 2 weeks. And he called me and said, "Can you come get me? I want to stay with you." I said, "Okay." And so he come to the apartment, and unfortunately, I rented a 2-bedroom apartment instead of 3. You know what I'm saying? So thinking he would stay with her, but in 2 weeks, that was it. And he was with me the rest of the time, you know. So I ended up with him.
On my end, I'm not gonna elaborate too much, but on my end, it's getting pretty hairy, and all I care about is my kids' education and their well-being. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, they got to carry on.
You know?
I mean, when we're dead and gone, that's all is left.
Right.
You know, with your kids, and they'll do the same thing. You know, eventually.
So I mean, I'm for the most part, you know, the oldest one, she knows, and you know, she's with me now, but it's gonna get real fucking hairy soon. I mean, I may actually end up getting off of YouTube for a little while dealing with this shit, man, because
Yeah. That's what I said. Though, if something ever happened to Tarina, or I mean, I don't foresee us ever getting divorced or anything because of her age. You know what I'm saying? But regardless, I'll never get married again. I said that all after my 3rd one, but never say never. Never say never.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that.
Huh?
How'd you meet Tarina from Virginia? Was she in Mississippi?
She was here, Brittany. The picture I showed you earlier, she was in the Navy, Seabees. and she was stationed to the CB base here, and she spent a lot of time in Iraq and everything else. And she was heavy equipment operator, and Tarina came with her to help raise her two daughters while she was overseas, and it was an online dating thing, you know. And I met her. We agreed to meet over there at Starbucks or the bookstore over there in Gulfport. So I drove over there and I walked right past her. She was sitting outside. You know, I didn't really know what she looked like. So I walked in looking around. I come back out and I looked at her. So, are you, I didn't know how to pronounce her name, you know? And she was, yeah, like that. She's real outgoing and everything anyway. And anyway, we just kind of, from there, that's how it started. So anyway.
Yeah, I was curious. I remember you saying that she was from the Virginia area, and then you worked in Virginia. I didn't know.
Well, technically, she was born in Alice, Texas. That's where she was born at. But from there, they lived all kind of places. They lived in Illinois, but I think most of the time she even lived in Colorado once. But most of the time was out in Virginia. You know, that's where the grandparents and all that to her kids lived. So that's where her two daughters are now. You know, it was three daughters, but I think I told you what happened there, you know. But at any rate.
That's the only campground I know of in Virginia. I said, that's the only campground I know of in Virginia. It's right down off of that Toano.
Yeah.
West Point, Virginia. That's a nudist campground.
Really?
Yep. Just past where, I think, if I remember correctly, road takes you into, is it 33 and 39 or something like that?
I don't know. I didn't know there was a nudist
Y'all want to
campground.
hear how I met Christy?
Yeah.
All right, so I grew up with a kid named David. Me and David been friends since we're in 5th grade or something like that. And David got married to Christy. One of my best friends got married to Christy. Long story short, whatever didn't work out. I had a dog. My dog got into a fight with another dog, and so I had called David and said, David, does your old lady still have that dog grooming business? Because my dog had they put that cone on my dog's head and it was all covered in blood and everything. And I called David and was like, hey man, is your old lady still on that dog grooming shop? And he was like, yeah, but we're not together no more. And I was like, well, do you mind if I can get her number? Because I need her to wash this dog off. Got dry blood and shit. And so Christy came over and she was nursing my dog, taking care of the wounds. It had the whole side of its head had stitches and shit.
Dang.
And so she came, I took her to the dog grooming shop and talked to Christy and everything. And then she was like, you know what, this dog's gonna need more attention. If you don't mind, like I'll just come over and take care of it at your house or whatever and make sure everything's anyway. Ever since then, happily ever after.
There you go.
But like I said, her and David, like I said, he was my buddy growing up and everything, and I talked to him before I ever even asked her out. I was like, look, do you mind? Like me and Christy, we have something going on. There's been a spark here. Y'all have kids together. Y'all have a kid together and everything. And he was like, shit, by all means, like I don't have to worry about her meeting some random stranger and taking care of my kid. I know you. You're a good guy, So like, he's 100% supportive of this. So
yeah,
it's been a pretty weird relationship, but it's been cool. But
yeah, y'all seem like a good match.
Yeah, and it's weird too.
The hell is that supposed to mean?
What?
I'm a lobster.
Randy's my lobster.
My lobster.
Yeah, but I mean, even like today, this weekend was David's weekend with Cody. It was his weekend with the kid, and they go to baseball games together and everything. But even when he come over here, like me and him, we get along great, And I can put myself in his shoes, if my ex-wife does have my kids, and you know, you always got to worry about who they're going to get with and how they're going to treat your kids. You know,
Yeah.
you always want,
Yeah.
you know, for your children. So
That's what I said. I think I turned out pretty good on my end with that whole thing as far as kids. They were mine, which I was stupid. You know, like I said, I was living in bar rooms and had 2 teenage boys at the house and just being stupid. But I eventually woke up, you know.
yeah,
No worries, Mojo. I know you've been busy, but we're talking about hitting some your better half over the head with a frying pan. It made me think about the skillet. That's all.
I guess I don't know,
I bet
man.
you Mojo has some stories. I bet you Mojo has some stories.
Yeah. I guess what pissed me off so much about that first marriage was she was sitting there having a secret affair going on. Here I am working 2 jobs just to keep everybody fed and you know what I'm saying, working my ass off. And that's the thing. So you know, it really makes you want to take. I understand how people can just really go ballistic and do stupid crap, you know, but I rose above all that. But I definitely understood, you know.
That's one of the things that my ex-wife harps on. She harps on it like, well, you know, you stole your best friend's wife. Like, no, I didn't.
Yeah.
Like, you're a low life motherfucker. You stole your best friend's wife. No, I didn't steal nobody's wife.
Yeah. That's like my first wife. The first guy she dated after me and her split up was he was a friend of mine. He's the one that taught me how to do air conditioning work. You know, I used to work with a guy, and anyway, them two had a fling, and that come to an end. Then the guy she's married to now, he knew me and her. He's actually, that's all screwed up. He's actually the father of her niece. Used to date her sister, and I looked at her one day. I said, "Why can't you date somebody that we don't know in common? You know, is that so hard?" I said, "I've yet to date anybody that you know." You know, I said, "Good God!" But I got over that shit a long time ago.
Who you got on the panel, Lance? Who's this?
What is going on, you guys?
Oh, okay. I know exactly
Mojo.
That's Mojo.
Mojo.
I am currently laying on some pads in my sleeping bag in an empty house on a floor.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good thing
So-
Mojo can't disguise himself. He's got that voice. We know exactly who you are.
Yeah, that was easy.
Oh, you guys, I've been going straight. I don't know, for 3 days straight, man. I am beat.
I can
It's all right.
imagine, man. That's what my son's getting ready to have to go through. He's got to pack all their crap up and drive it down here in a week and a half, 2 weeks from Philadelphia all the way down here to Biloxi.
Are you getting involved in that, Russ?
No, I didn't want to be involved taking him to the airport. I'm like, God, he knows I hate driving nowadays. My eyes ain't what they used to be, you know. And then I'm constantly looking at the weather for 3 days. I'm like, God bless it. It's going to be freaking raining Saturday. And I'm watching radar all the way up to the time we left. I said, yeah, this one right here is going to get us. And it did. It rained all the way there. I'm like, crap. So,
Yeah.
but it all ended good, you know.
He asked for the link, Simon. So I had an idea who was popping up. But you're right. Joe would have been a good guess if you just saw the avatar.
Yeah.
That does look like an angry Charlie Brown, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of looks like me, huh?
Yeah.
That's what she should have done. She should have left
Oh
one
my
strand.
God. Look at this one.
Well,
Ah.
So it's all empty now, Mojo?
Oh yeah, it's empty. I did trim today, and I painted trim, and I just got to finish painting trim and touch up, and
So you're
Get
moving
some-
to Alabama, right?
yeah,
Okay. What part?
3. It's going to be the southern part. It's about a half hour, 45 minutes above Mobile.
Oh wow. You're not
But
going to be
that's
too
just-
far from where we shoot videos at. And I shoot videos in Mobile County.
Do you?
Yeah.
Nice. Well, we'll be hooking up, but that's my sister's house. I'm not sure where we're still looking for a house
Okay.
to buy, but I'm staying in Washington State till January, and that's when I'll retire,
Okay.
and then I'll go back and forth on my vacations and stuff like that. But
I
yeah.
was just gonna say they're already gone then, right?
no, we're taking off Wednesday. We're driving there Wednesday.
Okay.
So I got two adult girls. They have 2 cars, and then my car, my wife's car. But yeah.
That's a long journey.
Oh yeah. Then I turn around, jump on an airplane, and come back. Then when I'm over there looking for houses, I got to look at houses. So it's once I get back here, it's gonna slow down real slow because then I don't have a house. I have 2-3 different bedrooms I can stay at, and about 4 couches.
Yeah.
So I'm good for I'll be good.
Yeah.
That's
You
gonna
can
be hard.
stop by,
Life.
Channel View Mojo. You can stop by Channel View Mojo. I'll get you a bed you can lay on.
Now you're in California, aren't you?
Me, I'm in Texas. Channel View,
Texas.
right
I don't know
outside
why I
Houston.
keep thinking you're in LA, dude. I don't know why.
He's close to Houston, Texas, east of Houston, Texas.
So isn't Houston kind of north?
Not really. No. It's
right.
Or is it
I-10
south?
I-10 takes you straight to Houston.
Okay, I might be passing you because I think I'm going through Texas, man.
Hit me
I
up,
know I
man.
am.
There's 2 main interstates that run through Texas, I-20 and I-10. They
Yeah.
both run east and west.
Yeah, I'm gonna be going through there in January when I go out there myself. I'm gonna head that way and go through California and then go, that southern route.
Yeah.
So what are you
So
gonna do?
what were you asking about stories?
Huh?
Earlier you were saying something about stories. You guys telling stories, huh?
Oh, yeah.
So
We're just reminiscing about ex-wives. and all
About
that
their
stuff.
ex-wives and stuff.
Well, you want to know about my ex-wife?
Sure. I'm going to grab a beer first, so hang on.
All right, you grab yourself a beer.
Mojo, tell me about your family too. You told George and I one time. Wasn't it like you have like 4 sisters, was it? 5 sisters.
Me? Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually have 6 sisters. I have 3 Mexican sisters that I was born between them because my mom cheated and my dad cheated, and that's how I was created. So never knew my dad my whole life, but I finally met, when he was in the ground and all that stuff because of DNA and stuff. But yeah, that's the quick version.
Yeah, well, you said something about you were the light-skinned Mexican or something. I can't.
Yes, I'm the white Mexican. My name is Manuel Rincon. I don't have any Espanol in me, but I have the name.
Yeah, I knew it was something like that. I remember the white Mexican thing, and now you said the name. That's what it was. That's what was sticking out because Manuel, when Mojo, I was like, oh, okay. I get that.
Yeah.
Sort of.
So my first wife was my sweetheart from high school, and had 3 kids with her. I had a kid when I was a junior in high school. I graduated high school even though I had a kid. Then we had 2 more kids, went to Ohio and back, and next thing you know, she started, because we were so young, she had to go and she got a little itch. Next thing you know, she's pregnant from a guy in our complex where we lived, and we were still married. And she was pregnant by another guy.
Oh, shit.
So we ended up getting a divorce. And that was a long time ago. I still talk to her once in a blue moon. She's the mother of my kids, but
Yeah.
and then I've known her family my entire life. So second one was a rebound marriage. Had 1 child with her. I intentionally was going to go and hook up with her cousin, but ended up hooking up with her. And she did the same thing. Well, she didn't get pregnant, but she started cheating and stuff. And then, long story short, it's just like whatever. And then she did it when she left me with that guy. And she was just a trip. I don't like to talk negative about my exes because it is what it is. And, people are who they are.
Right.
So
Yeah, I wish
I've
I-
been married 3 times. Tracy and I don't have kids together, and we've been married, gosh, 17 years.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's quite a while. So
Yeah. Simon said, "Man, you are Mexican."
yes. Oh yeah, you guys, I
So
can't wait to be done, man. I'm so tired and done with this, man. It's so nuts.
Oh God, I would dread it. My goodness.
And I got to do the house. The hard part is doing the molding because I was in the middle of doing molding and stuff. And man, I don't like molding, dude. I'm telling you right now. And then painting it, and then it's just a
Yeah, it's
pain.
pain. It's you almost got to be a finished carpenter to
Yeah.
do molding right.
Yeah,
You
with your
angled
degrees.
Cutting in
What's
on
that?
corners and shit. That's just a pain in the ass.
Yeah, 45s.
All
You
the
can cut a
motors.
45-degree angle, and they're gonna match, but walls aren't straight, man. Walls will like buckle and move. They're all different shaped, and then next thing
We
you know,
used
your
to-
45-degree angle ain't even working.
Yeah,
Then you
I
just dump a bunch of caulking in it, and it's good. But whatever.
I'd use a miter box, and you still end up with little cracks and gaps. So I'd put caulking up in that, and then paint it.
Yeah.
The,
Well, we'll
hide
see
the-
what's left when I'm done because I'm about done doing this stuff, man.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
How old are you?
How old am I? I am 56.
Okay.
Who's moving the content?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I talking to you.
Who's moving to content? What'd you say?
Oh, the house. Yeah. Who's moving? Where's all the furniture going?
Oh, it's going to Alabama.
Oh, so it's on like a moving truck or something.
You gonna put it in
It's
storage?
the pods. I actually used U-Haul. They were the best ones to use. I would never. I don't like to even talk bad about people when I'm online, but the pods. It's called the pods. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I've
pretty
used
rough company.
Yeah, I've
Alright.
used them before.
So-
U-Haul has pods,
Mojo.
or
Yeah,
Mojo,
yeah.
okay.
Mojo's moving to Alabama with a banjo on his knee.
Yeah, that's my old knee making noise. It's not
I
a
need to-
banjo.
I need to tell my son about that. I didn't know U-Haul had pods. He could load that up and have them drive it down here. Then he wouldn't have to haul a trailer behind him.
Yeah, exactly. Does he have a lot of stuff or?
Not really. They're buying brand new. He just spent $8,000 on brand new furniture at this house he just bought. And,
Yeah.
but he's got
Who
a
you
bunch of
work for?
tools and personal items. It's not just him; it's him and the girl he's with and her 2 kids.
Yeah, who used to
Wow.
work for Mayflower? He used to work for Mayflower, huh, Lance?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what about Mayflower?
I did-
Mayflower moved.
I
Moving
did
down,
some of their-
yeah.
I did the relocation moves or transit. Tom Garvey was actually a salesman for Mayflower. if I remember
Oh yeah, it
correctly.
was Tom. It was Tom.
We have a Mayflower terminal, I reckon you'd call it, over there in Pascagoula somewhere, or used to. You
Yeah,
see them
they'll
trucks
do
all the
that
time.
too. Yeah, those guys, they'll haul furniture and whole houses and everything.
Oh, they box everything up and pack it and move you. Like
Exactly.
military
what
does
cost
a lot of
is.
that. That you ain't got to lift a finger.
Yeah, I know it was Tom Garvey because he used to move the football teams and shit from Houston to all over the place.
Nice wood trim cut.
You know what? You know the big totes at Costco, those yellow and black totes
Yeah.
that they sell. Yeah, that's what I packed up everything in my house with. So when I put them in the pods, man, they fit nice and tight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, those are nice.
And it said 2,000 pounds on each of these pods, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute now.
2,000.
Yeah, well, they're smaller pods,
Okay.
so like I have 3 of them.
Yeah.
And 2,000 pounds isn't much. And I'm like, okay, that first one is stuffed, and it weighs way more than 2,000 pounds. So I have
So
a backup plan if they call me, but I doubt if they'll call me.
Well,
Yeah.
they're probably just going to charge you the extra weight. So it'd just
What's
be just
that?
like it'll be just like a moving company at that point. So they're gonna charge you for the weight. So
I don't think so because
How do they
it,
even know? I mean,
that-
unless they got scales that they can roll over.
well, they eventually have to weigh it on a truck because you have to know your weight when you're pulling,
Yeah. I
stuff
guess.
down the road. But the thing is the box container can hold 2,000 pounds apparently. But the way I loaded it, it's not going to do anything. But
Yeah.
whatever. I
Huh.
thought I was going to get two of them, and then after I was done, playing games with my head, you guys, I ended up stuffing 3 of them.
Wow.
Oh,
So
When
I got
moved
rid of a
here-
lot of stuff, though, man.
When I moved here, we moved in one, which we only moved from Gulfport to Biloxi, but I rented one pod and we took our time, like 2 weeks, loading it up, and stuff like that. And then they come and picked it up. But even then, I still had to use my pickup truck to get certain items over here, which is local, no big deal.
Mojo, I don't know if you
So,
can see the
Mojo-
chat. There's a question they were asking: how does the box get into the truck? I guess they bring like a forklift.
No, they pick it up and put it on the back of like a flatbed thing.
Yeah.
Or at least that's how pods do it. And
Yeah, it's like a forklift type looking thing.
yeah.
I am on a slant on my driveway, so I hope that it doesn't flip upside down.
Yeah, they ask you things about power lines and stuff like that, when you're
Hey
signing up
Mojo,
for it.
the last video I seen, you still had your barbecue, all your barbecue stuff. Are you gonna keep that there? Or that's shipped.
No, everything's packed. I got rid of some barbecuers. I ended up stuffing my barbecues in there, some of them. So I was pretty lucky. Then I actually shoved a lot of yard tools in my weed eater just now. They were in the back end, and I'm like throwing axes in there and all kinds of stuff. It was pretty nice. I was like, I didn't think I was going to get them in there.
Yeah, I had a buddy that was in the service, and he moved from Hawaii to Texas, and what they did was they stuffed their car. They stuffed everything they could in their car, and they shipped their car from Hawaii over here.
Yeah.
Wow. Now I'm
Kinda like a-
surprised they allowed that because I guess other countries, when it's coming from another country and they ship vehicles, you're not allowed to have anything in that vehicle. But that's probably other countries versus the U.S.
So
Yeah, it
what
might
do
have
you
been.
have to do to prepare them? I mean, because I'm pretty familiar with the moving industry. I spent decades in it. What did you have to do is for like preparing those grills? Because that was one of the number one claims that you will always guarantee you'll see is propane cylinders. They will
Yeah.
not pack a propane cylinder and put it in storage or transport it at all. It always gets left behind. But did they make you prepare all that stuff?
I didn't bring any of propane tanks. I gave them all away.
Okay.
Yeah, because I didn't want to. I don't want them in there. That's
Yeah.
not a good place to have them.
Yeah,
Right.
you can get that once you get down here. That ain't nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
But your weed eater and all that, I guess you had to dump. It's safe to assume.
Yeah, my weed eater I dumped. Now you guys be quiet, okay? Don't tell them I didn't dump out the stuff out of my generator. My generator and
Tell 'em.
my one other. There was something else, but it'll be all right. Oh, my power washer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, will it sit in a storage facility, or is it being taken to your sisters? To be
Yeah,
unloaded?
so it'll stay in the pods, and they'll keep them in some warehouse. And then as soon as I have a place, I hope they could drop it off at my place because that's what they're supposed to do. But we'll see.
Yeah.
Alabama's pretty rural.
You got to rent that the whole time that you're using it too, monthly or
Yep.
weekly or however they do it.
Yeah, monthly.
Yeah.
So you're being charged a storage fee the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
Well, either way, you got to pay storage. Even if he took everything out and put it in a storage building, he's still got to pay. So,
Right.
It's called convenience, you guys. It is so convenient.
no,
It's
it
nice.
is. Oh,
No,
I
I'm not
know.
knocking it. I'm just want to know more about it. I'm just curious about more about it. That's all.
That's how I moved last time. I said then if I ever move from here, that's what I'm doing again. That just is too easy. You ain't got to. You can take your time loading it. There is
Mhm.
no deadline on when you got to have it back like a U-Haul. You got to say, well, I need it on this day. We're gonna load it up, and I'm gonna need it the next day to unload it. Or if you're moving out of state, then and you got to be charged for all that. So a pod, man, it was just so much better.
So
Yeah.
are you like, because you packed it all, you can't come back to them and say you chipped my table? I mean,
No.
because you packed it all, but how do you know that pod wasn't accidentally, not I'm saying purposely, but didn't get jockeyed around enough to where stuff moved? I guess
You know
just
why, Lance?
I'm listening.
Because it says gentle ride.
Yeah.
It said gentle ride, and I saw that. I'm like, okay, sure. Gentle
used to-
ride.
I have moved before and rented those real big rider trucks that said gentle ride, like air,
Mhm.
and they were really good. They didn't do a lot of jarring and stuff.
I was talking to one of my buddies this evening. His daughter and grandchildren, and son-in-law just left from
Ugh.
South Florida this week. They were 60 miles out of South Florida, had a blowout. He's pulling a big ass trailer with his Dodge truck. So, make a long story short, the trip from South Florida to Mechanicsville, Maryland, right here where I'm at, they had 4 blowouts
Holy crap!
on this trailer hauling this stuff back to Maryland. Couldn't believe it.
Wow.
Mm.
Dude, I worked for a place when I was a teenager, and we did that. And they called us to move. We were a moving company. There was 3 guys in one truck. And they called us to move this house in Louisiana. We all went down to Louisiana, and they had a baby grand piano. Talk
Oh,
about
God.
it was like it was on the 2nd story too, so we had to bring in like a crane. Like you had to build this crane on the spot and lower this baby grand. It had fucking pearl keys on it and everything. I mean, it was horrible. And you know what? After everything was said and done, they called the company that we were working for and they bitched because we had a dolly and we laid the dolly on top of their washer and dryer, with a blanket and everything. And the trip from Louisiana to Houston scratched their washer and dryer. Dude, we ended up eating. The company I worked for ended up eating all that money because they said general ride. Yeah, it was fucking horrible.
That was a money-making industry. I made some crazy money doing those transit repairs. Crazy money. And they started towards the end, what they would do is that they start offering people, because a lot of your moves are military people, are people that are going to have to move again because their management, they're just going to Philip Morris to get this this department within Philip Morris changed because it's losing money. So these guys that are really great at this, they're coming here and they'll move in there, and they'll a year's time, they'll have to go someplace else. So these insurance companies that we got contracted by, they would actually, instead of like what Randy was saying, instead of having to buy something out, they started offering like allowances. And surprised how many people would take that, because their allowances could be, if that dryer was $900 new, the insurance company would give them $600. You keep the dryer, but they got to know the system. So when they moved again, the packers were usually 90% of the time too lazy to be accurate to write a perfect condition report. I was so involved in all this stuff. So they wouldn't write a perfect condition report. So when they made that second move, that family, now they know the system, that family would claim that same dryer as being damaged in the move. Now they just got another now they're $100 in on this $900 dryer, and they still keeping it.
That's the way this company worked too. Is they had packers. The packers would go in there and they'd pack everything up, and then we would just be basically moving square boxes so you can optimize space in the truck because everything was squared. It was like fitting, like working with Tetris.
Yeah.
You can put.
Yeah.
I don't know. On that particular move though, it was crazy. Like, dude, we came to your house, we set up a crane, we moved a fucking baby grand piano and didn't fuck nothing up, and you're bitching about a couple scratches on your dryer.
Yeah, those people, man, they made it a career, and it's usually the housekeepers, the women that stayed home and raised the children. Christy, I'm not bashing on the women that get to stay home and raise the children.
Fucking stupid ass women.
These were career-oriented people, so it's usually, I mean, and there was some cases where the women were in the management. You got to remember how old I am, to where women being in the management departments or having the management titles, that wasn't as popular 20, 30 years ago. So mostly it was the men, so the women stayed home and raised the children. Well, the women, they just got to learn the system, and a lot of them were friends, because if there's a department manager that left, he usually wanted his crew to go with him. So they would send everybody out of Dallas, Texas, to Northern Virginia, of ExxonMobil Oil, and it would usually be his whole department. It wouldn't just be one guy, because he needed all these other people that made him so important with him. So these women would get their, man, I got that Yadro figurine, and they paid for that whole thing, and I got to keep it, and they're having it professionally repaired, and
I can remember when I worked there. So in the morning at 6:30 in the morning, everybody lines up on this bench, and all the drivers are assigned their truck, and they go out there and they pick their, you pick two people. So there was a big ass bench out there, and this place didn't really care. There were convicts out there and everything. It was kind of a day labor type shit. But I always had, I knew who the hell was the driver, and they would always come pick me. But I remember there was a big ass bench out there, and the guy that owned the company, his name was Bill, and so supposedly somebody moved a police officer, and the police officer called up there and was like, "Hey, I'm missing a gun. Like, we have everything packed up, and I'm missing a gun. They packed up my gun cabinet. I'm missing something." And I remember that dude Bill came out there one morning, dude, and I was sitting on the bench, and it was 6:30 in the morning. Everybody's drinking coffee and shit, and he was like, "Who was on truck 43 last Wednesday?" And I don't know. Long story short, that dude kicked off his fucking shoes, man, and fucking punched the shit out of that dude, like knocked him out. It was like, "You stole somebody's gun." Yeah, it was crazy, bro. It was like some prison type shit,
Yeah.
But
All right, guys, I got to jump off of here. I got to go to sleep. I am going to work tomorrow, which is crazy. I should stay home, but
Yeah, I got to get off here too. I got stuff to do in the morning.
you guys have a good night, man.
All right,
Good
buddy.
to see you guys.
All right, Mojo.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Mojo.
Yeah, bye-bye.
you leaving too, Russ?
Huh?
You leaving too?
Yeah, I got to hit the bank tomorrow, and I was wanting to go to the gym, so I got to get up kind of decent hour.
That's what's up. I guess I'll go to bed too. Fuck it.
Yeah, it's already after midnight. I imagine.
You got
Fran is,
work tomorrow, Randy?
Yes, sir. I gotta be at the plant at 6 o'clock in the morning, but
No, yeah, you
now I
better
get
get
to,
off.
now I get to cut off 15 minutes off my getting ready in the morning schedule.
Yeah, you ain't got to comb
You
your
gotta
hair.
save on the shampoo, the conditioner.
Yeah, it's such a
Crazy
Such a-
money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have to get up extra early to comb my hair like I used to.
Right. Electricity for blow drying it and all that.
I never did that. I never did that, but I got a whole array of like hair products and combs and shit. I don't have to use no more.
Right.
I'll tell Chris to put those in the closet now.
You can get yourself a pod unit and put it in storage.
All I gotta do is brush my teeth and wash my face and head at the same time.
There you go. Problem solved.
Yep.
There it is.
That's actually a good
All right,
thing,
guys.
man.
Well, I'm gonna hop off too, man. I'll holler at y'all.
All right, man. We'll see y'all later.
Yeah.
Well, y'all. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Thanks for being in the panel chat. Thank you for being here and hanging around with us, old folk and bald folk. We
Bald.
appreciate you.
The bald folk
Bald.
appreciate you.
Yep.
I represent
y'all.
the bald
Thank you.
community.
Later.
All right.
All right, Lance. Hey,
All right, bro.
the
Love you, man.
bald community appreciate you too.
Yeah, man. At least you don't. You're not. Oh, look, Tom Garvey just came in.
Yeah, what's up, Tom?
What's up, Tom? Good night, bearded and baldly. Tom, we were just getting ready to get off. Unless
Drop
you're
the link.
getting on-
Fuck it, let's talk to Tom.
You got to go to work, man. I don't want to be the one.
Man, you know what I do? What I do at work doesn't require rest.
Well, Tom, there's the link. We're more than happy to hang around here. But if you want to hop on, let's do it. We'll chat some more. I'll get another beer.
I was thinking like 12:30 or 1 o'clock. I'll probably get off, but
So what's
like
it?
I said, I mean,
Hour
dude, my
behind.
job,
I'm 107 now.
my job, I'm a neck up employee. You know what I mean? I get paid for whatever I got in my brain. I'm not a neck down employee. I don't have to do a lot of physical work.
Tom, buddy, there's the link. If you want to hop on,
I would
Come on
love
up,
to
buddy.
talk to Tom. I would love to talk to Tom for a little while.
yep, we can talk about your exes. They've talked about everybody else's ex-wives. I don't think
Shit.
Tom has an ex-wife. I'm trying to think. I think him and Marie have been married. Yeah, I don't think Tom has an ex-wife. Or does he?
I don't even know. That's a good question to ask him if he comes up.
Oh, he's not home.
Oh shit.
Okay.
All right. Well, no big deal. We'll catch him next time. I'll be
Yep,
on tomorrow. I'll be on tomorrow after Rick goes off. So, Tom, you're more welcome to jump on them. Lance, I fucking love you, brother.
Love you too, bro.
Yeah.
We'll do this again tomorrow. Man, I'm
Yeah,
gonna get my
everybody-
boat, man. I'm gonna get my boat straightened out. Good. Let me take 1 minute of your time.
Did you look into them 13 fishing reels?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I saw 13 they're all left-handed, so he's in all my exes. Remember I told you I wanted to get a cheap little bait casting because I've never had a bait casting reel. Look at this thing, man. I paid that kid. He walked it down here. He was so proud. He had his big brother escort him down here because his mama wouldn't let him walk to my house by himself. He says, are you all right with the price? I gave him $20 for it. I said, if I didn't want to pay $20 for it, I wouldn't have paid. I'm not going to Jew you down. But that's the little bait caster reel I got. It's just a cheapy thing. But like I say, I've never had one. I ain't going to pay hundreds of dollars for something I ain't never used. Well, I got my other spinning reels over there, but
Yeah. No, I'm telling you, go to Amazon and look up 13 fishing.
13 fishing. I thought you were about those reels. I
No,
saw
that's what they are.
13
They're real.
fishing
But the name
rods.
of the company is the name of the company is called 13
Oh,
Fishing.
the saltwater stuff that
Yeah,
Anthony
dude,
you and I were talking about.
They got
That's right.
all ceramic bearings in them, and Dude, I'm gonna tell you
Okay.
right now, I will burn through a Shimano reel. I mean, I could buy a nice Shimano reel, or anything, Calcutta, all that shit. Them fucking
Yeah.
13 fishing, dude, they take a beating, dude.
It's all
I
right.
got me one and I got Christy one, and dude, they hold up to everything.
Yeah, this is just plastic junk, and all it is just me learning how to bait cast. And if I like it, then I'll get something, like my spin cast. I mean, they're nicer reels than this by far, but I'll get something different. But I'm happy with it for now. 20
So,
bucks.
so bait casters, you just got to learn the pressure you got to put on them to keep them from backlashing. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, they were saying something, and I'm sitting there telling you I don't want to keep you up, and here I am keeping you up. But I did some studying on them. So you have your brake adjustment on them on your left-hand side, or depending on which way the reel's set up. And they say really to set it like if you have a scale of 1 to 10, that they recommend starting it like right in the middle.
Right.
And then on this side over here, which is the knob that actually pinches the reel. So this is your spin that
That's
goes
your
out.
drag. That's your finger drag.
Right. So, to set it up to where your weight is just, dropping on its own, not like just immediately falling, just slowly coming on out on its own to where you set that knob at right there. And then that is supposed to not eliminate, but that is supposed to, you're supposed to have less backlash to bird's nest if you have those settings to start with. Those are just something to jump out on. So
You know what? Hey, once you get your drag set and the tension and everything on that reel, you can cast further with that reel you have in your hand right now. You can cast further than you can with any spinning reel.
Yep. And I was because I've been, like I said, been crashing, watching a lot of videos, learning about them, and I was actually seeing that for myself because when I went fishing Friday, bass fishing, I had my my spin cast rods with me, and I was only throwing 1/8 ounce Mr. Twister grubs, and I was like, man, I can't even get out 20 feet with this thing, no weight with those things. But I had real heavy line on there too, so I took all that off. I put 6 pound on everything because it's just freshwater ship, and we'll try it. But I had 12
for
pound.
me, for me, like when I'm in my boat's right here. I always lay my poles, whatever I have spinning reels. I have some with 20-pound test on them. I have some with 8-pound test on them, whatever. But whenever I'm, I'll set my poles up in the holders, and in the meantime, I'm throwing artificial, and that's what I use for artificial because I can fling that damn reel 300 times, but with a spinning reel, you can't do that. With a spinning reel, you can't work a jig with it.
Yeah, we're still live, by the way. So
no, that's fine.
But I'm real curious about getting this going. I can't do it tomorrow, but I'm gonna get back out this week with it and just play with it some. I'm hoping I can hook up with this guy in Virginia about that boat. So I'm hoping for tomorrow, but
what kind of boat are you looking for, Lance?
I'm just getting a little Pelican, 10-foot Pelican, 2-man, 600 pound. Yeah, electric motor.
Yeah,
Just something that I can get. Huh?
I got one of those.
Oh, is that right?
A little Pelican, yeah. Little puddle jumper.
Really?
It's got a fucking. Dude, I got a bilge pump in it. I got a full size battery. I got a Minn Kota electric trolling motor on it.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I have a kayak too, and so when we go out fishing, I put Christy in the little 10-foot Pelican, and she has the trolling motor. That way, she don't have to paddle. And we get to where we're fishing at, and I tie off to her. She anchors, and I drift off about 20 feet from her with the rope, and then I fish off my kayak. But if I need something, I'll just take that rope and I'll pull back into her, and I'll grab a beer out of the ice chest or something because she has a lot more buoyancy than I do. You know what I mean? She can carry an ice chest and tackle and everything.
I've been doing. There's a ton of shit on those Pelicans on good night NBL. There's a ton of shit on YouTube about those Pelicans,
Yeah,
and
man.
I'm gonna put a probably a 50-pound thrust Minn Kota on there.
Yeah,
And,
I don't know. I don't remember what mine is. I know it's a 5-speed. It's got reverse, but
Yeah,
that way she don't have to paddle. So I put
Yeah.
her in that little 10-foot, and the way I have it set up is my kayak rides right on top of that boat. So I put her boat in the back of the trunk, and then I put my kayak right on top of it, and it works out because she's out there, trucking around on the trolling motor. I'm in my kayak. I catch up to her, but when we get, stationed, she can carry the ice chest, the tackle boxes, the anchors, and all that shit. And I don't have to carry that shit in the kayak,
yeah,
And like I said, we fish, and she always, it's just easier for her. She can move
Yeah.
around. She can just stand up on it and everything. So
oh yeah, yeah. No, that's the kind of fishing I rather enjoy. I mean, being out in the river or out in the bay, I mean, that's all right. But there's any given time, it just gets rough as shit. Storms coming through.
Yeah.
I just enjoy, pitching underneath a tree that's hanging over the lake, and seeing if I can hit that bass on, a water walker, something like that. I get more thrill out of that than they'll just sitting there going back and forth, trolling, or bottom fishing, sitting and bottom fishing someplace. I just keeps you going,
You need to check out Little John lures. They're made right here in Houston, but those things are the shit. They make fresh water and salt water, but they're Little Johns. They're weighted. They're soft plastics, but they have weights in them.
Oh, is that right? There's a lot of guys, like I said, I've been hooking up with a lot of guys on YouTube that are doing it. That guy, Natural State Fishing, he's really good. He's really good at tying that stuff. And you can tell he enjoys it.
So one time we're out there at the Texas City Dike, and like I said, I mean, Christy has the boat with the motor on it. I don't have a motor. I just have a kayak, and we're anchored off and we're fishing. I look back, and we're getting farther and farther away from the shore. We're caught in a small rip tide, like I guess what they call I don't know. It's some kind of current, rip tide or something like that. But I told her, I was like, "Hey, pull up your anchor, babe. Let's start heading back in because if we get out too far, we're gonna get caught in this, in the main ship channel current." I was like, "We don't want to be next to these big ass boats." And so as soon as she pulls up her anchor, I'm tied to her. As soon as we pull up the anchor, we got our little speaker jamming. We're out there listening to music and shit, fishing. As soon as she pulls up her anchor, dude, we get swept out. And I told her, I was like, "Yeah, dude, like we got from 100 yards to 300 yards away from the shore, and we're getting swept out to the middle where the big ships are coming and shit." And I told her, I was like, "Don't panic." And I was like, "Let's go." I was like, "Don't go back towards the dike. Go at an angle. Go at a 45-degree angle." And so we start 45 degree and it's taking everything this little boat has, and I'm tied to her. Well, I ain't paddling. I'm just holding on to my paddle on the kayak. And dude, we get so far away. At one point, I was kind of panicking. I was thinking, "Oh shit, we're gonna have to call the Coast Guard to come rescue us," because we were getting swept out. We were caught in that riptide.
Yeah.
But we ended up making it all the way back to the damn dike, and as soon as we got to the dike, we turned around and we just stayed like 5 feet away from the rocks and just made it all the way back to the boat. But and she was looking at me with big old eyes. She was like, "Oh shit, baby, we're gonna be all right." I was like, "I think so. I don't know."
Yeah, I mean, you have no control over it,
Right.
Yeah, you
Even
have
with that
no-
little trolling
it's like-
motor, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, just like if you're swimming, you get an undercurrent, grabs a hold of your ass. I mean, before you know it, you're being pulled, and you're doing everything you can for one, to keep your head above water, and two, to fight it. You know, it's pulling. So yeah, I mean, that would freak me out if I ever got in a situation like that where everything I was doing wasn't good enough, you know.
Well, you know, a lot of people panic and they try to swim back towards shore. That's the worst thing to do. Don't waste all your energy trying to swim back towards shore. Ride it at a 45-degree angle, and then you can end up getting back to the rocks. You know, that's the way we did it. But yeah, it was kind of sketchy. And trust me, we ended up like almost a mile and a half away from the truck. Yeah, it was sketchy. And I was telling her, I was like, don't panic. You know, push come to shove. I have my cell phone still. I'll call the fucking Coast Guard.
Yeah.
But we're getting swept out to the fucking Gulf of Mexico. Yeah. As a matter of fact, that day, dude, all we were catching was stingrays. Like, I'm in a kayak, dude. I'm catching fucking stingrays as big as the hood of a truck, you know? Like, I'll bring a stingray up next to me and I'd snip the line. I'm not bringing that shit on a kayak.
Right.
I'm not trying to be Steve Irwin.
Right.
But yeah, it's still fun. It's still fun. I mean,
enjoy it. It's been so long, and I'm to be perfectly honest with you, one of the other main reasons I'm doing this is for my granddaughter.
yeah.
You know, I want to keep her busy. I want to be
Does she
more
like fishing?
involved. Oh yeah, no, we've been fishing plenty of times, but bank fishing, and I've always talked to I'd like to have get a little boat for freshwater because like I said, I had the center console. I've done plenty of river fishing, but I just rather, you know,
Dude,
find a little shit.
if I live closer to you, Lance, I would give you this fucking boat, dude. I mean, if I don't use it that much. I have a 10-foot, you know, little John boat. It's in good condition too.
Right.
If I live closer to you, I'd give it to you, man, because I don't use it that much. And I have fucking kayaks. Still have 2 kayaks. I would all the way let you use them.
Yeah. I'm scared of a kayak. If I did a kayak, I'd have to have those outriggers on it. You know,
I have outriggers. I have outriggers on mine.
The
too.
ones you
Dude,
made. That's right. We had this conversation. You made them. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I made them out of a 2-inch thick or 2-inch diameter PVC piping. They have adjustable, so you can adjust them out. You can put them out, you know, whatever. And then when I put them in the boat, they're collapsible, so they collapse and they raise up. And I put pins in them, and I can load those inside the truck, so that I have the John boat and the kayak in the back of the truck.
What are you doing with the Pelican? What do you do for rod holders on that? Because I've watched, I thought about doing, Randy, I said I wasn't going to talk to you, but see, you start this shit. Now I'm going to talk to you.
Nah,
but I wanted to do rod holder, and I like the clean look of, like putting like recessed rod holders in.
Right.
But, and they can be done in a Pelican, but once you go through those 2 layers of plastic, it's all foam blocks underneath there. Yeah. And I saw one guy that actually ran a damn hole saw through there and just tore up the foam block, but it worked for him. And I saw another guy just last night. He took like a benzomatic torch, and he heated up a real big long screwdriver, and he went in there and he just melted it back so that rod holder would go in there. But
so on Amazon they sell these rod holders that clip onto the side of those boats. So I have 4 rod holders on there, but they clip on. I didn't have
Pelican,
to do them all,
right? You talk about the Pelican 10-foot, the plastic ones.
Oh no, I'm talking about the John boats, the 10-foot like a Lumacraft. They have like a inch and a half runner around the side of them.
Yeah,
that's what I have. I don't have the Pelican boat.
Yeah, the Pelicans they're wider than that. You know, they actually have the gunny rail. Gunner rail has like recess where you can put your rods at. It's got little drink holders and stuff like that in it. But
right. I misunderstood you. I have a regular Alumacraft, 10-foot Alumacraft, John boat, little John boat.
Yeah.
I let my
They were
buddy
saying-
Chad borrow. Yeah, I let my buddy Chad borrow that thing all the time because his dive crew uses it.
Yeah. They're saying they're not even making them aluminum boats anymore because the cost of aluminum's gotten so expensive that they can't make those like those Lowe's boats and all that. They
Yeah.
can't even make them anymore. They're saying. I guess there's a certain amount of aluminum in that metal that's being.
I have one. I bought mine for like $150 on Marketplace. Dude just wanted to get rid of it. I was like, shit, I wouldn't picked it up, man. It didn't even have no scratches on the bottom. Like he had never used it that much.
Yeah.
Shit, we use the hell out of it. I have my kayak. I have my kayak, and then Christy has that boat. But like I said, I'm not gonna put her in something that.
Right.
I'm not gonna put her in nothing dangerous. I want her to have room to move around and stand up and everything. So that little Alumacraft, I think it's Alumacraft.
Yeah,
But it's
there is a Lumacraft. There is a Lumacraft. But that
Yeah.
Pelican, same thing. It's 10'6", and
I know what
it
you're talking
fit-
about. That's some
it fits
Academy.
in
They
a
got two little pontoons on them. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yep.
Little
But,
swivel seats and shit.
Two swivel seats. Yeah, they slide up and back and forth on his rail.
Yeah, I misunderstood you when you said that. I was just automatically thinking that you're talking about like a John boat, little John boat.
Yeah, that's what I want to get one of those. I got two of them right now. I've been going back and forth. The first guy, man, I'm so hating life right now because that's the one I really want because it's a 2022 and it ain't never been used hardly. The blue, you know how when you got something with metal, they usually put like a film over top of it, like a scratch protectant. Dude, the
Right.
blue film hasn't even been removed from the motor mount plates. It's that mint. It's that good. And I got him down to $600 on it. It's $1,100 boat in 2023. But then so I wasn't hearing from him, so I started searching more, and I found another one. This one is a divorce case. She's a staff sergeant with the Army. It's a divorce case that she apparently it was her husband's because she made a statement. I just want this thing out of my yard. I don't care about it. I don't want to do anything with it. It has a 50 thrust trolling motor on it. Randy, it's still all wrapped up and zip tied to the motor shaft. It's never had wire ends put on the wire yet. It's never been in the water. And she has two brand new life jackets and one oar. And she also, in her boat, the blue protective film over the metal for the engine mount, it hasn't even been removed on both of them, only one of them.
Yeah.
So,
No, I mean this was a find. Like this was
yeah.
We use it all the time. Really, what I bought it for was that way we could put in at there's a place over here called McCullum Park, and I put it in there. I wanted to get it so we could put it in there and go flounder gigging because they have a big ass fence where you can't walk down to the spillway like you used to be able to. A lot of people were going down there and like starting fires and leaving Modelo bottles all over the rocks and shit. So they put a big ass fence up. So now you have to either get in the water and wade down there, or you can use a little flat bottom boat. And so that's what I bought it for, so we can go. But then, I ended up buying this boat. So now we can just put in my buddy Chad's house and cruise down there. Anyway, long story short, I bought this for that, and we don't need it no more. It's this stage in the game. We don't need it no more.
Right. The ladies' boat in Maryland's, they're pretty strict on it. The ladies' boat, of course, is a divorce case. It's a 2014, and she has no title for it. So in Maryland, if I put that electric trolling motor on it, I have to register it. If I leave it as a rowboat, same thing in Texas. Okay.
Same thing in Texas. If it's got a motorized motor on it, any kind of, even if it's electric, you still have to register. But I don't have no numbers on this boat.
Yeah, well, that's what registering here. You would have to have numbers on it. But my buddy was telling me that one that bought my center console. Actually, he said that I'm not talking about going out in tidal water. I'm talking about doing ponds and lakes. He said, man, what's the chances of a freaking DNR coming in there and seeing if you got no numbers on your boat because you're using a trolling motor?
Yeah, that's just it. I mean, dude, I do have little bullshit clamp on lights. I have red and greens and a white, just to clamp on there in case we're out there at night and we're flounder gigging or something. But I don't have numbers on it.
Yeah.
But, if fucking Texas Parks and Wildlife comes through and they see a little bitty ass 10-foot John boat with a trolling motor on it, and you do have a white mowlight and red and greens on the back, like, what's the chance of them running you? Because unless they're just bored.
Yeah. Well, that's what Bernie said. He says, just keep your fishing license up to date, which it is. He said, make sure you have, your oar and your shit that you're supposed to have on there. And then he said, if they come up to you and say, why aren't your numbers read or posted? He said, just tell them play dumb,
Yeah. You can buy those little bullshit. You can buy those little bullshit packs. It's got like a little collapsible oar, a whistle, a flare.
Yeah.
Everything that meets the requirements, and you can keep that in the boat.
Yeah. I think in Maryland you have to have. In Texas probably too. Throw device.
Yeah. There's a certain amount of things you have to have on a registered boat. But like me, I can launch my kayak with nothing like that, because I'm paddling the kayak.
Right.
It's kind of a loop. It's a catch-22.
He said, to use the motor to get to wherever you're going to go, anchor the boat, lift the motor up, just sit there. He said they come. The motor's not in the water, but make sure you have an oar on the boat. But I've never lived my life where I've had to, look over my shoulder. If I fucked up, if I did the crime, I did the time, but I don't want to do a bunch of shit where I have to always look over my shoulder, in my life. That's not a life,
Man, I'm going to tell you one time. So my ex-wife, as a matter of fact, when Bailey was still an infant, Bailey was in Pampers. And my best friend Wesley, you've seen him before. Right. So I had my Wellcraft, my 18-foot Wellcraft, and they would be like, his ex-wife and my ex-wife would be like, you can't go fishing, you have to have the girls. Be like, that don't mean shit. We're going later, son. Yeah, we'd be like, that don't mean shit. We're still going fishing. I don't give a shit if we have the kids. So what we do is we'd put them in their walkers, and we would bungee the walkers together, and then we put the bungees on the side, and the kids would be in their walkers, and we'd be fishing. And anyway, we got pulled over by we were fishing, we weren't even paying no attention. All of a sudden I look over and Texas Parks and Wildlife was coming over towards us. I was like, oh shit. So I grabbed Bailey and he grabbed Hillary at the same time, and we put them on the ground and we started taking their diapers off. And whenever Texas Parks and Wildlife finally made it to the boat, we were like, they're not in life jackets, they're not in their walkers, and they're not in life jackets because we're changing their diapers. The dude was like, man, I don't even care about that. He was like, show me your numbers, show me everything. Anyway, well, we told him, they weren't in life jackets because we were changing their diapers. He told us it doesn't matter as long as the boat is not in motion. A child doesn't have to be in a life jacket. I was like, really? That's pretty interesting. Like, I thought if you were under the age of 16, you had to be in a personal flotation device the whole time.
Right.
He was like, no, as long as the boat's not in motion, because we thought for sure we were about to get tickets. I mean, we're just fucking hanging out, fishing. The kids are, as a matter of fact, on that boat too, like I went to the dollar store and I bought this little blow up pool. It was like, 3 foot around or whatever. And, like 8 inches deep. And we would take the hose from the live well and we would fill that pull up and and the kids would play in the pool in the boat while we were fishing. Yeah, it was. I remember when Bailey first learned how to swim. When Bailey first learned how to swim, you know how there's that button on the side of the motor that trims it up and down. There's always So Bailey and Hillary, they would be in, they would have life jackets on, but they would be jumping off the back of the boat swimming, and they would stand on the cavitation plate, and they would hit that button, and it would raise it up like an elevator, and they would jump back in the boat and put the motor back down, and they would jump back in the water, and man, that's what they did the whole time. Me and Wesley would be over there in the front of the boat fishing.
Right. No, that's kept you busy. Kept you busy. Yeah.
Yeah, it was always fun, man. But I learned a lot about the rules and regulations. I did get pulled over, quite a few times by, like I said, Texas Parks and Wildlife. They'd pull up next to us, like, what kind of fish you have? Nothing. We have this fish. Here's our fishing license. Here's the tag for the boat. I kept a laminated tag. Here's the registration and shit. And I couldn't imagine ever getting pulled over by them and them saying, you have a John boat with a motor on it. We're gonna take you to jail or some stupid shit like that.
Right.
They're gonna blow that off, man. They got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, that's what Bernie was saying. He says, not only that, he said, how many fucking ponds and lakes have you been on where you see DNR in a boat on a pond?
Right. Yeah.
Maybe, there's like the one I was at Friday, that's a 75-acre pond. One I would go to more consistently is 275 acres. It's a big one. Beautiful place.
Yeah, but you're operating a small craft with a small electric motor on it. They're not worried about you, dude. I'm telling you, they're not worried about you.
That's what I'm thinking.
Like I said, unless they're just bored, unless they want to write a ticket that day.
Right. That's what I'm thinking.
I don't know how they are up there by you, but down here, man, they got tons of other things to worry about.
Yeah.
People drinking and being drunk on the water and shit. Even drinking. The guy told me, he was like, if we open up your ice chest and you have a 6-pack of beer and there's 3 people on the boat, there's not enough beer on this boat to get everybody drunk. So we're not even gonna write you a BWI, a boating while intoxicated. He was like, you don't have enough beer to get everybody drunk. So
Is that right?
Yeah.
In state parks, no alcohol beverages unless you have a permit to have it. So if you're like have a fishing derby or something, and they have a beer license, then you can have alcohol in a state park. But otherwise, no alcohol on state parks in Maryland.
Yeah, we got pulled over one day, and I had a beer in a koozie on my dash, and Wesley had a beer, and we had like a 30-pack with us in the ice chest, and that's what he asked, because every time we finish a beer, we fill it up full of water and let it sink. We didn't have a bunch of empty cans on the boat. And he was like, that's your first beer, right? And I was like, yes, sir. And he opened up the ice chest to check for fish. And he was like, well, you got, at least a 20-pack here. I was like, yeah, but that's, this is my first beer. He was like, well, there's no empty beer cans on the boat, so good job.
Yeah.
Like, y'all enjoy y'all's day, It all depends, man. If you cooperate,
Yeah.
If you're an asshole, of course they're gonna get you.
Right.
As long as you're cooperating, you have valid fishing license. You know what you're doing. It is what it is. I'm pretty sure you're gonna get away with it. For one thing, all those people want is for you to be out there enjoying nature. So they're not going to discourage you from doing that,
Troy was saying in Illinois, got caught with some alcohol and a little bit of pot, $750 fine.
Yeah.
Dude, we used to do a lot of camping. And one time we ended up at Harper's Ferry, West Virginia. This was like, we couldn't all get together until after everybody got off work. And we're going to West Virginia at 2:00 in the morning. And we see signs for camping. And there's this dirt road. And we knew the river was right there. And we see this dirt road. We said, man, let's just check it out. It's clearly a nice dirt road. And there were signs for camping. So we pulled down there. I said, look, look, dude, there ain't nobody camping here right on the fucking river. You can't beat this. So we went in there, and the next morning we woke up to a bunch of Virginia DNR people. And they were like, what the hell are you doing, more or less? We're camping Riverside. You cannot camp here. The sign says you can camp here, and they say you cannot camp here. This is not a camping area. You can fish here. So one of my buddies, John, he was fishing. He said, let me see your license. It's like, I don't have one. So he got arrested for possession of a fishing pole without a license. Every fifth of liquor that we had with us, they made us crack them open and dump them all out on the ground. So we're taking John in to be arrested. He's being booked. So we asked, where can we come? We got to go pick him up. He's with us. So we go up there. They took the guy in for possession of a fishing pole without a fishing license.
Yep.
So we went up there to Virginia Police, and the fucking jailhouse was on top of a ABC store in Virginia. Liquor stores are called ABC stores.
Right.
So the ABC store, we had to bail him out from the jail. And then we come back and we find out. So we're driving around. We spent the rest of the afternoon trying to find a place to camp. Couldn't find nothing. We went to one place and the guy says, well, just go to such. That's where we just went. And they said, you can't camp there. They said, oh, bullshit. That's camping in there. That's what you do. So what the motherfuckers didn't tell us is that if you kept the dirt road that we pulled off on, if you kept going straight, there's a campground on the fucking river on the other side of the little town of Harper's Ferry. He didn't tell us that shit. Man, I was so pissed off. I was so just being assholes is all that was.
We were like 16 years old, man. We were in my buddy Chris's boat. Chris just bought this boat. I think he was like 21 at the time. And it was me, my ex-girlfriend. His wife was young as fuck at the time. Like she was like 17. But anyway, we're all cruising around and we get pulled over by Texas Parks and Wildlife and we have beers. Well, everybody had a beer open. And so we immediately threw our beers down. And on the koozie, I had wrote RT, that's my name.
Right.
And I wrote RT on there, and the fucking game warden that pulled us over that day, he was being a dick. And he was like, you bought these youngsters beers and everybody's drunk. And we were all like, we're not drunk. We just basically got on the boat and opened beers. And he let everybody go except me because he found that fucking koozie. And I had given my ID and, my name, Randy Tankersley, fucking RT. Right. And there was RT written on the koozie. Dude, I got a fucking ticket.
Yeah,
I got a ticket for that shit, man. I was like 16 years old. I had to go to court. As a matter of fact, when I went to court, dude, it was like a small, like one bedroom house. It was a little bitty, like Somerville was a tiny ass place in Texas. And when I went in there, I went up to the door and the door was locked when I had to go to court that morning. And it got me, I'm in a button-up polo and I'm trying to look, presentable. I'm going to court and I walk up and I'm trying to open the doorknob and it's locked. And a guy walks behind me, a big old fat guy walks behind me. He's like, you trying to get in? I was like, yeah. And he was like, hold on a second, I got a key. He opened the key and we went in together. He went in there and took his robe off of the coat hanger and put it on. I was like, I'm the judge. I was like, oh shit. It was just me and him in the fucking. There was no check-in, no nothing like
Right.
that. He was like, I'm the judge. Like, give me your ticket. Yeah, they made me do community service for that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to go all the way to Somerville from Houston to do fucking community service for having an open container. That's what they busted me with, open container. And since I was underage, you know, I had to go over there and fucking pick up trash for 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, these guys, they can, you know, if they really want to, they can take your boat, they can take your truck, they can take whatever the hell they want, you know, if they want to make a big deal about it.
Watch those. What's it? I can't remember the proper name of the show, but it's basically DNR people in Maine. Man, you talk about strict DNR people. Maine, they don't play at all. I mean, at all.
What does DNR stand for?
Department of Natural Resources.
Okay.
So it's like, you know, woods police, you know, game wardens.
So right here is Texas Parks, you know, the game wardens. They wear green uniforms. You know,
Yeah.
they're the highest authority. They can search you without any kind of you can see it on YouTube. I think they even have a page, not a page, but they'll be down the Texas City Dike. Like they don't need no warrants or nothing. They can just search you regardless, you know.
Right.
Yeah, bro. It's just crazy. But like I said, every time I've ran into them, you know, I've never had a big problem with them. Oh shit, trains here.
Yeah.
Lance, I'm gonna jump off, dude. I'm gonna go in
All
here.
right, bro.
It's already fucking almost 1, dude.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, man.
The train's coming anyway.
Tomorrow.
Later, brother. Appreciate you.
All right, bro.
Later.